Hello, hello. Assemble everybody. Welcome to the Friday stream, which is not really a bonus stream because it's just a replacement stream because I wasn't able to stream the last 2 days. So I figured I would go live today. What's up, everybody? Hope you all had a good week so far. Can we also have Farfa in the Genesys Talk? I don't know if he'd be that helpful on that topic. I don't know. He seems a little biased, personally. I think he seems a little biased. Anyways, welcome to the stream. Today's going to be a fun one, I hope, because I have once again, or at least, actually, last week I wasn't able to, but I went to Locals on Wednesday, and we're going to take a look at that footage today, and I played Paleo, and Peeps isn't biased. Okay, you know, that's fair, but like the way I want to do the thing later today when we have Peeps is I want to challenge him on some of these things, right? Like I want to bring forward some of the possible critiques that people have of Genesys format, and then I want to discuss that with him, right? I don't know, and I for what it's worth, I do feel like Peeps has given Genesys, he's played Genesys a lot, so yeah. I don't know how much of that is true for Farfa. I know Farfa has hosted tournaments for it, but I don't think hosting a tournament is the same thing as actively playing the format yourself. I think there's a difference between just watching a game or like actively competing in multiple tournaments for it and trying to brew decks and so on and so forth. But yes, I mean theoretically you could also have another person in the thing. I felt like it was a good idea to bring on Peeps for it though. He seems very actively engaged with Genesys. He also hosts best of one tournament, so that will skew his view. Maybe, yeah. I do think one of the things that and this is something I'm also experiencing myself personally. One of the things that as a content creator might drive you away from Genesys format a little bit is that currently it doesn't get the same amount of traction, the same amount of views that advanced format / Master Duel content gets. And I do think that is something that you need to be careful with, because that might make you feel like, you know, bad towards the format, which doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the format itself, because this is something that's also true for Time Wizard, for example. Time Wizard content also, if I make content on Time Wizard, it'll have less views than Advanced Constructed or Master Duel content. But that doesn't mean Time Wizard is bad. So the same thing is also not true for Genesys. I don't like Genesys because I cannot play Malice. See, fair enough, but I like Genesys because you cannot play Malice. Oh yeah. It means people don't like it as much though. I don't think that's necessarily true. And we'll talk about that later. I think Genesys needs time to grow. I think it's not fair to compare a format that has existed for like a year now to something that had 25 plus years of time to grow, which is advanced format. I don't think that's necessarily what it means. I like Genesys because I can play Ritual Beast. We'll talk about all that more later. Let's warm up first, and then we'll do everything today. Also, yes, we'll look at the what's it called? The Genesys points update. We'll look at the Locals gameplay. I have a new sponsor as well for the channel regarding the oversleeves that we talked about last week. So that's something I'm very excited to talk to you about. Technically, the sponsoring starts in August, but I figured I would tell you guys about it today already, because those are the oversleeves that I used at the Locals, and I've been using them for a long time now. I told you last week that I wanted to test them properly first before I advertise anything of that nature to you guys. And I've been testing these for a long time. I actually tested them since before the European Championship already. I started using them in my testing and stuff like that to see if they're good. And starting with August, well, technically tomorrow, they are going to be an official sponsor of the channel. So I'll tell you more about that later. But yeah. 07 Young Cards? No, Young Cards is still here as well. Young Cards doesn't do oversleeves. Young Cards does the thing. They work very well together as a sponsor, actually, because one of the main reasons to use oversleeves is if you have something like OCG sleeves that you want to protect. That's one of the reasons to use oversleeves, is if your inner sleeves are expensive OCG sleeves. So it's a very synergistic sponsorship, to say it like that. Is it the same sponsor as Emre? I do think they also sponsor Emre, yeah. I think so. But yeah, anyways, we'll talk about all of that more later. I will tell you more about that and all that kind of stuff at some point throughout the stream. Let's get started so everyone has some time to assemble. All right, let's get some cards. I see HZKO in chat already, so we're good to go. Do they have magic oversleeves? I don't think so. No, they do not have magic oversleeves. It's mainly it's a Yu-Gi-Oh product mainly. Monster Egg. This feels ghost tricky, but I think it's a spell trap. I'm not super familiar with those. Oh, Madolche actually. Oh, okay. That didn't strike me as a Madolche card at all. Are you familiar? I feel like this is. I feel like this is the Road Warrior. Yeah. Yeah. Ujin Fidel. This is the spiritual art. No, not spiritual earth art. Yep. Cyber Angel. This is Dakini or the other one? The other one. Cyber Angel Izana then. Oh, not the Gusto bird, man. They got so many of these. Is this familiar possessed? Familiar win? Ah, it is a win though. But it's not okay. It's not any of these. What is it called? Is it a spell trap? Whirlwind of Gusto. Okay, I got double baited. First I thought it was a Gusto monster, then I thought it was a win. We lost a lot of time on that one. That's bad. I have the photon something. Photon blast or some shit. Photon stream of destruction. Yep. Oh, wait. This is familiar. Wait. What is this? I've seen this card. Corridor of Agony. Yeah. Marincess? Trickstar? I think that's the right track. Yeah. Trickstar. Delphendium? That's Winda. That's Winda. This is Naturia. Naturia root? Beat? No, not beat. Oh, it's not a Naturia. Cosmo or oh, it is Cosmo beat. I was looking for beetroot, but that didn't exist. What are you? Fishborg. Fishborg planter, I think. Because it's got the flowers. Gishki Necro Mirror? Is the skull? No, it is a Gishki mirror though. Photo mirror? It's not Aqua mirror. I don't know what it is. Well, it's not. It's the new one, I think. Wait, it is Aqua mirror? Okay, my bad. That's not the new one. That's the oldest one there is. That's a Samorg. Bird of Calamity? Bird of Beginning. Oh. Bird of Protection. I'm skipping it, man. Screw you. Yeah, it's the extra normal summon one, but they are like Bird of Perfection. Okay, man. Okay, dude. Why do I feel like I've seen this? This is a Phantom Knight, isn't it? But one of the bad ones. Mist Claws. Erebus? Longshot? Nope. Wait, it is Erebus, but not quite. It's the domain. First Monarch? It's something Monarch. I know it. First Monarch. Why is Erebus on a card called the First Monarch? He's not the First Monarch. Is this like Dark Knight? No, it's not Dark Knight. It's something. Dark Crusader. Yeah. This is the hero Poison Rose. Ooh, this is the Metal Marcher. That's a Yangzing. Ulao? Wind of the Yangzing. Reboot. Okay, okay. I have no idea. Something Noble Knights, but I have no idea. Avalon. Okay, good. Good thing I skipped that. I've seen this card. Something. Is this what this is? Yeah, Horsey. Horsey Tail. Squirrel Fox, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the kind words. You're gonna love today then, because today is locals content. Blaze. Oh, I played that in my domain raw deck, I think. That is Tribe Infecting Virus. Is that White Dust on? Yep. Mimi Clay. No. Digital bug something. Centibit. Jurak. Jurak. Velo, I think. The Velociraptor. Oh god, this card is very old. I've seen it though. I have seen it. Shadow Slayer? Could be. Genix. The problem is it Turbine? Oh. Is it even a Genix? Oh wait, no, it's not. It's Scanner. Yeah, Scanner. Also a super old card. Dude, this is the thing that they play in some of the weird deck. Maha something. Mahama. Corn. Something corn. Is it Papa Corn? It is Papa Corn, I think. Raw, I'm a dinosaur. I think you go to 49 months. This is the vanilla Yeah, lizard, something lizard. It's not drooling lizard. Razor lizard? Armored lizard? Is it armored lizard? Could be. Yep. Nope, no idea. Hollow wing. Okay, this is old. We got this. This is the fusion guy. Fushio Ricci. Yeah. Is that the fusion or the effect monster? I always forget. One of them is a fusion monster and the other one is like required for that fusion. Is this the effect monster? Which one's the fusion that I'm thinking of? What's the fusion called? You know what I'm talking about? He's part of some fusion, I think. This what is this? Yosenju? It's great Desart into Ricci. Oh, right. No, it's an effect. Yeah, now I got it. It's an effect monster, but you can only summon it with like a very weird like thingy. Cybers. What is bro called? I stopped guessing cards. I mean, I didn't know them anyways. But yeah, what is you? Secure Gardener. That's the word. These are hard now. This is a Cloudian. Cloudian. Cirrostratus, right? Yeah. I was looking for that. Dark Hole. Yeah. Can't tell what's going on this artwork. Something B Troopers probably, but I'll skip it. B Trooper Fly and Sting. Oh, that's not the right time to hit me with a Vylon, dude. Do not do that. Vylon Pentachloro. Yeah, okay. Oh, God. I know this card. Oh, I know this card, but I have no idea what it's called, man. Ulangi. Is it the Kokimeru? Ah. Gulungulate. Okay. This is Ariadne. Pendulum. This is the Performer Pal. What is it called? Bull phone? Something phone. Long phone bull. That's the thing. That's the word. This is one of the... This is Ancient Gear box. This is Brain Control. This is some Gaia that I have no idea what is called. Lord Gaia the Fierce Knight. Ooh, hold up. This is Sanctuary. Fiend's Sanctuary. Inari Fire? Greater Inari Fire? Wait, this is... It's not Gustav Max. Yeah, it's Liebe. Oh, this is something possessed. Possessed Dark Soul. Yeah, Pahander. Oh, nice. I guess I didn't know which one it was. This is something Tenny. This is a trap card. Something of the Tenny. Not Flawless Perfection. Eternal Perfection? No. Fist of the Unrivaled Tenny. That seems right. Yeah, okay. Hey, we made it to 800. Not bad. Not bad. This is the Synchro. The something Gaia Soul or whatever. Okay. 800 is not bad. That's not bad. It's alright. Omega washed? Okay, dude. Okay. Alright. Alright. Apparently it's Omega washed. Yeah, I needed more Ankh cards. I'm good with the Ankh cards, man. Stuff like Brain Control, well, I get that frame 1. Well, technically frame 2, because I always do an auto zoom in the beginning, but yeah. Pearl Extract, thank you for the 15 months. Murasaki, thank you for the 10. Welcome back. Silverface, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate all of you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's do this one real quick, and then we will get started with the content for the day. All right, Rongo. Ooh. We are looking for a rank 4 XYZ monster from newer than 2015. Low attack, high defense. Low attack, high defense, rank 4 XYZ that came out in the last 10 years. Diamond Crab King. Diamond Crab King is also from 2015, so that cannot be it. That was the first card I was thinking of too. Utopia Double does have 0 attack, is from 2019, but that's a warrior as well, so it cannot be Utopia Double either. Baguska? Baguska has 2000 attack, doesn't it? Baguska is, no, 2100 attack, 2000 defense. Too strong either way. Traptrix Rafflesia is not a bad shout. Okay, it's not Rafflesia though, it's got even more defense. Someone said Springen's Merrymaker. No, that doesn't work. More defense than Rafflesia. And it's not an Earth or a Dark. Riliona? I'm lost right here. I don't know. This... Oh. Okay, good shout. I didn't know how much defense this card had. I had no idea. Riliona, the Wondrous Magistus Witch Wardrobe. Alright then. Well, I don't know if I would have found this one myself. I don't even know if it existed. I don't know if I knew that it existed, because it's not even the one that you play, right? The one that you play is the other Riliona. It looks different, I think. Fairy Tail plays it? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not, I mean, I know what the Fairy Tail cards do, but I'm not giga familiar with all the combo lines, so I didn't know if they played it or not. We're getting so much Spellcaster and Magistus stuff for the rest of the year and can't enjoy none of it because of tunes. That is also what I wanted to start today's stream with, because both of these things that we're going to do now, both of these things, I've technically already uploaded videos on them on the Plus channel yesterday, just because I felt like when they were announced 2 days ago, I felt like they were so exciting or so important that I wanted to make an offline recording for it. Because I wasn't streaming, but I still wanted to talk about this on stream a little bit, because 2 very, very important things have been announced for the rest of this year, or rather, one of them we don't know exactly when it's going to be happening in the TCG yet, but there's first and foremost an announcement for Magnificent Maestros in the TCG, and I'm not going to lie, when they first posted, I saw a post of this picture on X. I saw a post of this picture and they said like, oh, we're going to tell you more about Magnificent Maestros tomorrow in a video with refs cards. And I'm not going to lie, I don't know if I'm the only one, but when I saw this, I kind of just scrolled past it because I assumed it was going to be more content for Magnificent Monsters. Because the packaging looks so similar. Everything looks like the style of the thing looks like the same way and everything, and even the name, when I first read it, I didn't even register that it was a different name. Like, I just I just read past it because it was another set that started with Magnificent and then another word with M. It was like I didn't register that it was a different thing. Magnificent Monster has a black box. See, I didn't remember that. I didn't remember. Does it actually have a black box? Because I don't. Let me double check real quick. Magnificent Monsters. I would hope it does. I would hope they made there was some differences, but I didn't remember the. I did not remember the packaging design of Magnificent Monsters enough. Apparently, I'm just scrolling through to see the announcement for Magnificent Monsters must be a while ago at this point, so I'll find it. Actually, I can just search it. Magnificent Monsters. That seems more. Yeah. You're right. Actually. Yeah, you're right. This is the box for Magnificent Monsters, and this is the box for Magnificent Maestros. All right, so there is some contrast. I just didn't remember it. Okay, that's on me then. That is on me then, because I was actually, it's funny because I was about to say I wish they gave it some different packaging than the previous one, but I just didn't remember the previous one well enough, it turns out, and it was on me. Okay. Anyways, the real news is not the color of the packaging. Anyways, the real news is that we are now getting the Rivals overframes at a confirmed date, which I think is, it doesn't say on this. Oh yeah, here it says. Release date, November 12th or 13th, depending on if you're from EU or the Americas or all the other regions that include the EU distribution. So this is in less than 4 months at this point. Less than 4 months, and this is within 2 months of the release of Magnificent Monsters, because Magnificent Monsters releases September 3rd, my birthday. And then 2 months later, slightly more than 2 months, we are getting Magnificent Maestros, which is going to be a pretty impactful set in 2 ways. I mean, number one, the overframes, which are, of course, cool. The second wave of Grandmaster rares as well, which is something that I am interested to see how that's going to develop, because, of course, the very first set with Grandmaster rares ever, I'm sure people are going to go crazy over it. How is that going to work with the second set with Grandmaster rares? Are they going to be just as exciting, or is the hype gonna go down a little bit? We'll see about that. But all that stuff is to be seen. The more important news, even for the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh landscape, is that in this product we are getting the Toon, Witchcrafter, and Unchained cards from the Revolution booster in the OCG. And I mean, as someone, of course, we all knew this was gonna happen. We all knew that Toons were gonna come out in the TCG at some point. But I'm not gonna lie. Part of me was hoping that it was gonna be a little bit later, not so early, because I am dreading Toon format. I really am dreading Toon format. And also, as you guys are pointing out in the chat right now, November 13th/November 12th is in time for us Europeans for the cards to be legal for YCS Bologna. So YCS Bologna is going to have Toon in the format. So that's that. I'm not gonna lie, from what I've seen from the Toon deck, I'm not looking forward to it. We'll see how it impacts the format, but it's something that I think a big portion of the community is kind of scared of how these cards are going to impact the format. We've talked a lot about Toon in the last couple of weeks. We've looked at a lot of content for it, and I personally, if this ends up being the best deck in the format, then I think it's going to be not the most enjoyable format of all time, and I think they will have to adjust it relatively quickly, otherwise people are not going to be very happy. But there's always Genesys format. I'm not going to lie, if Toon actually is by far the best deck for YCS Bologna, this could be one of the reasons for me to go harder on Genesys for YCS Bologna and focus more on the Genesys event for YCS Bologna rather than the main event. If I'm not doing Worlds points, and Toon is the best deck in the main event, I don't know how seriously I want to take the main event. I really don't know. What if Toon is underpointed? Well, then I guess then we're screwed. I guess then there's no way out. Then we play Time Wizard or something. I don't know. What is this card? Who is this? Who is this Cybers looking ass? By the way, I was wondering that. What is this? Is this a chibi or? It's the Dark Tuners. Oh, are those the ones that read so pretty? Like they read pretty bad, right? The Dark Tuners. They read. I remember them reading pretty badly. Yeah. Okay. In other news, and maybe more positive news, is they've announced some of the reprints. I am not familiar with how expensive some of these cards were. But I do know that Toon Bookmark was a very expensive card because people were buying it in anticipation of Toon. So you can say a lot of things about them releasing Toons, but I mean, the cards have already been made, so we are going to get them at some point. At the very least, they are reprinting some important stuff for the Toon deck with the Toon cards immediately, so you're not going to have to pick up like Toon Bookmarks for freaking $30 or whatever. I don't know, but that is that. But so far, there's on both sides here for the foil upgrades and for the reprints, it says many more. So we'll have to wait and see what exactly that is going to be and how good this product is. Do we know, out of curiosity, do we know the full contents of Magnificent Monsters in terms of reprints yet? Is there like, is everything? No, right? We don't. I'm just scrolling the page here for Magnificent Monsters, and there still seems to be a lot of unknown stuff on this set in terms of what's been announced and whatnot. So we only really know, from what I'm seeing here, we know that there's a couple of reprints with rarity upgrades, like the yeah, they talked about Vaboku, Sixth Sense getting their first ever holo printing. They're reprinting Medius the Pure, a couple of other cards. Get some new stuff, some alt arts. Yeah. WP Fancy Ball, the Rainbow Bridge. We don't actually know that much about this set yet. I bet they will do reveals at Worlds. Could be. At the same time, that is very, very short notice, isn't it? Because Worlds is like a week before this comes out, I think. Isn't Worlds the last week of August and this comes out the first week of September? So this is, it's like very, very, it's like 4 days after Worlds this set comes out. I mean, I'm sure they're going to advertise it at Worlds, but are they really not going to reveal any of this until then? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But okay. Anyways. Yeah, look. I'm not a fan of Toons either, but I'm also not a fan of completely doom posting 4 months in advance before this set comes out. We will see. There are still a lot of possibilities about this product that could happen. Like they could hit Toons beforehand on a ban list. That is something that I don't know how likely it is, but it's not impossible. There's a lot of things that could happen. We don't know exactly what's going to happen until November. Let's just wait and see. But I know one thing for sure. If Toon releases at full power and is the best deck in the format, I don't know how motivated I'm going to be to really try hard for YCS Bologna. I might actually focus more on Genesys. If that's the deck that dominates the advanced constructed format, I might focus more on Genesys for that event. If I'm not after the World's points anyways. So yeah. But the product itself, I'm looking forward to. The Grandmasters are insane. I love the Cyber Dragon is one of my favorite Grandmasters or overframes that they've made in general. I'm really looking forward to that one, and some of the other ones are also quite cool. So I think it's still a great set. Oh yeah. Speaking of Toons, have you looked at Road of the King reports from past week? Japan Championship and regular meta updates are out. Wait, I thought we talked about those. Let me see. Is there anything here we missed? Yeah, we definitely talked about this. Because this is the OCG metagame report. That's from 2 weeks ago. We've definitely done that. we're still waiting. I'm expecting a new metagame report somewhat soon from the OCG, because this one was before Beyond the Brave, and I'm really looking forward to what Beyond the Brave is going to change for them, because right now it's just Toon Fiesta, and Japan Championship is a similar picture. It's just Toon, like almost every. I mean, it's not just Toon, to be fair. There's other decks, but Toon is the one that's winning everything. But we have looked at this. Yes, this is not new. Do not look into the combo section. Oh, we have. Don't worry. We looked at all of this. But yeah. Bauer Maggot, thank you for the 43 months. And Xtiv OSRS, thank you for the 17. Welcome back as well. Appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. Okay, another card that I've made a little bit of a longer reaction video to on the Plus channel already is Ultimate Sky. A quick play spell card that has been announced for the utility selection. And just because I'm curious, when is the utility selection coming out in the OCG? Because I think there's one more card missing. Or do we have all of them now? Yeah, no, there's one more. The utility selection releases in the OCG August 8th, next week. Okay. Next week. So the way this product works is it's a bunch of reprints. It's a lot of reprints, but it mainly releases 8 new cards. Only 8. But those 8 cards, we know 7 of them now. And these cards are good. A lot of these cards, I mean, everything here is at least solid, but most of them are extremely strong. And it kind of, I mean, it does, as the name suggests, utility selection. A lot of this is very good generic stuff. And it, to me, feels like they are trying to rework the way non-engine works in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And I personally am on board with that, because I think non-engine, and this is something that we are also going to talk about later when we compare Advanced Constructed Format to Genesys a little bit today. Non-engine is the thing that really wins modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Games a lot of the times. In a lot of games, it doesn't even feel... It feels like it doesn't matter that much what deck you're playing. It just feels like, what kind of non-engine do you have? Like, do you have a Droll and Lockbird behind your board? Do you have Ash behind your board, or Ash to counter a Maxi? Or do you have a Charmy going second, and so on and so forth? There's a lot of games that are just being decided by non-engine in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And the non-engine that people play, which is also something we're going to look at later, is very, very, like, what's the word for it? Homogenized, because everyone is playing the same non-engine pretty much. Almost everyone. Some decks have some more room than others, and as a result, they go for different strategies. The rule of thumb here is, if your deck has a lot of room for non-engine space, then decks typically go for hand traps. And if your deck has very little room for non-engine, then decks typically are forced to go for more board breakers and stuff like that. But those two approaches are pretty much completely figured out, right? Like, we know exactly what to expect from a deck that plays hand traps. They all play the same amount of hand traps pretty much, or the same hand traps at that. And if your deck is more like a board breaker approach, then you also play like the same kind of board breakers, like a Charmy, Droplet, Crown, Super Poly, something like that approach. And it just feels a little stale in terms of non-engine. And I think it's difficult to change this landscape. Because you can't, or at least I think what a lot of people are scared of when it comes to non-engine is you cannot just ban non-engine without there being appropriate replacements. And I think this card is one of those attempts at making a replacement that feels more fair for specifically Called by the Grave, I think is what this card is targeted at. Because the way this card works is, if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, activate one of these effects. You can only use each effect once per turn, so if you draw 2, you can technically use both effects. Target face-up cards on the field up to the number of face-up monsters your opponent controls. Pay 800 life points for each target. Negate their effects until the end of this turn. When your opponent activates a monster effect in hand or grave, negate that effect. So, most importantly, this card going second can be Called by the Grave, but also can be a quick play way to negate your opponent's board. So essentially, it's a board breaker that can also play the role of Called by the Grave when you're playing into a board, like negating a card like Droll and Lockbird or Ash Blossom or even Nibiru or something like that if it's backing up a board, which is something that is I would overall say healthy. And I mean, of course, we've talked about this in the past. I don't love when you negate hand traps, but I think if the player going second gets to do it, it's much less of a problem than when the player going first gets to do it. So I think that's fine. And I think this card going second is actually better. This card is better than Called by the Grave going second by far. Stop calling this card Called by the Grave replacement. Why? It does exactly that going second. It just doesn't do the same thing going first, which is why it doesn't replace. It replaces Called by for the ethical uses of Called by. It doesn't replace Called by for the unethical uses of Called by. When Called by the Grave is toxic, this card cannot replace it, which is exactly why it's a healthy replacement. That's why I'm calling it that, is because it gives the player who should have Called by, which is the player going second. The player going first should not have Called by. It is toxic in Sky Striker, though. What makes it toxic in Sky Striker? It's good in Sky Striker, but what makes it toxic in Sky Striker? Because you still, if you go first with this card, you still have to just set it. It's not going first. This card is not better in Sky Striker than something like a Forbidden Crown or something like that. Like, I don't necessarily... Yes, this card is good in Sky Striker, and it's better in Sky Striker than in other decks because Sky Striker can main deck it. But it's not necessarily... I don't think it's toxic. It seems bad to me because it's negatable. I would not agree with that. No, I don't think every card that can be negated is automatically bad. I think if, I mean, by that logic, almost every Yu-Gi-Oh card is bad because it can be negated. I don't think that's a good argument. I think at that point where people have so many negates that these cards don't matter, then maybe we should talk about negates more. I think if that's the argument, if that's the problem with these cards, that every single time you attempt to break a board, your important cards get negated, then we should discuss the role that negates play in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. But I think this card is... I don't think this card needs to be better going second, is where I'm coming from. I think this card is strong going second, and I don't think it should be better. Can this negate Shotgun Maxi? I think you should literally read the card. Literally read the card, please. I'm not even going to answer that question. The big question is this a side deck card or is this a main deck card? And I think for the majority of decks, this is a side deck card. Because in most cases, most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks going first will make too much of a board that you can't really use this card behind a board, which I guess is healthy about it. You know, you can't really set it behind a board and then just do crazy things with it. You can only main deck it in decks that attempt to end on very small boards. Something like Sky Striker. I think it's very good for Sky Striker. Something like any trap deck could theoretically be playing it because you don't have many monsters in those. At the same time, though, I don't know if it wants to be played in a trap deck, because in trap decks you can often have synergy with cards actually being traps, like something like Labyrinth. You know, like you get value out of your cards actually being trap cards, so I'm not sure. Helps half boards going first. I think this is like what half board are we talking? Like, yes, if you get like impermed on your normal summon and you have to end on very, very little, then this card is usable. But it doesn't say your opponent controls the same amount or more. They have to control more. So if you control one monster, your opponent has to control two before this card is live, which is not really that applicable. I think that's like, yeah, SP, yeah, behind SP pass this card is good, yeah, sure, yeah, but then at the same time it's probably going to be used as something like an imperm at max or something. Is it better than Dark Ruler? It is better than Dark Ruler in very high engine decks that that are scared of getting hit by Droll and Lockbird. Like, this is one of Droll and Lockbird is one of the most important cards in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can back this up with some information, because I was going through, and this is something we're going to go into more detail later when we talk about the differences between Advanced and Genesys with Peeps. Droll and Lockbird at the moment, I went over the deck lists from the WCQs for both Advanced and Genesys, and I looked at the numbers of how many certain non-engine cards are being played. Droll and Lockbird was in, I looked at the European Championship top 8 and the North American Championship top 8. It was in 16 out of 16 decks. Droll and Lockbird is in every single performing Yu-Gi-Oh deck right now. Every single one. Literally 100%. So having a card, like basically building a deck that attempts to play into boards with high engine is practically impossible, because every time your opponent has Droll and Lockbird behind a board, that board becomes pretty much unbreakable with engine, because almost every engine needs to search. So Droll and Lockbird is a massive problem for going second in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. A card that is meant to help going second, it's meant to stop combo decks. The problem is it helps the player going first win, because any half board backed up by a Droll and Lockbird is practically unbeatable for most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks. And at that point, it doesn't even matter if we're talking mid-range, if we're talking combo decks. It doesn't matter what you play. It doesn't matter what the player going first plays. Droll and Lockbird behind a branded board, Droll and Lockbird behind a Sky Striker board, Droll and Lockbird behind a Elf Note board, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because even a half board becomes impossible to deal with. Even a fair board becomes impossible to deal with if it's backed up by Droll and Lockbird. And this card lets you kind of negate it in some cases. So it makes it more realistic to win going second against a Droll and Lockbird. And if they don't have Droll, it still is a usable card. So you can at least deal with it in that way. Now, here's the thing. Does this solve the problem? No, because realistically, all the things that I just said should lead to, well, they should get rid of Droll and Lockbird. They should phase out a card like that. And this is one of the concerning things about this. Again, this is just another entry into the cycle of Band-Aid fixes, right? Band-Aid fixes in modern Yu-Gi-Oh basically means they create problems that the community then recognizes as problems, and then they print a card that is a solution to that problem, and that's how they like that. That's why this card is good. It's like, oh, here's a fix for this issue that the game has right now. So everyone go get this new card, the new Ultimate Sky card, and you can negate Droll behind the board. And it's a weird topic, because in some cases, like it feels weird, because essentially there are three possible scenarios about how you could go about it, right? If Droll and Lockbird is a problem, you can do one of three things. You can ignore the problem. You can ban Droll and Lockbird and basically get rid of the problem, or you can, number three is kind of like a middle ground. You let Droll exist, but you make a somewhat solution for it. So what they often are choosing is like the middle option. They're not outright getting rid of the problem, but they're also not completely ignoring it. They're doing like the middle ground. And I'm not sure how I feel about this, because in some ways it's better than the worst case scenario, but it just isn't the ideal way to go about it, in my opinion. I think especially in this instance, if you recognize that, you know, a card like this needs to have this effect for the player going second, then maybe we should work on monster effects in hand behind boards, because this is obviously what this is targeted at. And if you want an effect like Droll and Lockbird in the game for the player going second, then make one. It's not rocket science. If you want the player going second to have access to Droll, but you don't want the player going first to have access to Droll, there's a way to do that. They can make that. They did that with Molcharmies. And I'm not saying Molcharmies are something that everyone is happy with. It's a whole other topic. But if it's just about this effect is good for the player going second, but not for the player going first, you can make that. You can make that happen. That is something that they can do. They make the cards. They make the cards and they ban the cards. So It's in their hands. They can make that happen. This is also against Ash. Yeah, and this is something, it makes me wonder. And now we are in the copium territory. We are in the completely hypothetical territory with the utility selection, and also with the new Gallant Thief. Let me bring that up, because that is not from the utility selection. This card is in Beyond the Brave. This is the new Power Crept Lava Golem. And in the utility selection, we are also getting the Mind Mirror Force, which is a card that is meant to combat big boards. It feels like what is happening right now, it feels like a revolution of non-engine is about to happen, right? We're getting Mind Mirror Force, we're getting the world's greatest Gallant Thief, we're getting Ultimate Sky, and so, and hopefully more. It feels like we are getting more entries into the category of board breakers, but not just board breakers, but just in general tools for the player going second, and mainly for the player going second. Pot of Sloth is another example, which is a phenomenal card. It feels great to play with when you're going second. So a lot of cards were made for going second, which essentially are, from my point of view, an answer. It leads to it's an answer to the current problem of a lot of the decks, a lot of the combo decks in the game right now. If they are not breakable, because the quality of board breakers is just not high enough. The quality of board breakers in modern Yu-Gi-Oh compared to what the decks are doing is simply is a joke. And this is the reason why in a lot of cases the preferred option for most people is just to hand trap each other to death, because if you can't really break boards, then what else are you going to do? You have to prevent the board. And this begs the question, what are they going to do when these cards are out? What's the goal ultimately here? Is the goal to replace current board breakers? Is the goal to get rid of Droll and Lockbird ultimately? Is the goal to get rid of Ash Blossom ultimately? This is my hope is that basically what I want to happen, because this is something, it's a long process, but essentially, I don't know if they have a long-term goal. Oh, I do think they have a long-term goal. I'm not always sure how good they are at achieving it, but I do think there is a greater goal behind all of this. And I think this, in my mind, this goes over multiple steps. If you bring people in a direction to play more board breakers, like these cards, if there's a world, if there's a hypothetical world, essentially, how do I phrase this? I'll tell you what my ideal scenario, the best case scenario for how this goes, is the following. These cards come out, and they are incredibly good board breakers, so people start playing them. Because from my perception of the Yu-Gi-Oh community and also how I view the game, I think board breakers are more fun to play with, more entertaining, more challenging as well, but just I think people prefer board breaker gameplay over hand trap gameplay. I personally feel this way, but I also think whenever I've talked about this on stream, I feel like a lot of people agree with this kind of take. I mean, some people might enjoy playing with hand traps as well. I'm not saying no one is enjoying hand traps, but I do think the majority prefers if boards are being made and then people play into it, because that's kind of like the spirit of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, making a board and then having your opponent play into it is, I would argue, the essence of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That's how the game should be played a majority of the time. And so this is something that if the board breakers are good enough, I do think people will gravitate towards cards like this as their non-engine, whether it is because they are simply better, or because they're more fun, or because they get rid of some other options like Droll or whatever. In that world where people play these cards, there are only two possible options for players to choose if they are picking their strategy for the format. You either have to play a deck that doesn't have a problem with these cards, So you have to like play around them. For example, Mind Mirror Force, you can play around by making smaller boards. The Ultimate Sky as well. If you have a smaller board, a more layered board, then you can play around this card. Gallant Thief, same thing. If you're not overly reliant on like 2 monsters on the board, you can make a smaller board and play around Gallant Thief. The other alternative is you can go even harder on going first. You can essentially FTK. If everyone is playing board breakers like this, then like stuff like hand looping or outright FTKing is much more potent, right? Or floodgating. Yes, floodgate. I mean, this card can negate floodgates, but something like the world's greatest Gallant Thief, if your opponent flips a floodgate before you do this, then it doesn't matter that you tribute their monsters afterwards, right? So I think what Konami should do, is they should make us play these cards, and then they should deal with the fallout. If there are decks that can literally FTK or hand loop people in the format that people are playing after these cards come out, then they should get rid of these cards or these decks, the FTK decks, the hand loop decks, all that kind of stuff. Those are strategies that shouldn't exist anyways. Hand traps are not a justification to make decks as powerful as they are right now. And that is something that's also been said a lot when these cards were revealed. I think I mentioned that in my Plus video as well that I recorded, but Jeff Jones posted let me just look it up. Because I think it was a reasonable take of being cautious with designs like this. And so he said, I'm going to be honest, I kind of hate this recent design philosophy approach they are taking for how do we make going second better by printing infinite generic good cards for going second instead of, not printing cards and decks that make you need to print those cards to begin with. And this is what people are worried about. And I think this is, even though I am a fan of this card, I like this card. I think it's a good and well-designed Yu-Gi-Oh card. I still think this is a reasonable response to all of this, because it's basically just calling out, this problem, the underlying problem of, hey, if you just managed to make your game balanced, you didn't need to make these broken going second cards. Like, we don't have to make cards like this if going first is balanced to begin with. And I think that's a reasonable way to look at this as well, because here's the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is that these cards come out, these cards see some play, and as a result, they make more powerful combo decks that beat these cards. And that's a problem if that happens. And the chance of that happening is not zero. That's a realistic thing that could happen. That is a very, very realistic thing that could happen, because the exact same thing happened with Nibiru and Dark Ruler No More. The Nibiru and Dark Ruler No More came out in 2019, and both of those cards at the time were regarded as incredibly strong. They were looked at as revolutionary board breakers / hand traps, because you can just, like back then, a lot of the boards were mainly monsters. So slapping a Dark Ruler would actually hard punish a combo deck. It was like a hard punish for a combo deck to get hit with Dark Ruler, because you would spam a bunch of monsters, your opponent would Dark Ruler, and your deck didn't have follow-up, and you wouldn't die that turn, but you didn't have resources anymore, so you would lose the game a lot of the times. And Nibiru was just like outright something that a lot of combo decks couldn't deal with, and therefore they just like got destroyed by Nibiru, and so Nibiru was a way to beat combo decks very reliably in the beginning. As a result, both of these cards saw incredible amounts of play and basically shaped the format for years to come. And then, well, what do the game designers do in a world where Nibiru and Dark Ruler are everywhere? If they want to make a new combo deck, well, they got to make sure the combo deck beats those cards, right? The combo decks need to beat those cards now, so we're going to make them better. We're going to make them have crazy amount of follow-up, so when you get Dark Ruler, you can do another push the next turn. It's no problem. We'll give them searchable trap cards and so on and so forth, more counter traps in every archetype, so that if you get hit with Dark Ruler, you can just negate it. Or if you If your opponent has a way to maybe negate your monsters, you still have your trap cards. The boards become stronger and stronger. We give random decks like Elf Note randomly just have a hand loop in their combo so that, you know, if your opponent is on board breakers, you might just take them out of their hand. That's so many ways to play around these cards. And then Nibiru, of course, we don't even have to talk about it. They gave every deck that they, if they wanted a deck to be good into Nibiru, the deck was good into Nibiru. There were infinite decks that had access to generic negations, and I think cards like Appaloosa, cards like Baron the Fleur, cards like Ripper were all printed after Nibiru, and the reason why those cards were printed is Nibiru, right? The reason why they made those cards was because they made Nibiru in 2019. So they had, if they wanted to make combo decks this strong, they had to make them Nibiru proof, right? And this is my concern with this as well. This does not fix the underlying problem of, in Yu-Gi-Oh, certain decks are just too strong going first. They are simply too strong going first. And the healthier long-term solution is not to make better board breakers. The healthier long-term solution is you need to make these decks weaker going first. You need to make those decks weaker going first. Isn't turn 0 interaction funnier than board breaking? I mean, this is, I guess it's subjective. I think interaction is fun, but my issue is that I don't think, or the way I look at it, and I know this is not something that everyone agrees with, but for me personally, these cards that say when your opponent does this, negate it, to me, this is not interaction. To me, interaction is removal or all these kinds of other things. Floodgating and negating cards, to me, is not interaction. I think like something like a Harmonia is fun. Harmonia is fun to play against or to play with. I think Harmonia is a very interesting card for both players because it's like, how do you play around this? Where's the best spot for this? When you go second with a Harmonia, you have a very, very meaningful decision to make. When do I use this card? Where do I get the most value out of this? Like, what do I send even? Like, sometimes you can send Malong for an additional bounce. Sometimes you are sending like a Despian Luluva Lilith because you want advantage from the end phase. Sometimes you send a Wind Pegasus Adignister to get protection for later plays. Like, there's a lot of decisions to be made when the player going second has a Harmonia in hand. I don't think the same is true for negation in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards just create so much advantage usually that when you have a negation hand trap, the overwhelming majority of the time, you just negate those cards that they start playing with. Like in the majority of time, I think negation is just not very interesting. I disagree. I think negation is a fine mechanic. I mean, it's okay to disagree. I'm just making my point, but I haven't heard like arguments why negation is good or fun. Personally, I haven't really heard good, like, people say, people do say like negation in a moderate amount is okay, and I can get behind it if there's only like one and you really have to choose where to use it, sure, but I still think it could be more interesting if you just didn't have it. But I don't think I've ever heard a good argument why the game needs it. I meant turn 0 like 5 mana and Havness. Yeah, I think those cards are fine. I think turn 0 plays are also fine. Yeah. But it always depends on the context. Like, sometimes these cards can still feel too powerful when they are paired with like something like a Molcharmy, so you can't really play. Or you can play, but you don't want to do too much. You're trying to make a half board, and then 5 mana comes down, and that ruins your half board. So now you have to give them even more draws, and your opponent is already set up. Right? It's all the context is important. I understand why people like Ultimate Sky, but for me, the Gallant Thief is a card in its own league, although not every deck can play it or even side it. Yeah, I do think out of these cards, the one that is the best is the World's Greatest Gallant Thief. I think this one is the most likely to see immediate meta impact. I think this is one of the best board breakers they've ever made. To me, it is telling as well that both Ultimate Sky as well as the World's Greatest Gallant Thief have a way to negate hand traps when you go second. I think this is... It at least shows that they are aware of the problem. They are aware that hand traps behind a board are a real issue for the player going second and are actually stopping the player going second from winning a lot of the times. My only issue is I don't know if the solution was to just make like cards you have to hard draw pretty much, right? The fact that you can summon this guy going first and negate hand traps is worrying. It's worrying, but I think looking at it from a realistic standpoint, I think this is something that only Mitsurugi can do. And yes, if Mitsurugi opens this with 2 reptiles, it's a problem. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think most decks can just tribute 2 monsters from the hand and play without a normal summon for nothing, you know. It's played in Mitsu, Ritual, Light and Darkness, Radiant Typhoon, and Elf Node in OCG at the moment. Yes, I mean, the format has just started. People are obviously experimenting with this card in main and side, I'm sure. But I think the uses for it when you go first are somewhat limited in most of those decks. I think the Rolat deck, for example, like, yeah, if you draw it with a Skull Guardian, you can use it. But yeah. After spending the last week playing a deck with 0 negates, I will say it feels like the game just isn't built for them anymore. It feels like many decks are playing spells that just blow you out no matter how much removal you have if you can't negate them. This is a fair point. This arms race of making decks more and more powerful going first has led to them making some incredibly powerful board breakers in the past couple of years that, funnily enough, are like the only justification for cards like Solemns. Like, it's like, okay, if I don't have Solemns, or if I don't have at least 1 negation available to myself, then how am I going to defend myself from Lightning Storm, Illusion Gate, Evenly Matched, those kind of cards, right? Like, that's, I think, that's a fair point that I can accept. I can be like, okay, if these cards all exist, then if you never have access to a way to negate, then these cards might be way too reliable to ever make a board going first in the first place, because it's always going to get broken. Like, if board breakers are everywhere and no one has any negates, then, well, which board can you make? And this is another great showcase of all of these cards were created because boards were too powerful, right? They made these cards because going first was too strong. And this is the longer this goes, the harder it is to go back. Because, like, when all of these cards exist, how do you go back to a world where, you know, how do you get rid of negates, for example, when all of these cards exist? And it's really difficult. It's really difficult, and that's why I'm not sure how to feel about this whole thing anymore. Of because a lot of players or a lot of content creators, when talking about these things, like Jeff Jones, like, you know, this whole Band-Aid fix philosophy, I don't know if they have another option realistically. I don't know if they can ever go back to a world where boards going first are just fine. Because if boards going first are just fine, I think the game has way too many punishes at this point. Like, if you go ahead and everyone makes fair boards now, no one negates, no one hand rips, no one FTKs, or I guess FTKs wouldn't work in that equation. But if everyone makes boards like Sky Striker does, for example, or if everyone makes just regular ass boards, like no negates, just interactive cards, just removal. Like everyone is gonna get destroyed by Lightning Storm. Everyone gets destroyed by Illusion Gate. Everyone gets destroyed by Evenly Matched. Everyone gets destroyed by the world's greatest Gallant Thief as well. And so you would, if you tone down the power level of boards, you would also have to tone down the power level of board breakers naturally, right? Of course, it only makes sense. These board breakers were created with modern boards in mind. So if you make modern boards weaker, you also have you have to get rid of the modern board breakers that were like, you know, way too strong for weaker boards. What you're describing is called power creep. Yeah, of course it's power creep. I mean, what else would it be? The question is, how do we deal with power creep? Is the interesting discussion. I'm not arguing power creep doesn't exist. Of course power creep exists. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have rotation. Rotation, I'll throw it out there. I'm not saying rotation should happen for Yu-Gi-Oh, and it never will, but rotation would fix that problem. Rotation does not have this specific issue because you can wait for the cards to rotate out and then you can start from scratch. But okay, that's a different topic. I don't want to go into that too much because it's not relevant for Yu-Gi-Oh, because it's never going to happen for Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm just saying that the more I'm thinking about it, I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh, the way it's being handled right now with no rotation, doesn't really have another option but doing these band-aid fixes. Like there's been so many people who, like, and myself included, I've been saying like, yeah, if you just made your game, if you just balanced your game properly, I guess you didn't have to make all these cards. But I think it's just like, because with no rotation and with the way they're using the ban list, Yu-Gi-Oh just goes in one direction. It only goes in one, it can only go up power level wise, basically. They could be more aggressive with the ban list. I will say that. I think the ban list should be far more aggressive. There should be way more cards on the ban list, because the ban list is our form of rotation. We don't have any other tools. The only balancing tool we have is the ban list. And so the ban list should be far more aggressive than what it is. Especially on non-engine as well, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I think in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Non-engine is actually often a bigger issue than the engines themselves. TCG had an opportunity to tackle this problem with Genesys, and in my opinion, they were unsuccessful. I disagree with you on that. I think Genesys does and we are going to take a look at that later and also discuss this. Because I think Genesys does a lot of this. I think Genesys does a lot of this at the moment. And I think people are holding Genesys to a much higher standard than they should. And we'll take a look at that. But there's a very distinct difference between what's happening in Genesys format and what's happening in TCG. I think Genesys, I don't want to take too much away from the discussion we're going to have with Peeps later, but I think Genesys actually does a very good job at providing good modern Yu-Gi-Oh gameplay. I think the main mistake that they made with Genesys is what they advertised it as. I think in Genesys, if they just advised, there's a difference between what they said Genesys would be and what it actually is. Because it is not old school Yu-Gi-Oh! It is not old school Yu-Gi-Oh! It is not just Time Wizard 2.0 or something like that. It's not retro Yu-Gi-Oh! Style. It is modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But it is modern Yu-Gi-Oh! In a more balanced fashion. And I personally, for me, that is something that I enjoy. I like this. I like this look of what could modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Look like if it wasn't so quote unquote broken, right? But because I went to Genesys Locals on Wednesday and almost none of my cards were negated. I had a great time. I played Paleozoic, a deck from 9 years ago. I won Genesys Locals this week with basically none of my cards were being negated. Almost none of them. Maybe not a single one. Like there was just not a lot of negation going on. It just doesn't exist in Genesys format. There isn't that much. And we'll also compare, some of the non-engine that people play in Genesys, but I took the numbers. I told you already. I took the numbers from the top 8 of the EUWCQ and the top 8 from the NAWCQ for both Advanced Constructed and Genesys. I compared the number of non-engine and what kind of non-engine people played, and there is a distinct difference between Advanced format and Genesys format. Like I said earlier, Droll and Lockbird, Advanced format, 16 out of 16 decks, Droll and Lockbird. In Genesys, 0. 0. Just a little spoiler, but we have more cards to talk about later. What the gameplay in Genesys is meaningfully different from Advanced Constructed, 100%, and it's impossible to argue with that. And I think if people look past the surface of, like, people just think Genesys needs to make every single deck like top meta. Like your deck from 10 years ago doesn't need to be top meta in Genesys. Yes, Genesys format has a meta game, and yes, newer cards are better than older cards, even in Genesys format. But if you just get this idea out of your head that, you know, that's what Genesys needs to be, because it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that. But yeah, it's something we're going to talk about more later with Peeps. The problem with Genesys is that it isn't on Master Duel. I agree with you. I think if there were more ways to play Genesys, people would be more inclined to play it. I don't think that is the problem with Genesys, though. Because Advanced format also isn't on Master Duel. They're not the same. And still Advanced format and Master Duel are two almost completely separate formats. And it doesn't really stop. Like, there's people who play one but not the other. There's people who play both. It's completely fine to coexist. Here comes the list. Actually, I want to take a look at the Genesys point list later, because I want to talk about my. I want to do the locals content first. Actually, I think that makes more sense. I think we can take a look at the locals stuff first and do a Paleo deck profile, and then we'll do that. So yeah, we'll do the deck list. Yeah, they've kind of discarded the max point floodgate philosophy they had at the start. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not saying the format is perfect, by the way, and I think that's the problem. Like, I feel like people are putting Genesys to such a high standard because they try it and they're like, okay, this format has problems, so I'll shit talk it now. But it's not like all the other ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh don't have problems either. Like, it's why are you expecting a perfect product when you play Genesys format, but when you play Advanced format, like, that's apparently not an issue. That format has problems as well. Like, yeah, it is a format that has started last year. Of course, it's gonna have issues, but it's not friggin' it's still not. It's pretty good. No, I hate pancakes and waffles both. Because a lot of the problems are the same as Advanced, so why would I play the one with less players? I don't think the problems are the same. I just disagree with that, and we'll bring those things up later. But I think that is very, very, very much not true. It's a lot of people who are not playing Advanced anymore, like me, who wanted Genesys to be something else. Okay, so what did you want Genesys to be? What exactly, if you can even put that into like 1 or 2 sentences, what did you want Genesys to be? And why is it not that? I wanted a format where it's not about chasing the new archetypes. Okay, and that, fair enough. Chasing the new archetypes means what to you? Like, what does chasing to you mean? Because I do think that Genesys format gives you a better place to play older decks. I do think, of course, the older decks are not going to be the best decks in the format. And I think that's something, at that point, I think that's just an unreasonable expectation. Like, why would specifically your pet deck from 10 years ago all of a sudden be the best deck in a new format? I think the fact that newer decks are still better than old decks in Genesys format is fine. Because, and hear me out, because the way that these decks play in Genesys format is still something that is easier to beat with older decks, and the gap between older decks and newer decks is not as large as it is in Advanced Constructed. The gap is not the same. It doesn't feel the same way to compete because, and I can say this because I've been playing mostly pet decks in Genesys format. I've mostly been playing Dragon Rulers, Paleo, and so on and so forth, and those are decks that are very old, especially Paleo hasn't gotten support in a long time. Dragon Ruler got mediocre support like 2 years ago at this point. And the way it feels to play against the best decks in Genesys format is not even close to... Because if I bring any of these decks to an advanced format tournament, I get completely smoked. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I do. If I bring Paleo to Advanced Constructed Locals next week, I'm probably going like 1-4 or 2-3 max. I probably don't win more than 2 rounds if I bring one of those decks to Advanced Locals next week. Doesn't matter how good I am at the game. The gap is just too large. The gap between a Paleozoic deck and an Elf Note deck is too large. I cannot. There's no way I can do well with it. Okay, but you wouldn't bring Paleo to a Genesys YCS. You'll bring Blitz probably. I mean, that's about that. That depends on what I want to do with it. I was seriously considering playing Dragon Ruler at the Genesys European Championship, but yes, it's a competitive format with a metagame. And here's the thing: if I were to play Paleo at a Genesys YCS, I would do better with it than if I were to bring it to an advanced YCS. Isn't that what I want? Isn't that what you want? Don't you want a better chance? That's my question, is like, do you want your old deck to be the best deck, or do you want your old deck to be better than in advanced? Is my question, because I think wanting your deck to be the best deck is unreasonable, but wanting your deck to be better than in advanced is a fair expectation, but I think that is the case for most decks. The only exception being Link and Pendulum decks, I think. Of course, by nature of the format. I think that's one of the things that Genesys maybe has, like, if you're trying to offer modern gameplay, but more fair, then excluding all the people who have like a Link or Pendulum pet deck is something that I think is going to drive away some people. And that criticism, I think, is fair. I think I mean, what are you going to do? Not the best, but viable is what people hope. I hate to tell you, but this is the case for most decks. For most Yu-Gi-Oh decks, I think you can make them work in Genesys format. Most decks that I can think of I think I could make realistically work in Genesys format. If you told me, hey, here's Burning Abyss, hasn't gotten good support in a long time, do you think you can make it work? For Advanced Constructed, I'm telling you, there's no chance. For Genesys, absolutely. Absolutely, I can. 100%. There's not even a doubt in my mind that I can make a Burning Abyss deck work in Genesys format. And I'm not being ironic about this. I can make it work 100%. It would be a freaking double loss turbo deck, just like Paleo, like the freaking Trap Burning Abyss deck from 2015. I would build it, but it would work 100%. I'm telling you, it will work. Not even close. I can win locals with that next time, and it's not even. I can do it. I can't do it in advance though. There's 0% I can do it. Do it? I can. I'm telling you right now, it's possible, and that's what it's about. I think that's what it's about. For me, that's what it's about. For me, that's what it's about. I can make these things work in Genesys format, but I can't make them work in Advanced Constructed. I hear a lot of I can, but not I will. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Next month, Genesys Locals, I'll play BA. There's no problem, literally. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll record it. Actually, what's next? When's the next Genesys Locals? Let me see. The next Genesys Locals, it's always the last Wednesday of the month. That's the one right before Worlds. But yeah, I can do that. Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah, okay. If you win with BA, I'll become a Genesys one trick. No, you won't. No, you won't. Also, I won this week with Paleo. So you actually will have to do it. Or there's a realistic chance. I mean, I'm not gonna have 100% to win, but there is a realistic chance you will have to come back to Genesys if you say that. But I know you don't mean it. It feels like at the end of the day, people just want their pet deck to work. And I'm telling you, for most of these decks, I think it does. And I really don't understand why that's the criticism of Genesys format. I really don't understand how that is, because that's the one thing it does. I think there are so many fair criticisms about Genesys, and I don't want to do all of this now because I want to do this with Peeps later. But there are fair criticisms of Genesys format. Stuff like deck diversity and stuff like that. I think that's all fair. At the top level, the format, like in top 8, there was in NA, there was 7 Blitzkrieg decks. Like, let's talk about that. That is something that you can bring up as a criticism. But freaking telling me that my pet deck isn't good enough in Genesys format, I think for the most part is literally an issue of you haven't looked into the format enough, you haven't tried hard enough, or it's a skill issue for most of these decks, because it's possible. I feel like I can make almost any of my pet decks work in Genesys format if I wanted to. If it's not a Link or Pendulum deck, I think most decks are completely viable in Genesys format on like a tier 2 level. And the reason for this is that as long as you put solid thought into what your deck is supposed to do, in Genesys format, your deck will actually do it. What about Necros? I won Necros. I won locals with Necros last time I went with it. I went undefeated with Necros too. And I've played Genesys for a long time now. It's not my main format, but every time I see people talk about it online, I just can't help but notice that the experience that people describe just doesn't add up to me. Because everyone who I've talked with IRL and my own experience with the format just are not the same as what people are talking about online. And I just can't help but think it might be an issue that is very common in advanced format too, is that a lot of people talking about it online are not actually the people who play the format actively. I think a lot of people repeat opinions that they hear somewhere or that they formed somewhere without actually having played it. And they look at one breakdown of the NAWCQ, they see 7 Blitzkrieg, and they go out there and they tell you like, oh, you have no chance with a rogue deck in Genesys format. Which is absolutely not true, but they haven't actually tried. Which is the same thing in advanced format. We have this problem very, very often as well, where people say stuff about it without actually playing the game. How do you feel about the going second win rate in Genesys? I have no issue with going second in Genesys. It's much easier than it's in advanced format, I think. Isn't Melfi insane in Genesys? Dude, I thought it was insane, but it actually is kind of bad. I hate to admit it, but the deck I played for the YCS, it was really bad. It sounded so awesome in my head. It sounded so awesome in my head until I realized, bro, first of all, Melfi is really cool if you actually get to pull it off. The problem is it's bad into Blitzclick, but also it loses to board breakers way too hard, like Dark Hole and Slumber, which people actually play in Genesys format. I think for a lot of people like me, we wanted a whole other new way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like draft or rotation, and instead we got the tier 3 advanced decks as the metagame. It's not just that different, so I'd rather stick to Master Duel. I think that, I mean, okay, fair enough. I think those are two separate statements, but yes, I think something like a draft format or something would have been extremely cool as well, or if they made the alternative format the one where you have rotation. I will say though, I think it's weird that you say like, I wanted a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like rotation, but instead we got the tier 3 advanced metagame, because the newest, in a rotation format, this would be even more extreme. In a rotation format, it would always only be the newest decks that are meta. So I don't know, I don't feel like that's a great point. And I think sticking to Master Duel, I think if Genesys was in Master Duel, it would probably be your main way to make content on Master Duel. Because in terms of power level, like we're comparing advanced constructed to Genesys right now. But comparing Master Duel is a whole different beast. Like Master Duel's power level is so much higher than advanced format right now. Master Duel, unironically, and I don't mean this as a joke, Master Duel to me feels a little bit like traditional format. Because of all the crazy stuff that's legal in Master Duel. Top 1 Master Duel deck eats the top 1 advanced deck alive? I mean, yeah, probably. I don't know. I think if you give Genesys a serious try, I think you'll like it. And I guess everyone has to know for themselves if they actually tried it and didn't like it, or if they had their opinion form because of what people spout on the internet. I think a lot of people haven't actually tried to make their pet decks work in Genesys format. Because that's what people do at my locals. Like people just bring their pet decks and everyone has a good time. People do well with things that they haven't been able to play in advanced format for a very, very long time. But yeah. So the power level of your locals is just low? Not for advanced format. We have a ton of people who play like elf nodes and stuff. I mean, we looked at the stuff last week. There's a lot of meta decks at the advanced locals. There's also meta decks in the Genesys locals. Like people played yesterday. On Wednesday we had people play Tellars. We had people play, I think, Fairy Tail, and there was also Melfi. So there were newer decks in Genesys. It's like a mix, basically. Some people use it as an opportunity to play pet decks. Some people play the meta stuff. It all exists. The only thing that we didn't have this time was we had no one playing Blitzclick. That was the only thing we didn't have. I prepared my deck hella for Blitzclick, but there was no one playing Blitzclick. Were they turn skipping? I don't actually know. I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know for sure. I didn't watch one of their games to start to finish. Because I was playing myself, and with Paleo, I was playing for the majority of the rounds, so. Can you play Paleo Frog in Genesys? I don't think you can play the frogs very effectively, because the frogs are pointed pretty heavily. But I mean, I played Paleo, but the frogs aren't even that good for Paleo anymore. Yeah, Swap Frog is like 33 or something. It doesn't feel rewarding to win a Genesys local in comparison with an advanced one. I think that's fair. I think at the moment, and this is something you can't deny, at the moment in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, Genesys format does not have the same level of recognition yet as advanced constructed format. At the same time, once again, I think this is what I mean when I say people are holding Genesys format to an unfair standard when compared to advanced format. Like, in which world would it ever happen that they make a new format and it immediately is recognized as the same level of achievement if you win a tournament in it than the format that everyone's been playing for 25 years? Like, how is that a reasonable thing to expect? I mean, if you win a Time Wizard event at a YCS, it's not the same bragging rights as winning the main event of the YCS either. But how much does that matter? If the format is good, if you enjoy your time, if you have a great time at the event and you end up winning it, why should anyone be able to take anything away from you by saying like, oh, but you didn't win the main advanced format event, you only won the Genesys one? Like, bro, who cares? Who cares about that? I think if that's the reason why you're picking a format, I think it's a little weird. I personally think you should pick the one that you enjoy more. Especially now for the big events, now that the prize pool is the same between Genesys and the advanced constructed one. If you just have one of the formats that you think is better, that you enjoy more, just focus on that one, man. And like, the thing is, it's going to take time for the format to grow, of course. Like, yeah, the numbers of the tournaments are not the same level as they are for advanced. Like, yeah, my locals was also half the size this week. Usually we have 24 players. This time it was 11 or 12. Like, yeah, there's less people, but everyone's having a good time. And if everyone's having a good time, to me, that means there's a future here. You know, like if people enjoy the format, then next time it's going to be maybe more than that. I don't think those are relevant standards to hold the format to. Like, yeah, it's going to take some time to grow, but if they made a Time Wizard locals, it would also probably be smaller than advanced format, because this is what happens. This is what happens when you only take care of basically one format for 25 years. It was only advanced format that anyone cared for. It's going to take a while for people to shift their mindset, like to accepting it. All right. Anyways, let's talk about my Genesys experience at this week's locals. We're going to have Peeps on stream in about 2 hours already, so I don't even know if we have time to look at every single match, because we've yapped for too long. But let's get started. So here we are. I brought Paleo to locals, and I ended up winning, and look what I got. Look what I got. It's been so long since I've pulled an ulti in anything. Ooh. I pulled this. I didn't even pull it out of my prize packs. My prize packs had nothing. This was in my entry pack. In my one entry pack, I got the DMOC. But I got some packs for winning, and I pulled nothing in that. But yeah, dude, what a wonderful ultimate rare. Let me see if I can show you the new old pattern on it a little better. Wonderful card, man. I only wish it didn't have the new text. This is one of the biggest downsides of text changes, is when you pick a retro card up and now it has the new text. Kind of sad for me, but yeah. All right. Okay. Gonna show you guys the Paleo list real quick that I brought to locals, and then we're gonna look at some of the games that I played. Before we go in, though, I have a quick shout out to a new sponsor of the channel that I'm very happy to announce. I already teased it in the last couple of weeks. These are the oversleeves that I've been using recently, and the reason why I'm only doing this now is because I wanted to test them for a couple of weeks before actually presenting you them, make sure that they are good enough. The company is called Ice. They are based in Germany, and they produce very high quality oversleeves for Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So if you're like me and you like using fancy OCG sleeves, in your for your stuff, then you want to protect those, because of course those are usually more expensive. So you use oversleeves to never damage them. Also protects your cards better. And I've been using these for weeks now. I already started before the European Championship. So weeks ago, I started using them for my testing, just to make sure that these are good enough so I would accept them as a sponsor, because I don't want to advertise anything that I wouldn't use myself or recommend for people to use. So I've been using these for a long time now. They are very, very smooth. I like them a lot. Better than other oversleeves I've used in the past. So very, very happy with them. Happy to recommend them to you guys. And happy to have them as a sponsor for the channel now. You can use Josh5 on your orders for the ice oversleeves. There's a command, !ice. And every time you order, there's a small commission that I get. You're not paying anything extra. It is just I get a commission if you use my code. And feel free to try them out. And I hope you like them. Currently, this is something that might change in the near future. I will talk to them about it, but they only ship within Europe at the moment. They only ship within Europe at the moment. They do not ship to the US or any other places. This is something that they are probably working on, because they are a relatively small company at the moment. They started doing this somewhat recently. So I'll keep you updated on this if they ever change that. But at the moment, it is Europe only. The code is Josh5. The code is Josh5, and you can use !ice to get there in the chat right now. So yeah. Are they totally transparent on both sides? They have, I can show you real quick. The back is a little matte texture. Little matte texture. Dude, I guess this is a coincidental sponsor from Young Cards as well, because I've been using the Fire Fist Bear sleeves on this. They are also absolutely amazing. But yeah, they are clear on the front, matte in the back. So yeah, that's the oversleeves for you. How's the shuffle feeling? Very good. Basically the best shuffle feeling I've had with oversleeves ever. Not like I've used other oversleeves in the past, and these are just as good, if not better. I'm not gonna say something like, oh, these are the best ones I've ever felt. You're not gonna get anything like this anywhere else, but they are on par with everything else I've used. Like they are good. You can do some nice sliding and stuff like that. They shuffle very well. They don't get damaged easily. I've been using these for a while now. Like I've used them in other decks and then sleeved this one. They're good. Try them out for yourselves, and if you like them, then I'll also be. If you end up trying these, then feel free to give me feedback on them as well, because I was happy with it. But I'm also, of course, it's important to me that you guys are happy with them as well. So if you end up trying some, then I'm happy to hear how you like them. But yeah. I haven't used all these oversleeves that you are mentioning right now. I haven't used like 20 different oversleeves compared. All I can say is I'm happy with these. And that's all. Okay, let's go into the Paleo list. Let me move these out of the way for a second. So this is what I played at Genesys Locals. It's not 60 cards. It's also not 40 cards. It's 45, and I'll talk about that in a second of what kind of cards you could cut. I was just kind of experimenting with some things. For example, I was experimenting with 3 copies of Lord of the Heavenly Prison. My reasoning for this is that this is just a very solid engine card in this deck, because you can just set a trap from your deck to use on the next turn. But mainly, I was worried of Blitzclick destroying my back row with stuff like Whisker and Grain. So I wanted the protection from Lord of the Heavenly Prison. But it also just so happens that some people play cards like Twin Twister, so I wanted to play that for that as well. And if your opponent doesn't play any destruction, then well, use a trap, bring it out from your hand, and you get to set a card from the deck. We played 1 Magic Colloidal Soul. I love this card, of course. It's a very, very fun card to have. However, I want to have 1 in rotation and then never another one. So I didn't want to take the risk to draw 2 or anything like that. And I played 1 copy of Iperia. Iperia is a weird card in this deck, because in the one hand, it's one of my favorite cards, because it's just a free level 2. If you just don't have a normal summon, this card is literally just free. You just get a free level 2 that you summon and draw a card with, which makes me want to play multiple even, because it's just so much easier to get into your XYZ monsters with the help of something like this. However, I really don't want to draw multiple monsters, so I tried to minimize the monster count. But Hyperia is a card that I would consider playing multiple of. Whenever I drew it, I was pretty happy with it. And then this card. And this card is... you don't understand how awesome it is to play this card in a format where it doesn't get ashed all the time. Oh my god. Oh my god, is this card nice if you don't get ashed on it. It's so good. Getting rollbacks out of your hand, getting Paleos into the graveyard, rise to full height, whatever it is. Such a wonderful feeling to have this card resolve. Yeah, very, very nice. And okay, this is all the monsters and spells. Now into the trap cards, which is the rest of the deck. Just gets hit by one of the bazillion endboard negates. Yeah, there are no endboard negates in Genesys format, but nice try. Okay, Morella, Leoncolia, the two most important ones, gets you rollback into the graveyard, gets rollback back into the graveyard. So as that. 3 Olenoids, easy to use. Dynamicious is a weird one because sometimes having a discard is kind of bad. But we do need the maximum amount of good Paleos, which is also why we also play the 3 copies of Canadia. This card does get significantly better post-side because of Mirage of Nightmare, which I will talk about more later, but I sided Mirage of Nightmare for going first, which is very smooth when you go first and you activate this and you set a Dynamicious and then you draw 4 and then you probably have a good discard for your Dynamicious, which is really nice. And then here's the best cards in the deck. Double transaction rollback, triple transaction rollback, triple trap trick, and triple trapaholic. My god, these cards make me feel so alive, especially Trapaholic. Trapaholic is a relatively new addition to the deck. I mean, it came out a while ago, but I haven't really picked this deck back up before or after this card has been released. This card is so good in this deck. This card is so good in this deck. It solves the problem of when you draw rollback, how do you get it into the graveyard? So you just destroy. So Trapaholic, I guess, is a card that not everyone is familiar with, but it says target a spell trap you control, destroy it, and if you do, set a normal trap from your deck. It can be activated this turn while you have 3 or more traps in the graveyard. So essentially, it's another trap trick, but it doesn't require you to banish another copy, which is actually relevant in this deck because sometimes you run out of specific trap cards you want to get. So the fact that you just tutor out one without banishing another copy of it is good. And also, this card doesn't lock you into only one more trap for the rest of the turn, which is very, very important. So yeah, and also it solves the problem of drawing transaction rollback and not having a way of getting it into the graveyard. One thing you have to be careful of in this particular version is if Lord of the Heavenly Prison is active, you cannot destroy set cards with Trapaholic because the Lord of the Heavenly Prison would prevent them from being destroyed. What you can do, however, and what you try to do most of the time with Trapaholic is you're trying to destroy face-up cards anyways. Like you activate a Paleo and then you chain Trapaholic on it. That does work. So that also works under Lord of the Heavenly Prison. So yeah. 3 copies of Needlebug Nest. It's a classic at this point. This card doesn't even feel that good anymore in this build because as you notice, I'm not playing Backjack or Fiend Griefing just because I felt like not being able to link Backjack off is a downside, and also Fiend Griefing doesn't seem like the craziest card in Genesys format, so I decided against it. Needlebug Nest still helps you getting Paleos into the graveyard. On average, you're gonna mill at least 1 Paleo with it. But also, if you get really lucky and you hit a card like Transaction Rollback or Magic Colloidal Soul, you get a lot of value from this card. Mainly, it's just because we need Paleos in the graveyard to start playing. Also, points. So far, all we have is 7 points per rollback, so that's 21. 7 points per Trapaholic, so that's 42. And 3 points per Trap Trick, which is 51 points. 51 points. Then we have 3 copies of Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon, which is 1 point each, which puts us to 54. People seem to think that this card is bad in Genesys format because it doesn't get rid of any link monsters, which is true. It is weaker in Genesys. However, it does really help in terms of just protecting your stuff. Like, it's just a really good card to slow your opponent down. If you ever get to hold it until the battle phase, like your opponent just can't do anything to you. It's basically just a better Waboku most of the time. It's usually a better Waboku because your opponent is not going to deal damage to you when you have it. So that is that. 3 Rise to Full Height, another good mill for Needlebug Nest, another good send for Morella in a pinch. Prevents your opponent from attacking to save your Paleos and save your life points because, of course, with rollback, you can get very, very low on life points a lot of the time. And then 2 copies of Waboku. Because I didn't feel comfortable playing without it completely. I liked this card, actually. I feel like maybe I want to go back to 3 copies. Just because with this deck, you're not actually trying to really interrupt your opponent, per se. You're just trying to not die and bring back your Paleos in peace. And Waboku is really good for that. It's just, you know, whatever your opponent does, just Waboku and you're going to live the turn. And then, of course, the star of the show, as always, I will never go back. Elemental Burst, my favorite combo with Transaction Rollback. Just blow up the entire board. This is the best way that this deck has to out the board. This is why it's okay to just survive. Just book all their monsters with Karmic Cannon, prevent them from attacking with Rise to Full Height and Waboku. As long as you can set up the Elemental Burst with the rollback, you're fine. You just blow them up, and then you're good to go. And then the last card is 1 copy of Balance of Judgment. Draws cards equal to the difference of cards that your opponent has and cards that you have on the field and in hand combined. The reason why this is only 1, and this is also a change, because of Trapaholic, you don't need to play 2 copies of every single trap anymore to access it. And that's why I was able to only include it as a 1-of, because Trapaholic can still fetch it. Trap Trick cannot, but Trapaholic can. So yeah, that is the main deck. It is 45. I would like to. The thing is, there's two directions you could take this deck. You could make it a 60 card deck, but I really didn't see a reason to, because you can't really play grass in Genesys format. It's too many points, and so I really want to see the good cards, right? I want to see my Morella. I want to see Tantalizing Tune. I want to see Trapaholic, Needlebug Nest. I want to see Paleos to get them into rotation and stuff like that. So I didn't feel the need to go higher than 45. There's the coolest thing. The coolest thing about this deck is that there are so many viable things you can do with this deck. You can play it as a Morganite version, which I didn't do because of the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. You can play Draco Tail traps because they are good normal traps that draw you some cards in the long run. There's a lot of other great cards you can play, but I didn't want to make the deck 60 because I really wanted to draw the high quality cards also post side. So yeah. So the main deck is only 54 points, which is great. And the deck I played, I didn't even go all the way to 100, but there's also a couple of points in the extra deck that I feel like are not necessary, but we'll talk about that right now. So the extra deck, I'll tell you, you need Opabinias, but you don't really need 3. I think 2 is fine. Like 2 Opabinia, 2 Animalocars is probably good enough, but I just, yeah. And then the cards you really need are Zeus for 20. This is mandatory. This is absolutely mandatory because you don't always have rollback into Elemental Burst available. If you stall out a turn with Waboku or Daruma Karmic Cannon or something, Zeus is your main way of clearing boards. Zeus is your main way of clearing boards, and in order to make it a bigger Zeus, there's also a Downed Magician. Honestly, first of all, I feel like Zeus should be cheaper because I don't know, the card is just fair, I think. But also, I considered doing 2. I considered doing 2 in this deck because right now we are at 74. We are at 74 points right now, and you don't really need anything else. So yeah. No Plump. Oh, we could play Pearly Plump to get more materials. That'd be cool. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a cool idea. Anyways, a couple of utility rank 2s that barely ever happen. Sky Cavalry, Centaurea, Onibimaru, Soul Sweeper, Numble 45, Crumble logos. And then I played a gigantic sprite, which is a couple of points. I forgot. It was 5 or 7. I don't know. I think 7, maybe 5. I don't know. The reason I played gigantic, I never made it, but I think it does make sense if you have the points. It lets you tutor out Magic Colloidal Soul if you want it in rotation, or it lets you summon out Hyperia to draw a card. And the reason why I like this is because there is actually no other rank 2 that is interruption with just 2 materials. So for example, Opabinia, if you make an Opabinia at the start of your turn, and then you only bring back 2 Paleos, you cannot really turn those 2 Paleos into interruption in any form. You can make Zeus maybe, but if you want to get a new trap card in rotation, you can go gigantic, summon Hyperia, and then most likely you're going to draw a trap card. So you can refill your back row with it. F-Zero Utopic Future and F-Zero Utopic Future Zexal. This also has 5 points. Both of these are not necessary. We could save these 10 points easily somewhere. We don't really need them, but yeah, they're here for an option. You can make these very easily. They just don't really happen that much. You can make Toad. I just assumed that Toad was too many points. But I'm not 100% certain how many points it has right now. But I thought it just had too many. It's only 20? Oh, wait, I could have played Toad. I assumed it was more than that. I'm not gonna lie, I really assumed it was more than that. But I will say, I built this deck like, I was running a little late for locals, not because I started building the deck late, but because I was just, after we moved, I haven't really sorted my cards properly yet, so it was a nightmare to find all of these cards. So the extra deck, probably I would have changed some stuff. I couldn't find my Shadow Mosquito. I just couldn't find it. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it's gone. It's got to be here somewhere, but I'll find it at some point. But yeah, late 2 weeks in a row. I wasn't late last week, and I also wasn't late this week, okay? I specifically said I hurried, and I built this deck. I had to find all the cards in a hurry because I didn't want to be late, and I wasn't late. Anyways, Dragon Gate. I summoned this card. Once, and it went for game. It went for game. And then I put this. I don't know, man. It's just, if I ever have double Lord of the Heavenly Prison, then they can attack for 6,000, and then I can make this for the remaining 2,000. It never happened, man. Like this card. If you need the points, then this card, the Sky Cavalry, the Crumble logos, this F-Zero. You don't really need the third Opabinia, the extra deck. Put what you want. Really put what you want. I think Plump is a good idea. Plump sounds like a really good idea. And the Shadow Mosquito should probably be here as well. And maybe Toad. Maybe Toad. I mean, there's a couple of options for points. But like maybe you can just put the points for Toad or second Zeus. I don't even know. I unironically don't know if it's better to play Toad or second Zeus, because Zeus happens so often, so often. But yes, main deck 54 points. Zeus makes it 74. The gigantic I believe is 7, so that's 81. And the Utopic Future Zexal is +5, so it's currently at 86 points. There are no points in the side deck, if I'm not mistaken. So 86 points total. And there's a lot of room to work with. There's a lot of room to work with as well. So that's the extra deck. And then for the side deck, this is, honestly, this card you can main deck. I think I should have main decked this card. Mirage of Nightmare is free, 0 points, and this card has such insane synergy with this deck, man. It is so good. So you activate Mirage of Nightmare, you set your entire hand, you pass the turn, you draw 4 cards, and of course, if it gets to your next standby phase, you will have to discard those cards. However, there are plenty of ways to destroy your own Mirage of Nightmare to circumvent this drawback. Something like Trapaholic, pop it. Olenoids to pop it. Stuff like that. It's really easy to set it up in a way where you don't have to discard your cards. But the main reason why I like this card is because it gives you discards for the Dynamicious, right? Like you look at your next 4 cards, there's a very high chance you'll draw a Rollback or an Elemental Burst or a Rise to Full Height or just another Paleo. And then you just discard that card for Dynamicious on your opponent's turn immediately. And then even if you have to discard next turn for the Mirage of Nightmare, the chances are that you're going to discard valuable cards in the graveyard. Because, I mean, we play Needlebug Nest. We play Needlebug Nest because sending 5 cards from the deck to the grave is good. So even if you have to discard for Mirage of Nightmare, it's not that bad. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, okay. 3 Forbidden Apocrypha. I went through my cards, and in order to find some of these cards, I went through my my YCS winning deck from 2017 because I still have that build. And I saw this card, and I was like, wait, this could be a cool side deck card for this format. This card says, you declare an extra deck monster type between Fusion, Synchro, and XYZ, because this card was printed before this card was printed before Link Monsters came out. But they are not legal in Genesys format. And if there are 2 of the same, like if 2 or more of that type are on the field, you send all of them to the graveyard. So if your opponent has 2 Synchros or more, you say Synchro, and then all the Synchros go to the grave. If they have multiple XYZs, you say XYZ, all the XYZs go to the grave. And it's a trap card that you can chain a Paleo to. You can tutor it with Trap Trick. I figured there was maybe a couple of matchups, decks in the format where you could use it. Anything that's just based on one summoning mechanic, like Tellar with XYZs, you can just set this card and get rid of the XYZs. I think it's an interesting card that I unfortunately didn't get to use during the locals, but I think, like, I played against Ice Barrier, which summons a bunch of Synchros. And I think if you have this for that matchup, I think it's a neat card. It could also be something like Needle Sealing, though, which is maybe a little bit more generic. 3 debunks, because I'm afraid of Blitzclick. That's the only reason for debunk. 3 Heavy Storm Duster. This is one of my favorite cards to play in Paleo. Such a high value trap card in a slow and grindy game. Destroys 2 spell and traps on the field. Another card that can destroy Mirage of Nightmare, which was a part of the reason why I played it as well. If you draw these 2 cards together, you can just draw 4 with Mirage of Nightmare, and then you go Heavy Storm Duster on it and one opponent's card. So you still get value by targeting your opponent's card, but then you also destroy your own Mirage of Nightmare, which is neat. The only downside is you can't conduct your battle phase that turn, but usually you're using it on your opponent's turn. So, and then for the last card, I wanted to try something a little spicy, and that was Annihilate Retrolight. But I only had 2 copies, so I played 1 Sphere Mode, because this was supposed to be 3. First, I wanted to do 3 Sphere Modes. And on my way through my cards to find my Sphere Modes, I went past Annihilate Retrolight. And I was like, wait a second, this card is cool. This card is cool in trap decks. So what this card does, this card came out in Chaos Origins, actually. It's very recent. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, except monsters that were summoned this turn, you negate that activation, and then you banish face down all face-up monsters the opponent controls, except monsters that were summoned this turn. And if it's destroyed, you get to set a trap from your deck. So it's good against removal, but mainly, if your opponent makes a big board, you set 5, including this card. If they use any effect on the field that wasn't summoned this turn, you just activate it and everything goes. Which I thought was a really fun idea. I wanted to play it. I didn't have 3 copies, or if I don't know if I pulled one at some point. Maybe I have 3, but I didn't find it. So I just left 1 Sphere Mode in there. This is why this Sphere Mode looks kind of random in here, but it's just because I couldn't find a 3rd copy of the Retrolight in time. I think this card is very interesting. I think it has some potential. The problem with it in other decks that aren't trap decks is that usually the way it goes, if your opponent makes a big board and you play like a normal Yu-Gi-Oh deck, you want to play into that board, and then this card is stuck in your hand and your opponent is just, you know, like, if you just set it and pass and then they do something and you banish their board, then they just make a new board. But in a trap deck, it's fine. I set 5, including this card. They use an effect. I wipe their board, and then they have to play into my trap cards. It's kind of like if I'm going first, but I'm going second, which is neat. So yeah, that's the deck list. And what I was hoping, essentially, going into this locals, is I was hoping that I was going to be able to experience some really good grindy gameplay with Paleozoics. Of course, I was a little bit scared that I was going to have trouble with double losses, now with the new double loss rules. And I will say, This is something that would have happened if my opponents weren't nice enough to surrender in one or two of the rounds. We'll take a look at them, but the games with this deck do take a long time and they are grindy. I will say, because it was just locals, I also let my opponents take their time because a lot of them were not used on how to play against Paleo, and so they took some time for their combos. And I was just like, you know what? It's just locals. I'm not gonna like hurry them up like crazy. But then when it got to, there was 2 matches, and you're gonna see this today. There was 2 matches where we were getting very close to time, and then my opponents surrendered because I was hard winning the game. I just needed some more time to finish it. But yes, it's a very slow deck. What do you expect? You can have some problems with time. Luckily at my locals, everyone is chill. So it was like I let them take their time to make their plays, and then because I was winning, they were kind enough to scoop. But yeah. You can also run Herald of Pure Light instead of a second Zeus for a free recycle. That's also interesting. That is also interesting, yeah. Okay. Now, like I said, we have Peeps. On stream to discuss Genesys format a little bit in less than 2 hours. I have 4 rounds of locals, which I'm not sure we'll be able to do all of them because it's Paleo gameplay. But let's just get started and see how far we can get. All right. And here we are, round 1. And I'll say in advance, actually, let me speed this up right away. I'll say in advance, I was a little rusty with Paleo, and you will see in the first game, and we can talk about it and learn from it, because I don't think I played this game perfectly. But here it is. We are going first. And we're doing the classic, we're doing the thing. Let's go. Z5 pass. See, my deck isn't slow. My deck's hella fast. We start off with the Needlebug Nest. There's a little bit of glare because I think we're sitting right underneath the light. Very annoying thing here is we only hit 1 Paleozoic. That is not ideal. Ideally, you want to hit some more. And it's Ice Barrier. And so in addition to my deck being slow, I also have to read a lot of the cards because I'm not super familiar with the Ice Barriers. Like, I know this one is like discard 1 to summon 1 from deck or something like that. But I'm not the most familiar with it. But yeah, that is one of the things about Genesys format that, you know, you're gonna have to know a couple of these decks, or you're gonna face some decks that you haven't played before. And here I'm thinking about, should I book the thing on summon, or should I wait a little bit? I decide to wait a little bit. They have a perfect discard for it, which is the Mirror Mage. The Mirror Mage, I know that one because it's a level 2 Aqua. I've played it before. That one, if it's sent to the graveyard, searches you an Ice Barrier, I think Spell or Trap. And they summon another copy of it, so they get to search. Search everything. Oh, even monsters. Okay. Does Ice Barrier have that many extenders if you book the normal? I'm not entirely sure, actually. I know they have that level 6 guy, the Gorgias. I don't know exactly. I don't know what the condition for it is, though. I don't know if you need like an Ice Barrier on the field to summon it. But that is an extender. I know that's an extender. It needs an Ice Barrier on the field. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have booked it on normal summon. I don't know. The issue with booking it on normal summon here, the biggest problem is that I only have 1 Paleo in the graveyard right now. That's my biggest problem, because I can't just spam trap cards and bring my Paleos back. If I activate the Karmic Cannon here, that's the only Paleo I got. So I don't really get anywhere from that. So I kind of need, I mean, I have a trap trick, but yeah. And this they use the Mirror Mage, you contribute the Revealer to make 3 tokens, and I thought that was a great opportunity to go Karma Cannon because I would get rid of the tokens as well. So I bring back the Morella. That's my Morella as well, so in case they can run over it with something, I can bring it back. Canadia would have been nice. Yeah, Canadia instead of Karma Cannon, I would have used instantly on the normal summon. Because that would have booked the normal summon and given me another Paleo engrave. That would have been perfect, yeah.
Das ist okay, aber wenn die auf dem Feld ist, würde ich überlegen. Also die kommt, das Token kriegst du auch, dann überlege ich.
And here, I think here, it's a very awkward spot for me. Because my set cards right now are Trap Trick. Let me see, what's the other one? I just looked at it. Trap Trick, Leon Colia, and I forgot what this is. And the problem is, like, I'm really scared of Cheng Ying right now. Because Cheng Ying... Because I have Trap Trick... Oh, it's double Leon Colia. Yeah, it's double Leon Colia Trap Trick. If I let them make Cheng Ying here, if I let them make Cheng Ying, my only interruption right now is Trap Trick, which banishes a card. So it triggers the Cheng Ying, which it's really, really weird. It's really awkward. This hand was really, it's double Leon Colia with no way to really banish a card is really awkward.
Okay. Dann würde ich gerne Trap Trick aktivieren.
So I'm starting with Trap Trick here. You can make an argument. Maybe I should have used the what's it called? The Rise to Full Height and then just put a Leon Colia engrave first. But yeah, I'm gonna banish Morella here to get another Morella. This is better than setting another Karma Cannon instantly because it puts more Paleos in the grave. Sets up rollback. And then I just go roll back, copy the Karma Cannon. Which, I think this is a mistake. I think this is actually a mistake. I think I can wait here. Because now, if I go roll back Karma Cannon, the Cheng Ying is booked. So I can just let them cook a little bit, I think. You sound completely different when you talk German? Yeah, I hear that a lot. I do hear that a lot. But yeah, here, I think I should have held the Karma Cannon for longer. Guys, I couldn't believe my eyes. I could not believe my eyes when I read this card. And I don't know, I think it's General... Is it General Wayne of the Ice Barrier? General Wayne of the Ice Barrier. Dude, this card... So, when they said that Ice Barrier has a floodgate for everything... They mean everything, bro. That deck has a floodgate for everything, even for freaking Paleos. Look at this. Spell and traps sent from the field to your opponent's graveyard are banished instead. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Why is there a Paleo floodgate? Come on, man. Ice Barrier got a floodgate for everything, man. Come on. That's not okay. So annoying. Couldn't you chain Leon Colia to the activation of Trap Trick? Trap Trick does not banish as cost, so no, I can't. There's no target yet. There's no target yet for the Trap Trick. I realized this when I read the card. When I read the Winds of the Ice Barrier, it says tribute Ice Barrier monsters for cost. They can tribute face downs. I was hoping they didn't realize, but they did. I have to read it a second time, man. I can't believe what's happening to me right now.
gleich, wenn jetzt alle Zauber an Paleo auf Philipp legen, wenn stattdessen
Vom Feld, ne? Ja.
dann aktivierst du einen Effekt, um den Zaubern zuzufügen.
Ja.
Füge meine Brustketten als Bild nicht zu.
Ja.
Also der Trap, der kann ich das so nur so wieder? Ich hab die Trap und mit der Trap habe ich den Vorteil. So. Mit einer von den Chauffeurs genau, ja. Also der kann wahrscheinlich Monster vollkommen.
No breakthrough skill? I'm not playing breakthrough skill, no. I think it's too low impact. But the thing is, I think their hand is really good. But at the same time, I'm not a fan of complaining about it because I do think that I should be winning this game, and we'll talk about that in a second. So I'm not gonna complain about it.
Okay, wir haben Targeting Book, wir haben einen Negate, aber dafür musst du einen Synchro-Feed kontrollieren.
You did just run headfirst into the only possible ice barrier hand that beats 2 Daruma cannons? Maybe. Yeah. What about Lost Winds? I also didn't put Lost Winds, but that's a little better in terms of impact, I think. Could play Lost Wind. It would make the Needlebug Nest a little bit stronger.
Ja. Ja, sagen wir so. Keine. Null.
Alright, they're asking me how much defense does the Paleo have. I tell them 0. I have to rise to full height to not die because I paid 4,000 for the I paid 4,000 for the rollback. Okay, here I have a ruling question because I don't know if this Paleo goes to grave or not. Because this card says spell trap cards sent from the field to the graveyard are banished instead. The Paleo specifically says it's not a trap card on the field anymore. So I said it goes to grave. I hope that's correct. I think it's correct. It says spell and traps sent from field to grave are banished instead, and the Paleo says it's not a monster, it's not a trap. So I was like 99% sure that was correct, but not 100. But yeah, but that gives me 2 Paleos in grave. It's like Dimensional Fissure with continuous spell monsters. So if you have Dimensional Fissure and there's a continuous spell monster, it gets destroyed, it goes to banished.
Ja. Okay. So, solange du 3 bleiben Eisbarriere von aktivierten Effekten der Monster vom Extra-Deck umbrüht. Okay.
It's a spell on the field, so it goes to grave. Oh, you mean a monster that is currently a spell? Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, I got it. I was thinking the other way around. I was thinking a spell card that's treated as a monster. But yeah, no, you're right. Of course. Yeah.
Ja, vom Feld. Okay. Gut, dann zieh ich.
Such a frustrating draw, man. Such a frustrating draw, man. The freaking what's it called? Trap Tantalizing Tune on turn 2.
Dann würde ich den Marilla aus dem Friedhof chainen. Ja.
This Paleo gets banished because of this. But I realized that in a second.
Also bescheuert aus dem Deck. Hand Deck, Extra Grave. Okay.
The Leoncolia gets banished.
Achso, der geht raus, ne?
Yeah. But unironically, I think I'm in a winning position right now if I'm playing it right. Because I have another Leoncolia to bring back another Paleo, and then I have 2 Paleos on the board. They are basically out of interruptions. I think I should be winning this.
Also resolved.
Ja.
Du musst eine Handkarte drauf lassen.
Okay.
Ice barriers are cool AF.
Klar, dann würde ich
I don't know about that one, man.
Transaction Rollback aktivieren, Hälfte zahlen. Für Trap Trick.
Alright, the reason I'm activating rollback on trap trick here first is not because I need a specific trap, it's because I want a good target for my second Leoncolia to activate. I don't want to put back Rise to full height because I already have one. I don't know what I should set here actually. I forget what I did set. Trapaholic?
Ja, genau. Aber war das die, die man gegen Ultra oder war das die an...
Trapaholic banishen.
Nee, ich meine, also ein von diesen...
Trapaholic. Okay. I'm actually, since this is round 1, game 1, this is the one that's the longest ago for me, so I'm surprised a little bit. Why am I doing Trapaholic?
Und Chain Target das Team. Wie geht wieder in Friedhof?
Oh, I remember. I remember. Okay, the Leoncolia gets banished here, but the trap trick. I wanted this card. I wanted Balance of Judgment, and I can't trap trick for it because I only play one copy. Yeah. Does trap trick not lock you if you transaction rollback it? No, it doesn't lock you if you transaction. If you copy it with rollback, you don't get the restriction. And this is where the generational fumble starts, because I'm gonna be honest with you, at this point the game is over. I think at this point the game is over. I have an Opabinia. I'm about to draw 3 cards with the Balance of Judgment. And then I have 4 cards in hand plus an Opabinia, and they have like almost no cards in hand. I should be winning this super hard at this point. But this is where here's a masterclass on how to fumble this game from this position. This is me, yes, this is me.
Dann würde ich die aktivieren. Was macht die? Die zieht also die Differenz zwischen den Karten, die du auf dem Feld hast, und meinen Karten insgesamt. Also weil du 6.
So they have 6 cards on the field. I have 3 cards total, so I draw 3 from Balance of Judgment.
Ja.
And pick up Vaboku as well, which is completely insane. Now I'm safe for another turn. Their board is completely full. They basically are completely locked out of doing anything. This game is completely over. I just need to figure out the best way to do it.
Dann würde ich Trap Tantalizing Tune aktivieren. Von der Hand geht Ingrave, ne? Die wirft eine Falle ab und zieht 2.
So this gets banished.
Dann würde ich den Effekt aktivieren. Nee, weil der von Monstern umgerührt ist.
So here, the interaction that we're talking about is that General Ryo of the Ice Barrier says whenever your opponent resolves a monster effect, they have to discard a card. If they don't, then the effect is negated. And I'm explaining to them, Opabinia is unaffected by monster effects. So if I don't discard, it still won't be negated because it's unaffected by the General Ryo.
Dann würde der den eigentlich negieren, aber der ist von Monstern umgerührt, deswegen wird er nicht negiert.
Based Opabinia does not care. And somehow, I'm impressed by myself right now. But somehow I managed to lose this game. Spoilers, I guess. But I managed, I guess, look at the situation. If you've ever played Paleo, I guess if you've never played Paleo, then you don't understand how winning this position is. This is crazy. This is the point in time where if we have a game state like this at Master Duel, I start getting careless and start making jokes because I'm just playing with my opponent. Like this game is over. And now watch me find a way to lose it. My God.
Dann würde ich den aktivieren. Der sagt, ich muss eine Karte abwerfen, um eine Karte zu banishen. Genau, würde ich gerne den banishen. Wobei, nee, warte, nee, den, sorry. Den, der die Spelltraps banisht. Mein Fehler. Und den Chain.
Okay, first I pointed at the wrong one, but they let me take that back.
Natürlich das hier. Wie viel Defense hat diese Ice Jade, die ich gesetzt habe, wenn das okay wäre?
Die hat 2,5.
2,5 ist viel.
Ist ein Stufe 7 Monster.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
Und der kommt Jubel, Stufe 10,00. Ja.
Dann würde ich All-In jetzt aktivieren auf diese.
So the thing, the reason why this is so bad is because why am I going in here? Why am I not setting and passing? What am I doing? Can someone stop me? What the hell am I doing?
Ich kann weitermachen, okay.
Maybe I was worried about timer. I don't know exactly, but like, bro, why am I going in? Why am I doing this? This is so bad. You'll see in a second why it's extra bad.
Ich kann Material abhängen, um eine offene Karte auf dem Feld zu wählen, und solange er auf dem Feld ist, wird die Karte annulliert. Und weil, solange diese Karte, die andere Karte auf dem Feld ist, kannst du auch keine anderen Karten mit dem
The
gleichen.
Crumble Logos is just... I'm going into Zeus, but you're gonna see, the Zeus is so bad. The Zeus is so bad. I'm just looking at at myself in the past here, and I'm screaming like, bro, don't do it. Don't do it! The Zeus is so bad! Don't do it! Oh.
Okay. Dann würde ich in die Battleface gehen.
Gigantic was the play here?
Dann würde ich...
Oh, you know what? You know what? Make Gigantic attack a defense position monster. Main phase 2, make Zeus on Opabinia. Make Downert and then Zeus. And then go Chainlink 1 Gigantic, Chainlink 2 Zeus. Destroy everything or send everything. And then Zeus. You can detach with Gigantic from the Zeus to summon an Hyperia, to draw a card, and then because they are locked from the Gigantic, they can't summon Trishula with this. Oh, that's so clean, actually. That's so clean. I should have done that, and I should have done that, or I should have set 4. Both of those lines work. I just somehow, I found the one line that just loses.
Dann würde ich gerne hier hinarbeiten. Das sind 500.
That would have been really cool. But what I did was just cringe. This is just so bad. It's so bad, man. No, man, don't do it. Oh, look what's about to happen. Look what this Zeus is about to do, man. I got less cards than before. Oh my god, no. It's so bad. I have to discard a card for the stupid general as well. Discard another card for fun.
Der bleibt, weil er unberührt von Monstern ist.
You didn't read the Lancia? No, I know what it does. I know it floats. I just forgot how... I didn't realize how bad it would be for me. I don't know. I don't know. I was so... I don't know what it was. I really don't know, man. I don't have a defense. I don't have a defense for it. I'm saying this is the one way to lose this game is to let them summon Trishula here. And I can't even say like I didn't know it had that effect. I know it has that effect. I know it has it. I know it does that shit. I just didn't realize how bad it was gonna be, man. Bro, I have nothing. I have nothing left, man. This is the worst. This might have been the worst Paleo turn I've ever played in my life. What the hell did I do? I have nothing. I have nothing left. I have nothing left, man. Everything is gone. And I let them search follow-up. Could have set Vaboku first too. I mean, no, I Zeused. Setting Vaboku didn't make. That was not the mistake. But that, dude, they had 5 monsters. Their zones were completely clogged, and I had a Vaboku in hand. I could have just set the Vaboku, chilled forever with all of my wonderful trap cards, and next turn I could have done whatever I wanted to them. Or I could have done the gigantic play that you suggested. That was also really cool. But what the hell was that, man? What the hell was that? Oh my god. Oh my god. And it's especially sad because it would have been such a sick such a sick replay to watch if I actually outplayed that board. Like that would have been really cool. And I fumbled it. Sad. Yeah, and now I just get. I mean, I have only Opabinia, so I get destroyed here. I watched them do a little bit of stuff to see if they can out the Opabinia, because that's theoretically how I can win. If they like somehow can't out it, but of course they can, and then I scoop it up. Couldn't you have Centauread as well? Yeah, probably. I could have like bounced it back into the extra deck where it wouldn't have triggered. There's like so many ways. Yeah. So many ways. Gotta knock the rust off somehow. Yeah, it's just, I think if there's any possible explanation, it's probably because I was worried, like I was just not giving myself the proper time to think about stuff, because I haven't played Paleo since the new time rules, and so I was very, very worried that that was going to be a massive problem going into this locals, that I was just going to get like a bunch of double losses. Do you think Genesys requires an even bigger time commitment than Modern and Advanced in terms of knowledge? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, you can get caught off guard by a deck that you haven't played before, or played against before, I suppose. But that can happen in Advanced Constructed as well. I don't know. I don't think so. It's kind of, maybe deck building is harder in Genesys because you don't have the obvious non-engine to fall back on. And I will say this is something that happens. I'm siding in Mirage of Nightmare and Heavy Storm Duster, by the way, for going first. I end up not siding in. I think I side in one debunk. I'm siding out Heavenly Prison because it's not Blitz Click. One of the best things about it. I agree with you. But the thing is, like, it is harder to build a Genesys deck, I think, because, and it's also harder to play, and this is simultaneously one of the best and worst things about modern Yu-Gi-Oh, not Genesys. The non-engine makes Yu-Gi-Oh easier. Whether it's good gameplay or not is a different question, but cards like Roland Lockbird, cards like Ash Blossom, hand traps that negate your opponent, they make it easier. They make Yu-Gi-Oh easier, they make it easier to play, they make it easier for worse players who are not as well prepared to beat better players. Because, like, you know, you can just make your board, have a draw behind it, and no one's gonna beat you. And that is something that you don't have in Genesys. In Genesys, you have to win games with your engine. Your non-engine does not win games as easily. This opener, by the way, this opener is either the best freaking opener you can have, or it's the worst opener ever. So it's Mirage of Nightmare, double Dynamiscus, Trap-holic, and I forgot the other trap. I forgot what it was. But Mirage of Nightmare, draw 4, and then you have discards for your Dynamiscus. You have discards for it because you're gonna draw 4 cards, and you don't even have to discard next turn because you can pop the Mirage of Nightmare with Trap-holic. This opener is completely insane if Mirage of Nightmare resolves. If they have one Mystical Space Typhoon, Cosmic Cyclone, or Twin Twister, you have basically nothing. Because you have no discards for the Dynamiscus. So, yeah. Why is that card allowed? Because it's completely fine. Because Mirage of Nightmare is completely fine in any regular Yu-Gi-Oh deck except for freaking Paleo. Can I have something, man? Can I have something? It's not good in any other deck. Come on, man. Why is my camera... Okay, it was stuck there for a second. Okay, I drew 4 cards. It didn't get MSD. Penguins! Royal Penguin Garden. It searches the first penguin or whatever it's called. I mean, no completely crazy discard for Dynamicious, but just more Paleos. That's fine. It's good in muskets and runics too. I mean, yeah, all of the powerful meta threats in the Genesys format. How could they have this card legal that is played in 0.01% of decks? I can't believe it.
Ja. Die sucht was, wenn sie aus dem Grave finisht, ne? Okay, ja.
I think this is precisely what Genesys should be about, the Broken Mirage being playable in obscure decks. I think this is completely in spirit of Genesys format, yes. I think something like this is very, very cool about this format. Is that specifically, like, because this is very often the case in Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is why you could even argue the modern banlist system is not, like, completely perfect, is because the context that you play a card in matters. Like maybe in some decks a card is okay, but in others it's not. And so in Genesys you can make that happen by disabling certain combinations. Like if this deck core requires you to spend 70 points, you can't play a certain 40-point non-engine card that is crazy, maybe, but other decks can play with it, right? So I think this is very much in the spirit of the format and pretty awesome. I mean, Mirage of Nightmare is freaking 0 points in Genesys format, and it had 0 tops at any of the major events. So the card is completely fine. They could bring this card back in Advanced Constructed, and no one would play this. Trust me, no one would play this. Not even Paleo would play it. Not even Paleo would play it because guess what? Paleo would still be completely unplayable in Advanced Constructed. It wouldn't change anything.
Yep. Und nimmst ihn auf die Hand, ja.
Alright, this time we're dealing with the Revealer instantly, because it's not a quick effect, it's just the ignition effect. Discard a Paleo, banish that, get rid of it. Set up with 2 Paleos in the grave. Summon the Ice Jade, get a token. Book the tuner. I think the Ice Jade is wait, is the Ice Jade the tuner or is the token the tuner? I think the Ice Jade is the tuner. I don't know if I had properly checked, but I think the Ice Jade is the tuner. Wait, the token is the tuner? Oh, my bad. I thought I would just book the tuner. Penguin is tuner. Wait, is the penguin tuner? Oh, okay. Trapaholic on Mirage and they just leave. I don't know if they left because the game was completely lost or because they just knew that it was going to be a timeout problem. But yeah. Oops. Let's skip this. I think siding. I'm taking back out the Mirage of Nightmare for going second. I'm putting in Sphere Mode. I'm not putting in Apocrypha. Am I putting in Sphere Mode? I don't remember because I'm scared of the... I'm really scared of the... what's it called? The Lancea floating into something. Retroglide is great for this. Annihilate Retroglide is great in this matchup because I can just set it and then I can just banish their board face down and the Lancea won't trigger. Trap Tantalizing Tune plus Rollback is such a good feeling in this format because you know it's gonna resolve, man. The quality higher a little bit, huh? Let me slow this down a little bit. I can't really follow my hand movement.
Bounced.
An sich, die habe ich nur drin, weil die überschüssig sind, immer wenn sie die
Nehmen Sie gerne auf den Friedhof.
Will ich seinen Effekt
Ja, ja.
Teller und
Is going second so miserable in Genesis? No.
Kasse den da rein bewegst.
Büro existiert nicht.
The OCG banned hand shuffling. Wait, they did? Did they actually?
Schaffen nur die zieht nicht, ne?
will ich seinen Effekt distributiere.
That's so funny.
Ja. Ja.
Excessive hand shuffling specifically on stream. Okay.
Das war
Ja.
Würde ich jetzt in die Bellface gehen, greifen wir zwei.
Will ich Wind über der Eisbälle aktivieren?
Ja.
Die beiden?
Ja. Ja.
Die beste Karte jemals. Nee, nur die zweite, die beste ist kybernetischer Horizont.
check. Diesmal aber nicht, nachdem du den Feed
What does debunk do? It negates a card effect in hand or grave and banishes a monster.
nicht, das macht die Trap. Ja, genau.
Guys, this card says you cannot activate spell cards for 2 turns. So my wonderful trap tantalizing tune plus transaction rollback combination has been reduced to just a transaction rollback that I cannot discard. So
Hast du irgendwie mit seiner meinst du was machen? Weil das wäre halt sonst noch. Weil ich glaube,
funnily enough, they thought that it was also trap cards. The next turn, when I'm starting to activate trap cards, they tell me I can't, but it doesn't include traps. It's not that the game would be over if it said spells and traps, but it only says spells only.
Meiner nächsten
Handface. Ja.
Dann gehe ich zwischen den Das war Eissaal gegen mich.
Ja.
Dann Korallenfarben Effekt.
Ja.
Das ist ein Ziel. Dann gehe ich Gorgios.
Ja.
Special.
Ja.
Ein Gorgios Effekt.
Ja.
Special Ziel von Minecraft.
Mhm.
Dann will ich eine Synchro 10 nehmen.
This card is really good against Paleo because it can chain block you at any point. The Ice Jade Aegerin.
Dann setze ich eine Karte. Ja.
Ja.
Und
Mhm. Okay, ich kann keine Spells aktivieren. Nee, nur Spells, oder?
Nee, auch Traps noch was, oder? Weiß ich gar nicht, ja.
Nee, nur Spells.
Ah, nee, das war der andere. Der auch Traps verbietet. Also halt.
You can't activate traps. I'm like, no,
Und der
no
ist
that's
bei
not
Special
true.
Summon oder auch bei... Nur bei Special. Okay.
When is the Peeps collab? In about an hour. In about an hour.
Set 1, Set 2, Set 3.
In the recent Genesys YCS, going first had a 77% win rate on stream according to a Reddit post. They include links to the data.
Du bist...
Yeah, I think I heard about that. At the same time, it doesn't really, what's the word? I haven't made that experience personally. We'll talk about that.
Ja. Ja.
It's a terrible analytics since on-stream features are a minute sample size. It is a very small sample size, yeah, but still, it's still not a great look on the format if that is true. So it's a valid criticism.
Ich aktiviere Wind über der Eisbarriere.
Ja.
Locals is always very different from events. That is true, but I also have played Genesys at bigger events. I played it at Euros, I played it at YCS Bologna back then, I played it at YCS Lille, I played public events for it. I've played it at bigger tournaments as well. You're playing Mirage of Nightmare? I'm siding Mirage of Nightmare at the moment, but I think I would main deck it. Yu-Gi-Oh is a going first game. It's not that impressive of a data. It's okay. It is on the one hand, it's true. Like even if going first is favored in Genesys, you could say like, oh, so what? So it's the same thing in advanced constructed format, which is true. I think the difference is that like Genesys is supposed to be more fair. However, I think one of the main differences is that like the the thing that people don't factor in as often is also like how does the player going second win? And I think there is a difference between how do you win against Genesys boards versus how do you win against advanced constructed boards. Because the way you beat constructed boards going second in advanced format is you hand trap them to death or they brick, is a lot of the times how it goes, especially against some of the more combo heavy decks. And to me personally, advanced format, like a Genesys format, even if your win rate is less than 50% going second, the games you win do feel better. Is how I feel about it, because it doesn't feel like you win just because you resolve a Charmy or just because they didn't get to play. I feel like that's my experience so far. I feel like a lot of the times when I see a Genesys board, it's a strong board, but I can actually play the game versus it. It's not like I have to force them to not play the game, or I just have to like Charmy.
Da würde ich Trap Trick aktivieren.
So here it's just about surviving somehow. I need to survive this turn because the Spellbreaker is now offline for next turn. I can trap Tantalizing Tune, the roll back into the grave. If I can survive this turn, it's really good for me. And I also need to hope that my opponent, I think they forget to use the Ice Jade on some stuff here. I think they're holding it for some removal to dodge. Also, they are in the battle phase right now. And they attacked with the Lancea first, which makes a big difference against the Ruma Karmic Cannon, because it means that if I do Ruma Karmic Cannon here, they cannot flip it back up. Instead, if they attacked with the Chengying first, which they cannot change the battle position of the Chengying anyways this turn, because they just summoned it. But these two, the two Synchros in the middle, are from the previous turn. So if they didn't declare an attack, then this could have been flipped back up. Using a field center in Genesys is diabolical. I get what you mean, but at the same time they need the tokens. They used it as tokens for the ice barrier stuff.
Wenn ein Monster durch einen Falleneffekt gespecialt wird, kann ich ihn von Hand oder Grave specialen. Wenn er vom Friedhof kommt, wird er entfernt, wenn er das Feld verlässt. Und ich kann während deiner Battlephase entweder mit ihm eine Synchro machen oder mit ihm...
Why only one soul? Is it searchable? I can summon it with Gigantic, but I just don't want to draw multiple, and it's not that important. It's a good card, but it's not important.
Dann kommt noch dein Monster. Von dem? Der Resort.
If they chain Argerine to the Morella, they get to banish it from grave and Chengying on the next chain. Exactly. Yeah, like if they play this properly, they probably win. But I think this is good to see. I think you want stuff like this in a format. I think you want stuff like this in the format where people have opportunities to make mistakes and you can win games because of it. I think that's a good thing.
Das wird die jetzt banishen auch, ne? Ja, okay.
Und alle Karten mit denselben Namen.
Hab ich nicht.
They chain the Argerine to the Karmic Cannon here, but that doesn't really do much, right?
Ja. Der kann nicht flippen, der hat angegriffen.
It's good for them too, because they will know how to use their interruptions for other games. I guess that's another factor. Yes, it's like I think you have more learning experiences or a better learning curve when stuff like this happens versus when in Advanced Construct sometimes it doesn't feel like you're learning much by making, like, at least for me personally, I can speak about it this way. I often lose to people where I see that they make mistakes, but they simply go unpunished in Modern Yu. It definitely happens more often where people are doing like their combo in sloppy ways or whatever, and very often it just comes down to, well, the way they played this right now is weak to that one specific card. Like, I don't know, they ignored Nibiru in their combo or something like that, but because I don't have it, I can't do anything about it. I can't punish it, right? And I do notice this a decent amount in Advanced Constructed. And I want to make one thing clear. I want to make one thing clear. I'm not even advanced format hater. I'm just trying to compare the two formats from my personal experience. I'm still a fan of modern Yu-Gi-Oh in general. I just do think that Genesys does have some pretty distinct advantages over it. Because decks are so oppressive, they can go unpunished. I think this is true. I think with how powerful Yu-Gi-Oh cards are in Advanced Constructed nowadays, they are very effective at closing the skill gap between two players. Like, if your opponent resolves some of these combos, there's just no way they can lose to you, no matter how good or bad you are. You shouldn't have to clarify that, but players on each side get so defensive, it's frustrating. Yeah, I guess that could be one of the reasons why it's so hard to find a middle ground, is because people always think it's like it's one or the other. Like either you love Genesys or you love advanced format. If you say something positive about one of them, it must mean you hate the other. I don't think that's true. I think both of them have their pros and their cons.
Ja, damit die gebannt. Ja, ist okay.
Aber es war, also der aufrichtig hat mich, der hat mir Angst gemacht. Also wirklich, so, ich will aufrichtig, hättest du einfach deinen Mann finden können, angreifen für den Tod. Das wäre so traurig.
Alright, and now we pop off. Now we pop off.
Dann aktiviere ich den auf die da.
Auf die da.
Ja.
Dann würde ich die da aktivieren. Ja.
Die hat auch noch 200 und ganz normal.
Ja, dann würde ich mit 2 aktivieren.
Chain Rollback, Zahl Hälfte.
3 Minuten.
Target Trapaholic auf die.
Are you making Zeus this time? I think I do, but I think this time... I don't remember how I played this turn, but like this time I think... Once again, I didn't see the gigantic line. I think the gigantic line is probably the best thing to do here again. The make a rank 2 gigantic, attack a defense position monster, then go Zeus on the left, and then go gigantic chain Zeus, and then detach from the Zeus to make sure the thing doesn't trigger. That's just something that didn't occur to me at the time. So I should have done that here too, but here what I'm doing essentially is I just I get in such a strong position that them resolving Trishula just doesn't save them anymore. It was my thought process here, because I didn't think of the other thing.
Dann würde ich die aktivieren. Chain.
So I think I end up outing the thing at some point, but at a point where it doesn't matter anymore.
Wie viel Defense hat der große, dieser Lancia? Der Synchro 10.
Der hat 2,7.
Warte, brauche ich eh gleich noch. Aktiviere ich das? Chain. Was mache ich denn?
The Zeus gigantic line is very fine cooking. That is a very, very fine, very, very cool line, yeah. Alright, counter of amount of people who picked up Elemental Burst when they saw it for the first time and read it. 1 out of 1 so far. Hog Champion.
Für den. Dann würde ich in die Battleface gehen. Dann würde ich hier angreifen.
Did you think about playing Typhon? Yeah, Typhon should probably be in the extra deck if you don't find a better use for the points. I didn't really think about... I just... Like I said, it was a little closer for me getting to... Here I do a cool thing. I set the Dynamicious, even though I don't have a discard for it, which might sound stupid, because it's like, oh, why are you setting this when you're going to Zeus it away anyways? I'm doing this because this means it's going to trigger Animal Ocaris to look at the top card of my deck and see if it's a trap card. Because I don't have use for the Dynamicious, I'm basically trading it for the top card of my deck.
Muss der offen zerstört werden?
Nee, der sagt einfach, wenn er auf das Spielfeld verlässt.
Wenn?
Aber man darf halt einfach nur Regel 1 und Local das nicht beschlossen. Also
If this card in its owner control.
Ja, okay, fast perfekt. Auf das da.
Was ist das?
Zerstören, ja.
Wenn er
Kannst du nicht. Da bist du. Ja.
You can tell from my voice that we're getting closer to timeout. Because I'm like, This game, this time I make a, I think this is a good play by me. I'm just ignoring the Lancia for now. I'm not outing it immediately because then I would lose my rollback again. This time I'm just leaving the rollback in the graveyard and I'm just gonna do it on their turn. It doesn't float when face down. I asked them that, and they said it still floats. Hold up, Lancia Ice Barrier. Let me see. I asked them if it floats if it's destroyed face down. Wait, they lied to me! If this face-up Synchro Summon card in its owner's control leaves the field... Wait! I asked that! I mean, they didn't do it on purpose, I don't think. I don't think they did it on purpose. Because they also tried to do it fast because we were getting closer to time. I don't think they knew that. Because, hold up. They reread it even. Yeah, I asked them here. I asked them, does it need to be face-up? And they read it and they said no, it just when it leaves the field.
Ja, okay, fast perfekt. Das da.
Yeah, they just read it wrong. No hard feeling. Yeah. They were speed reading it. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Calm down, guys. Oh, this is one thing I forgot to say it, but apparently I need to say it every time. Please be nice to my opponents. Please be nice to my opponents. Yeah. Look. We were getting closer to time. I didn't want to get to overtime, man.
Muss nicht jedes Mal wischen. Alles gut. Ja. Perfekt. Ja. Perfekt. Meine Falle auf den Grave Blick. Die stehen auf die Hand.
It is less cool that I get a card here with Animal cards because they're about to trish it away anyways. I just copy Dynamishes to discard it. Dude, we're so close to time at this point. It's like 49 minutes or something. And then they scooped. They scooped. Thank God they scooped. Man, I can't take this. The worst part about Paleo is you can have 5 monsters, 5 spell traps, just wipe their field with no cards in hand, and people will still play it out because they don't think you can beat them. It's not my experience, at least. I think, at least at locals, I don't know how it would be at regionals or something like that, but people just give you the win if they see that you're winning. I do the same thing. I do the same thing with people. When I see that they're winning, I just give them the win just before a timeout is called. So, and that's what they did here. Like, it was, yeah. Okay. All right. Round 2. Some people can struggle to see that Paleo has the game locked down. Yeah, and that's fair enough. If it happens, it happens. I mean, it's kind of like the deal you make when you play Paleo at an event. Like, there's always a chance you're going to get a double loss. Like, that can happen. What do you do if both are in a winning position? That is not possible. You cannot be both in a winning position simultaneously. You can be in a situation where it's hard to see who's winning, and so no one is in a winning position. That can happen. And in that case, I think it's completely okay to just take the double loss. I think that means if it's a neutral game state, I think it's completely okay to be like, hey, I don't see that you're winning, you don't see that I'm winning, so at this point it's a double loss. It's okay. I do think that if it's clear or somewhat clear to both players who's winning right now, then I think it's the right thing to do to give your opponent the win. I do that. I don't expect my opponents to do that, but it's just the I think that's the best thing we as a community can do to deal with the time rules. I think if that's what people do, then the time rules are very, very good. If both are thinking that they win, well, if both think that they're winning, then it's a double loss. If you can't agree on who's winning right now, and that's okay. Good hand once again. I mean, double. I have Trap Tantalizing Tune and 2 good discards for it. I'm going second this time, and this time we are up against Clown Crew, as you're gonna see in a second, which is a scary deck because they got hella card advantage. They got hella card advantage. I was about to say upsetting hand. I think it's fine. I mean, I have a dead Elemental Burst in hand, but at least I'm starting the game off with a free rollback in the grave, and there's also more cards about to be drawn. This is the type of hand where if this Trap Tantalizing Tune gets ashed, you just die on the spot because you don't have enough cards to make up for it. So this hand in advanced format, you watch the entire combo and then you scoop instantly if they have ashed. So. Doesn't happen in Genesys format though. Fog Champion. If only Tune sent for cost, it does send for cost. Tantalizing Tune does send for cost. Clowns kind of go crazy in Genesys. I think it's a fine deck for Genesys format. It's not, it's good, but it's not completely insane. They draw some cards. They have some nice card advantage engine going on. I dig it. I think it's cool. It's not, it's strong. Oh, here I have a ruling question actually. If you set a spell trap with this card in the end phase, do you have to reveal it that it's a spell trap or not? I wasn't sure, so I just told them do not reveal it just in case I'm wrong. But I'm not sure if you have to reveal it. I wasn't sure. You don't need to? Okay, good. I told them just don't reveal it just in case. I don't want to get the free knowledge if it's wrong. And I drew Balance of Judgment, which is an interesting one maybe. I thought for a moment about discarding Elemental Burst instead, because maybe there's a world in which they play traps that I can copy with Rollback, but then Rollback is just a better resource in the grave immediately. I do need some good cards here. I'd get Trapaholic. Trapaholic is the best card to get in this instance by far. Trapaholic is insane, because Trapaholic will put the Elemental Burst in the graveyard and get me any trap I want. It's completely nuts here. The Trapaholic. You only have to reveal it if you can only set a specific type, like a normal trap. I might be wrong. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Like I know that there are some cards where you have to show it. Like for example, if you set a normal trap with Lady Labyrinth, you have to show what it is. Right? You have to show that it's a normal trap and which one you're setting. So that's why I wasn't certain. So is it really just if you have to set a specific type of trap, that's why it works? Or that's why you have to show? I'm not entirely sure on the specifics. That's why I was asking. Also, you know what I did? You know what I did? And this is something I do a lot when I play Paleo, if I remember to do it, because my play here is set 5 pass. So what I did was I went battle phase and then main phase 2 because I'm like, why not? Let's see if it triggers them to do anything. And they are popping off because they're afraid of even. Yeah, it's awesome. summoned everything. Okay, in their defense, against Evenly, this is actually the correct thing to do, I believe, because spoilers, they have a Ra Sphere mode in hand. So their plan against Evenly is when I activate Evenly, they chain, I think it's the trap. I don't know if the clown contributes summon in the battle phase, but the trap can from graveyard. So the plan is, if you get Evenly, you chain the trap in the graveyard to tribute your guys for Sphere mode, and then after the Evenly resolves, you get to trigger all their graveyard effects. So it makes sense. You know, just because they fell for the bait doesn't mean it's stupid. The trap can only summon clowns? Oh. Well, they didn't know that, and I also didn't know that, because I think they attempt, later on in the match, they attempt to summon Sphere mode with the trap. So, yeah, that was their thought process, at least. But okay, even if, I mean, the thing is, it still works with the Bianca Viso then. It's the same thing, right? You can, the trap engrave, let me double check, hold up. Clown crew archetype. Clown crew operations. Wait, the clown crew trap is only during the main phase to tribute summons. So that doesn't work. Clown crew Bianca Viso. Also only during the main phase. Okay, none of that happened. None of that can do. I don't know what they were thinking then. Then I don't have an explanation to summon all these. They're both main phase only. Yeah. Yeah, the Evenly would have been good anyways. But I guess they would have kept the spell traps in grave. Like, I don't know, maybe they are one-ofs, maybe they don't want to run out of the resources, maybe that's why. And they have main deck Twin Twisters, dude. That's not fair. Main deck Twin Twisters. Come on, hit my Elemental Burst. They hit my Trap Hall. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Main deck Twin Twister didn't hit my Elemental Burst, but hit the best two. My Needlebug Nest and my Trapaholic, man. Furious, actually. Furious. Well, there's only one thing that's better than one Twin Twister. Second Twin Twister, man. But this time they hit my Elemental Burst. Dude, imagine how pissed I would have been if I said 5 and they go double Twin Twister and they leave me with just Elemental Burst. Dude, I would have been so mad. I would have been ultra mad. Holy. And now I remember specifically when they destroyed Twin Twister with Elemental Burst, they looked at it and they were like, oh. and now it's awkward because now they know that I have a rollback and Elemental Burst engrave, and the more they commit, the more gets destroyed. And so they're looking at me and I'm looking at them and they're like, what now, dude? What now? What are we doing now? And here they do something that is very interesting to talk about, because they pass. They should have flipped back up the clown and attacked me at least, but they forgot to do that. But they passed, and so they're doing something because they're scared of the Elemental Burst. They don't want to commit anymore to the board, so they just pass, which is something that is interesting to talk about. Because if you're not applying, in a situation like this, you have to apply enough pressure to force me to roll back the Elemental Burst. As weird as it might sound, and as unfortunate as it might be, you have to force me to use it, because if you don't use it, this is what happens. So they pass. They say go, and I say in end phase, I'm going to use rollback. And they're like, let me guess, rollback for elemental burst. And I'm like, no, not for elemental burst, because I don't need to. If it's the end phase, I'm not forced to elemental burst. I'll just play for card advantage and I'll do it later. I'll do it later. I don't need to do it now. I'll just go rollback. And I say not for elemental burst. I'll just trap holic my back row, which is a Leoncolia, chain Leoncolia, put the rollback back into the graveyard. They try to bell my Leoncolia, which doesn't work. But then I chain a Paleo, they bell the Paleo, which I'm pretty sure that works. And then I just get rollback back into the graveyard, and I can do it whenever I want. So the rollback resolves here, and I get, dude, do I get Balance of Judgment? That'd be based here. Wait, no, I have Balance in hand, right? You can't bell Paleos? I thought you could. Okay. It's an effect that summons a trap as a monster. Okay, yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay. Well, that's actively bad for me because that would be a completely dead card against my deck then. Yeah, I don't... Is there anything else they can use it on then? Theoretically in my deck? There's nothing, right? Doesn't work on Trap Trick, Rollback, Trapaholic, Rise to Full Height. No, there's nothing. Yeah, Magic Colloidal Soul from the graveyard. Right, yes, that theoretically, yeah. Well, I let them use it because I didn't know it didn't work. Oh yeah, I have balance. Dude, balance would have gone so hard here, but I had it in hand. That's annoying. Yeah, and so here, because they didn't apply enough pressure to force me to roll back the Elemental Burst, I end up in a much better situation. I end up in a much better situation because I could do all that, and I could roll back my my Trapaholic, and now I can just do whatever I want this turn, and I don't actually have to worry about anything. The rollback's back in the grave. All right, Opabinia for Leoncolia. I absolutely love summoning the aggressive Opabinia, man. I love doing that. It feels so wrong and so cool at the same time when you summon an Opabinia in attack mode. I don't know what it is about it, but it's addicting. Sometimes I do it, and then I don't even attack with it because I change my mind later and I don't want to go for Zeus, but I still summon it in attack. I don't know, because I mean, I got Vaboku and shit anyways. Who cares what position it's in? Yeah. Like here, I have a Boku in hand. I think this game actually, I do go for Zeus, but if I changed my mind, then I didn't have to. I actually, you could argue again, I feel like I'm too Zeus-brained with this deck. I feel like I'm too Zeus-brained because what happens, why do I not just set my Balance of Judgment and kill? Because they got 5 monsters on the board right now. That Balance of Judgment is crazy nice. Why do I not just chill and use my Vaboku next turn and then like balance to draw some cards? I could easily do that because now I'm Zeusing. The balance is probably not going to be great again. Yeah, okay, here, yeah. Here they chain. This is not possible. I didn't know this. They didn't know this either. They go for the trap in the graveyard, which only summons Clown Cruise. It only summons Clown Cruise. It doesn't summon Sphere Mode. However, they could have just done this with the... They could have just done it with the Bianca Viso. Because the clown... The clown does this. The main deck monster does this. The trap doesn't do this. So they could have... No, wait, because they forgot to flip it back up, right? It's fine, guys. It's locals. We're all here to learn this kind of stuff. Calm down. These are the most normal things ever when you're playing a physical trading card game, especially at a local level. It's completely fine that stuff like this happens to people. That's why I only play Master Duel. That is such a whack reason to only play Master Duel. I'm sorry, but like, come on, man. Because you could make human mistakes when interacting with other human beings, you don't play a physical card game? Come on, dude. Like, yes, that is one of the advantages of Master Duel, that you can't make illegal plays or it just can't happen, but... It's Genesys Locals. Most people play these decks less than once a month. Yeah, like I mean, like at a very high competitive level, sure, people should absolutely know their decks in and out. Even then, mistakes happen because you don't always know every single ruling or every single stuff that your opponent's deck does. But especially like at Genesys Locals, it's completely fine, dude. And in my defense, I'm playing Paleo. I'm worried about going to overtime. I'm not reading every single one of my opponent's cards. Like I'm just asking them, if I don't know a card, I'm asking what does that do at locals, because I don't care that much to try hard enough, and I don't want to go to overtime with Paleo. So I'm just like, I'm trusting my opponents to tell me what the cards do. And when I play a new deck, I also am often not aware of some of the little things that the cards do, so it's completely okay. No hard feelings, whatever. This is a pretty cool engine in this deck, I feel like. I don't know if I've seen people do this, but the Incantation engine is pretty interesting for Clown Crew. I mean, I guess the main deck ones are kind of bricky. What does this one have to reveal in your hand? A ritual monster or a ritual spell to summon? Does it? I think it's a ritual spell, right? So it's pretty bricky. Or at least it would be if that's the case. Because I know the incantations, like one half of them has to reveal a monster, the other half reveals a spell. Yeah, Talismander as a Garnet. Yeah, I figured. That's not great. Yeah, you want to draw the slime. The slime is good. But yeah, because what's it called? The thing has points. The preparation of rites and other consistency pieces has points. And now we rolled, like, here's the thing. Now, the next turn, now I have the rollback on the Elemental Burst, and now it hits so much harder than last turn, because now they are just out of cards. And they scoop it up. So interesting game one. Interesting game one. And once again, I think this is one of the games that showcases something that I experience a lot in Genesys format, which is gameplay that happens when cards just resolve. There's just not a lot of negation going on. And as a result, games are, to me, interesting. And it opens up room for people to make mistakes. It opens up room for meaningful decisions. This is one of the reasons why I keep saying Yu-Gi-Oh cards should resolve. Whether it's hand traps or floodgates or endboard pieces that negate other cards, I think there should be less of it. I think cards resolving leads to good gameplay. Cards resolving doesn't sound good for Paleo's timer issues. I mean, Paleozoic is not even the greatest example. I thought about not bringing this deck in particular to this Genesys Locals because Paleo itself is not even the greatest example for for a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Like, this deck plays very differently than other decks, and it wouldn't be good in a competitive environment anyways because of the new time rules. It's more about what the opponent's decks are doing in these Genesys locals for me personally. Like, I just feel like the interruptions I'm playing through, the decisions that I make, the decisions that my opponents make, they just feel more interesting and meaningful when there's not as much negation and when there's not an overwhelming amount of interruption. Like, when your deck has freaking 20 interactions for your opponent's 4 cards in hand after they hand trapped you, it just feels like there's so much margin for error. Like, you can make bad decisions and it doesn't matter because you have so many interruptions that who's going to play through that? And you've got so much follow-up that who cares if they break your board? Like, it just, yeah. I think this is not the same in this one. Paleo is so toxic. Have you even... no. Actually, I'm not going to entertain that. I'm not going to entertain that. That's crazy work. He's getting harder to rage bait. I'm working on my mental. But it's also sometimes I just reach this point of, like, first of all, the chance that you actually mean that is incredibly small. And also, if you mean that, then I don't care. I don't care. Even if you mean that, then it's yeah, okay, sure. Congratulations. No, dude, not the anonymous gift to Kill Ronin. How many months have Kill Ronin? Dude, guys, okay. Look, I just clicked the name of this account called Kill Ronin just out of raw curiosity. They've been subscribed to this channel for 20 months. What are we doing here? 20 months. That's more than a lot of you guys. Well, there's a lot of you guys who are subscribed for longer than that, but come on, 20 times you've made this joke. They got 0 messages in this chat, 0 anything. They don't even know I exist, probably. They got 20 subs to this channel, bro. They've never been here. They made me go first. I'm not entirely sure why, but they made me go first. And I opened Heavenly Prison set 4. Okay, we have a problem here, which is that I opened Heavenly Prison and 4 set, and they said 2 and passed, and I can't really do anything. I can't really do anything because all my traps are reactive, pretty much. I have a Trapaholic, but I don't just want to pop a trap for no reason. So, and I can't, while Heavenly Prison is here, I cannot activate Trapaholic on... well, I can activate it, but it wouldn't do anything. So I kind of have to wait for them to do something. Dude, Hecka Hands freaking got us, man. Hecka Hands freaking got us. Okay, so they had Twin Twister, which was the reason why I kept the Heavenly Prison in the deck. But they just waited until the next turn. So I tried to reactivate Heavenly Prison, and then they chained Twin Twister now, which was smart. They hit not the Trapaholic, so I just chained the Trapaholic on one of the cards because the Heavenly Prison is not revealed yet. I mean, technically, I could also just chain the Baboku, so it would be face up. And this does get me into my engine now, a little bit.
Chain zum Special.
And here they tried to chain block my Paleo with a normal trap card. Which I'm not gonna fall for as a Paleo old head, because I can just chain the Paleo to their trap. Your tricks don't work on me.
Das ist hier during the main phase. End of main. Battle phase?
Alright, I'm activating Dynamicious here to chain the Morella to it. And I also chain Rollback Trapaholic onto the Dynamicious, which works even under Heavenly Prison, because Heavenly Prison only protects set cards, and the Dynamicious is face up right now, so I can destroy it with the Trapaholic to set any trap I want from the deck, which is probably another Morella or Leoncolia to get Rollback back into rotation. Can you explain the interaction? Why can you still summon the Paleo when they chain blocked it? Because Paleos can be chained to any trap, even your opponents. So I activated a trap, they chained the trap, and I just chained the Paleo to their trap card. If they had chained a quick play spell, for example, that would have worked. If they chain blocked with any quick play spell, I couldn't have brought back the Paleo, but yeah. This is one of the, if you ever go back in a retro format and you play a Paleo mirror, this is one of the most interesting dynamics in the mirror match, is that when you activate a trap, you can't bring back your Paleos, but they can bring back theirs. So every Paleo in the graveyard is an automatic chain block for your opponent's trap cards. So whenever, in a Paleo mirror, whenever you activate a trap, your opponent brings back a Paleo usually, and when they activate a trap, you bring back a Paleo usually, which is a very interesting dynamic. It's a nightmare. It's not a nightmare, it's just difficult to play. it's just hard, which a lot of people don't want, but it's just difficult. It's good Yu-Gi-Oh because you have to think about it.
Die war ja offen. Die sagt nur Setkarten können nicht zerstören. Deswegen habe ich die erst aktiviert und dann gechaint. Dann aktiviere ich die. Auf die.
Did that mean that the person with the highest number of Paleos in the grave is in a better spot? It's not about the number of Paleos, really. Sometimes it can be, but it's more about who gets the first Paleo into the grave. And there is a couple of tricks how you can manage it. But the raw number of Paleos doesn't really matter that much. The main thing is you want to use trap cards when you can out the Paleos that they bring back on your turn, basically. You don't want to do it on their turn to interrupt them. Like, because if you interrupt them with a trap card, they just bring back more Paleos, and that's not great for you. All right, we make daddy. Oops. We make daddy. And we pop the thingy. And they tried to pass again. So I activate Vaboku in end phase. I trigger the thing, I get a trap, it's just a rollback, and then I bring out the Heavenly Prison because I'm trying to go for game next turn, so I set a trap trick. Could have even chained trap, transaction rollback on Trapaholic. Okay, and what's about to happen is simultaneously very cool, but as I just found out, also illegal from their side. Because I try to go battle phase. And they banish the trap in the graveyard, attempting to summon Sphere mode, because I have 3 monsters on the field now. And I I didn't know that you can't do that with the trap card. So what I do is I read the fact that they have sphere mode in hand, and I go Animalocaris, destroy my own Lord of the Heavenly Prison to go from 3 monsters to 2 to make it impossible to summon the sphere mode, which at the time I thought was a very cool way to play around the sphere mode, which the trap can only summon Clown Crew monsters. So they couldn't even have activated it here because they cannot possibly summon a Clown Crew. It's okay. Still a cool play from my side, I suppose. I didn't know that they couldn't do that. Oh, I forgot to banish a Leoncolia, I think. For the trap trick? Oh no, I haven't used trap. Have I used trap trick? Yeah, I did. Oh yeah, here I just go for 2 monsters because I know they have what's it called? I know they have the sphere mode, so I don't bring back a Paleo. Use Animalocaris, get a Needlebug Nest. Turn it into a Zeus. And only 2 monsters on the field, so they can't sphere mode. So this game is Giga over. If Paleo got really good support that made it a meta contender, but it still took forever to end games, would you risk it to tournaments? At really big tournaments, probably not. Regionals, absolutely. But everything above regional, like YCS or whatever level, I would be way too concerned about getting a bunch of double losses because they're also so bad for your tiebreakers. So I don't know. Yeah. It's very scary to play a deck like this. I could see myself accepting the challenge and trying to make it work for like a tournament in which I didn't care that much because I'm not going for worlds points. Let's say, for example, with no recent context or whatever, YCS Bologna, after they release tunes, if I'm not going for worlds points, maybe I'll play a meme deck, or I'll just focus on Genesys. I don't know, but something like that, I could see myself doing that. If I ever wanted to play, basically, if I ever want to play a YCS for content and not for doing as best as I can, then maybe. Do you think they will pre-hit tune in some shape or form? Probably not, but if they ban the counter trap, I would be forever grateful. That would be amazing. Oh yeah. This game is over. And I think Clown Crew, I noticed this with Paleo. There's a couple of matchups in the format that are actually pretty good for Paleo because the decks don't make the most amount, they don't do the most amount of pressure on you. And if you got some time to set up and you're not getting like ashed on your Trap Tantalizing tune and stuff like that, it can work pretty well. And that's the game. Didn't you play Bologna for content and won it? First of all, that wasn't 2019. It wasn't that long ago. That was 2024? 2023. Yeah. Not really for content. I don't know. I just chose the deck. I guess it's for content a little bit, but I just chose the deck that I liked the most in a format where I didn't love many decks. Yeah. What do you use to record your locals POVs? A GoPro 12, I want to say. Yeah, 2012. GoPro 12. Do you strap it to your head? Yeah, it looks... Hold up, I have it here. If you ever imagine what it looks like to play against me at locals, it looks like this. It's awesome. This is me when I'm playing locals. This is what it looks like. It took a while to get used to it, but it's fine. I got used to it. Why not get the meta glasses? I don't know. It's just the first thing that came to mind when I wanted to record it, so I bought it, and it's working fine. So why would I buy another thing? It's okay. Top 3 Josh skins. Okay. Okay. Do you know if the reflection can show your hand? I mean, I always technically, my phone is on the table and the video does play on the phone. So if my opponents really wanted to, I guess they could try to see my hand on the phone. It's just locals. No one does that. It's not that deep. Bro, I'm just playing locals with a camera. No one cares enough. Right? Resolving mind scan for the opponent. Yeah, in tune format, it doesn't even matter. In tune format or against cool tune, it's fine. I can just give them my phone and they can look at it. Okay, my issue right now is that we've only watched 2 rounds so far, and there's technically 2 more, but we are also getting closer to having Peeps on the stream in about 18 minutes is when I said we were going to do a little discussion on Genesys format with Peeps. So I don't think we have enough time to go over every single round. What I can do is we can either watch the last 2 games another day, or I can give you a quick rundown of what happens, and then I can upload them like on the Plus channel or somewhere as a full. You can just watch it. It would be without commentary, but I can just give you a rundown of what's happening. I don't know. I guess it is a little fitting that we're going to overtime with the Paleo replays. Maybe that's on brand for the Paleo deck, but yeah. It's fine. Anyways, I guess as a little bit of a preparation for the talk with Peeps, we can talk a little bit about it. Will you go over the points list with Peeps or by yourself? Oh, wait, we haven't looked at the points list yet. I forgot about that. Oh, wait, I did want to take a look at that. Can we make that happen? We've got 15 minutes. Did you see it? No, I haven't seen it yet. Okay, let's speedrun the points list. Post Genesys Championships August points update. All right, now let's take a look at this. What am I expecting? Blitz click hits, most important. Most important thing is blitz click hits. What else would I like? I think Tellar and Blitz, I think, are probably the two most powerful decks in the format right now. In terms of non-engine, I think the format is in a fine place, but let's take a look. Reminder, beginning this season, Genesys is expanding to regional qualifiers as well. You will need an invite to compete in the next year's Genesys Championship. So check out the locations on the website here. Don't forget, the new winners packs get awarded to top finishers at Genesys Regionals, so it's another chance to get your hands on the latest prizes. These point changes will take effect on Monday and are based on results from the Genesys Championships held at our recent WCQs. Let's start with some of the overall takeaways and trends from the WCQs. Between NA and Europe, there were no severe play rate outliers among individual strategies. The only strategy used by more than 10% of players was Blitzclick with around 13%. Now, this is something that I also noticed when I played Genesys, is like they do put a lot of emphasis on overall, on overall representation rather than just how well the decks are doing. Because of course, 13% Blitzclick doesn't seem like that much, but when you look at the top 8, you can see that 13% representation for Blitzclick translated super well into the top cut. 7 out of 8 decks in top cut are Blitzclick, which is a lot more than 13%. That is an insane conversion rate for a deck that was only played at 13%. And that is a very good indicator, in my opinion, especially if you compare the play rate to the success rate that the deck is powerful. Very, very powerful, right? So, yeah. Although Fairy Tail was close. Fairy Tail also a very popular deck in Genesys, yes. Furthermore, no individual card was used by 50% or more of all players. This is something that we're going to talk about with Peeps in a moment. Because I've made myself some bullet points for the discussion with Peeps. One of the main selling points, in my opinion, for Genesys is that you're going to have a very, very different opinion, for a very different experience compared to advanced format in terms of the non-engine that you play against. In TCG, if we had these numbers for TCG right now, I'm pretty sure we would have multiple, maybe 5 or more cards that easily hit more than 50%, but they hit like 80 to 90%. We're going to take a look. I actually went through the deck lists and we're going to go through those numbers later for Advanced Constructed and Genesys in terms of the topping decks, in terms of the representation. But I'll just spoiler one thing. I already said it earlier. Drolin Lockbird was in 100% of the top 8 decks in both NA and Europe. Out of those 16 top 8 decks from those two events, it was 100% Drolin Lockbird. And I'm pretty sure Drolin Lockbird's usage rate is probably 80 to 90%, if not more, in Advanced Constructed. The same is true for Ash Blossom. The same is true for Mulcharmies and stuff like that. And Called by the Grave. There's a lot of cards that have this sort of level of representation. And you do not have the same problem in Genesys. Oh my god, I didn't even know that. Oh, you're gonna have fun. I have the numbers for you. We can go over them in a second. I went over multiple cards and just in general a couple of concepts. Like I compared a couple of hand traps, couple of board breakers. I compared the number of floodgates. I compared the number of solemns and counter traps that people are siding for going first. Like we have a lot of stuff to talk about in a second between those two formats, because I'm kind of tired of people just comparing the formats based on like basically no evidence. People just say shit and they don't have evidence to back it up. And I went and grabbed some numbers on like, oh, this feels too much like advanced format and stuff like that. So yeah. Where can I find it? You can find it on this channel in about 12 minutes when we talk about it with Peeps, because I have it written down on my PC. That's where it is right now. You can get it here on this very channel in a little bit. Yeah. Otherwise, you have to collect the data yourself. The data is out there. The deck lists are all public for these tournaments. Anyways, We are not speedrunning this article right now. DD Crow did sneak just over 50% in North America, but was pulled back to the other side by Europe. So the most played card in Genesys format is freaking DD Crow. DD Crow is the most played individual Genesys card with just over 50% in NA, but less than 50% in Europe. So, yeah. The overall most popular strategy globally was Blitzkrieg, which swept the weekend's events. In Europe, the second most popular strategy was Melfi. Don't worry about Melfi, dude. That deck's not great. I thought it was good. It's not. While in North America, it was summoning Therion King Regulus. However, when you put the numbers together from both events, Fairy Tail comes out as the overall second most popular strategy. Melfi ended up with no top finishes anywhere. But one of the Regulus decks teaming it with Doomsday made top 8 in Europe. Fairy Tail made top 32 on every continent and was the winner of the South American Championship. The Central American Championship was won by Terror Knights using Rongo, which you put at 68 points, and now you're correcting that mistake. Okay, good start. Having finally won a championship, Rongo can now peacefully retire. Okay, dude, I don't know why we had to wait for a card like Rongo to win a tournament before we did this, but sure, I guess. Fine. Finally goes to 100. Congratulations. You've done the obvious thing that was necessary a year ago. A big question was, which obstructive thunder monster ends up being the monster of choice for Blitzkrieg? Okay, this was a question for precisely nobody, because spoilers, Blitzkrieg is incredibly strong even if it doesn't play any other thunder monsters. In my opinion, I don't think this was a very important question. I was not on the edge of my seat wondering which thunder monster is Blitzkrieg gonna play. That doesn't really impact it at all. I mean, they did play these cards because they were 0 points, but it wasn't like the big thing. The data shows Thunderclap Monk to be the heavy favorite with a small side of Lightning Rod Lord. The next question is, do you play 1 or 3 monks? A question that the winner answered with a emphatic 3. So here are the Blitzkrieg point changes for now. Whisker from 0 to 6. Breakaway from 0 to 2. Thunderclap Monk from 0 to 9. Lightning Rod Lord 0 to 1. I will say it's good that they're giving Blitzkrieg points. This is not the right way to do it. The fact that Thunderclap Monk out of all cards gets the most points is kind of outrageous, because these cards are not important to the strength of Blitzkrieg. They play them because they are 0 points, but the reason why Blitzkrieg is good is because the engine is incredibly strong, and with this, you can still play every single Blitzkrieg card at 3, and you still have points left over. So I don't think this is enough for Blitzkrieg. It's a meaningful hit still, and I'm happy they're doing that. I don't think it's enough personally. I disagree with you, but we can talk about that. Yeah, we can talk about that in a second, Peeps. But I mean, it's still good. I'm not saying this makes me mad or anything like that. I just feel like I would have put more points on Whisker. Now Blitz cannot play both Charmies. Yeah, it's meaningful. You want to play 3 Whisker and you want to play 3 Breakaway, so that is 24 points added to the deck, which is a lot. That's a playset of Charmies, basically, that you have to take out of your deck to make that work now, which is good. I don't know how much the full engine for Blitzkrieg now is, like, what, 63? Yeah, 63, and that doesn't even factor in any Foolish Burial Goods, which is fine, I guess. Yeah, on the one hand, I don't even have that much of an issue with Blitzkrieg per se. I just feel like when I see numbers like this, 7 out of 8, when I see 7 out of 8 Blitzkrieg, I'm not thinking, oh, an increase of 24 points to the core engine is going to do the job. I feel like that warrants a little bit more. I feel like a Whisker to 10, and maybe a Breakaway to 4, I would have been completely happy with, but that doesn't make the biggest difference. But okay. Isn't Blitz very healthy though? Blitz is healthy, and that's why I'm specifically suggesting changes. I'm okay with them being able to play all the Blitzkrieg cards at 3. I just feel like the points you should have left after you do that should be a little less. But it's okay overall. I'm not upset about Blitzkrieg being a driving force in the format. I think it's alright. Blitz has another hit later. Oh, okay, maybe that changes my mind then. Fairy Tail. Those points are being redistributed amongst other key cards. Genia and Regulus are also being monitored, but we'll get a better look at them when Beyond the Brave launches. Yeah, Fairy 10. Bro, 10 is like nothing. I mean, this brings Fairy Tale onto the menu for other decks, 100%. This is something that other decks can work with. 10 points is crazy for Fairy Tale Snow. Realistically, Fairy Tale just wasn't playing Snow, right? Like, Fairy Tale was just not playing Snow because it was so expensive. And in that sense, I think that's good. And as well as getting some points on the Fairy Tale engine is absolutely warranted, because if they only made Snow cheaper, that would straight up just be a buff. So, yeah, this is the fine. I mean, what are we doing here? Match Gyro is usually, I would say, I mean, Ball and Match Gyro are probably both 3-ofs while they were 0 points. Now that they are 5/10, you probably have the option to cut them down a little bit. Which is fine, I guess. And then Wiccat from 0 to 10. Wiccat is the extra deck one, right? The XYZ, where you probably don't play 3 copies of that anyways. So you have to cut some of them, and then you're probably still fine. This does leave Fairy Tale viable, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Okay. Snow to 10 is interesting, though. For some other decks, maybe. Doomsday is the most popular of the Regulus decks, but certainly not the only one. The general ability to make easy rank 4s and skirt the cost of Medius will also be lessened, but more about that later. Theory on the 30... Yeah, Regulus. I wouldn't... Look, any card that says negate anything, in my opinion, put points on that shit. I'm happy. I'm happy that this is getting more points. I think 33, this card for a searchable Omni Negate, I think 33 is still pretty cheap. Unironically, I think 33 for a searchable Omni Negate is pretty good. So, yeah. Killer Knights had an extremely good couple of months and were still very impactful after getting their initial points on the Battles of Legends cards. Okay, Lyran to 5, Batlamus to 1, Ptolemy Omega 7 to 5, Bonds to 3, Killer Knights to 1, Vimana to 10. I am not enough of a Teller Knight expert to tell you if this is sufficient. It seems pretty... It seems like those are big hits, but I do think Teller Knights is one of the more outrageous decks in Genesis format. Like, it's funny because Blitzclick is the one deck that's like winning, but I would play against like 5 Blitzclicks in a row before I would like to face one Teller Knight deck, I think, especially when I'm going second. So I'm happy with harsher hits to Teller Knights. Personally. They did already have some points. Yeah, they did already have some points, so this matters a lot. Yeah. The hype for Melfi was quite strong and it saw a lot of play, but not a lot of success. An unfortunate and costly stumble out of the gate, but the deck still has plenty of cap space for powerful non-engine cards. Okay, they're putting some points on Melfi. That's fine. I mean, the deck is not that good, I don't think. But honestly, they could have left it at 0, I think. But the thing about Melfi is that there's 2 things that are holding it back. Number 1 is Blitzclick. Number 2 is cards like Darkhold and Interrupted Kaiju Slumber. So basically, if the format ever changes in a direction where those cards or that deck is not popular anymore, Melfi is going to be a really good deck. So if especially that they're hitting Blitzclick here, I think it makes sense to give Melfi a couple of points, even if it wasn't performing, because this is a deck that could always start performing at some point if the environment is right for it, I think. Melfi's bad. Melfi's not bad per se. Melfi is just bad into what's currently being played in Genesis. So if they ever change the landscape and the format changes, then Melfi could be very good. The popularity of Sacred Beasts was one of the biggest surprises. Really? Those cards read custom. There were a lot of players on the floor looking for Starlight Rare Sacred Beasts, and they were delivering strong finishes and awesome duels all over the place. Card of the Soul has been waiting for a good deck that runs 4,000 monsters for ages, but is also a card you have to be careful with because any deck that inflicts incidental damage can render it unusable. Hamon going to 2, Raviel going to 2, Martyr going to from 2 to 3, Thunderclap going from 2 to 3, Nerva going from 5 to 6. That's a good generic hit. I think that card should probably have more, like 10. Gustav Max going to 10 is also very good. How is a card like that 0? That's crazy. Small hits to Sacred Beasts. Very small hits, I think. They could have gone harder on it, but it is... The thing is, all of these cards are usually 3-ofs. I mean, these 2 have to be, by nature. They have to be 3-ofs, otherwise they don't make sense. The Hamon is one of the best starters, and Rabiel searches Hamon as well. So you really want to play all these cards at 3. So this adds a total of 18 points to Sacred Beast as an engine, which I think is fine. I think that's okay. Crystron's currently the Synchro combo deck of choice. The main flavor of Crystron going around right now is Elf Note Crystron. That sounds awesome, dude. That sounds like people I would definitely spend time with in my free time. But the BES version had a promising start. Currently, the BES version is only being used by a couple players per event. Sylphefnir to 2, Tristros to 2, Elfnotinia to 3, Lucina to 1. Okay, sure. The Clown Crew's antics have steadily increased. Clown Crew Flare going to 5. More hits on Clown Crew. 1 in top 32 here. None here? Okay, interesting. Why? Why are we hitting Clown Crew even harder? That deck was already fine, I think. Okay. Now let's take a look at some increases and decreases on some general use cards. We have to hurry a little bit because otherwise, I mean, Peeps is already in chat, so just give me 5 more minutes, Peeps. Despite having its global usage rate dragged just below the 50% mark, Crow is the most played card in the entire format. It's always been a deceptive card because it reads like it does nothing, but if you've ever played with it, you know that's not true. A newer card with an over 40% use rate is Pear Bear Scare. This particular card is fascinating because the more people play it, the worse it gets. This is true. This is a very interesting social experiment kind of card. So as a 0-point card that anyone can use, it's at its lowest effectiveness. Were it to gain points, it becomes more likely to resolve its destruction effect since players will start cutting it to save points. We're going to monitor the ebb and flow of this card usage for a couple more big events before deciding on what to do with it. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Also, Pear Bear Scare is just removal. I'm okay with people playing that card. I think that's all right. DD Crow from 1 to 2. I think that's fair enough. You're the most popular card in the format, being going from 1 to 2 points, I think is fair enough. I think that's okay. I can understand it. Oh, let's go. 7th Tachyon finally. The addition of Tellarknights and Blitzkrieg into the format in consecutive sets massively spiked the usage of 7th Tachyon. Going from about 1 in every 11 players using it to almost 1 in 3. 1 in 3 is crazy for a specific searcher like that. Is more than enough to warrant a point hike. Similarly, a Hero Lives has become a crucial card in various Regulus decks and other decks looking to spam rank 4s to find Medius. There's also been a jump in players using the Archfiend arsenal thanks to the flexibility of Royal Archfiend and Archfiend Usurpation. So we're pointing all of like semi-generic searchers / special summons. Okay, I can get behind it. I mean, I still don't know. Oh, okay. This is an interesting topic because they're reducing. I'm seeing they reduce a lot of generic cards down here, a lot of generic consistency cards, which is something that I have been wanting for a while. Like, I think, of course, a card like Reinforcement of the Army, I think is a powerful enough card. I think is a powerful enough card to warrant having some points in Genesys format. However, I disagree with these cards being so high in points that they are basically unusable. I think the ideal way these cards work is they cannot be 0. And the reason why they cannot be 0 is because then every deck can play them for free. Even the more powerful decks become way more consistent. The ideal range for these kind of cards, I think, is relatively low so that a quote-unquote weak deck with small points on the engine can afford to play Reinforcement of the Army. But a very powerful warrior deck cannot afford it, right? And I still think for some of these, I think 18 for Rhoda is still too much. I think something between 5 and 10 is where it's at. I think if you want to play a playset of Reinforcement of the Army, let's say 10 points each, that's 30 points. That's a lot. 30 points is a lot for Reinforcement of the Armies. And I think that's fine. I think 10 points for some consistency card is okay. I think 18 is outrageous. 18 is way too much. I think people are still not going to play most of these cards. Tenki is now playable for 11. Tenki is fine. I just don't understand the logic, right? Like beforehand, Tenki was 35, Rhoda was 33. So Tenki was more expensive than Rhoda for whatever reason. And now Tenki drops 7 points below Rhoda. Why? Why does Tenki drop 7 points below Rhoda all of a sudden? I don't know. But in general, I like the direction here. I like the direction. They've been slowly but surely reducing the non-engine points on consistency cards. I think consistency is good. They should hit the ceiling of decks by pointing the decks that do unfair stuff directly and have consistency be not free, but cheap, is my take on this. So I like that. Okay, what else do we have? Next up are some reductions and rearrangements for low popular decks and decks whose cards are being used by non-themed decks. For example, Shaddoll players have solemnly sworn to us that they are willing to never fusion summon El Shaddoll Winda ever again in return for getting back points on their other cards. That's fair enough. That's a good exchange. I like that. Okay, what do we have? Phantom Knights reducing in points. They haven't really done anything. Break Swords gains 1 point. Fair enough. Borea Storm. Okay, Sword Soul Emergence. Where did this start out again? Can someone remind me where Sword Soul Emergence started? Wasn't like 33 or some shit? Just give it 0, man. Just admit that you're wrong. Just admit that you were wrong in thinking that Sword Soul was going to be a crazy deck in Genesys format, man. This card started out at 33 and it's now at 2. It can be 0, dude. Let him have something. Dragonic Diagram, 10 to 5. Tour Guide to 0. Garunix to 3, sure. Ponix and Kirin even lower. All right, Fire King is actually... I think Fire King, here's a hot take. Fire King has no problems in Genesys format. That deck is good. That deck is good. Literally, I don't know why people are not playing Fire King, but that deck, you can absolutely make it work. Absolutely, you can make it work. But it's getting even cheaper, so now you have even more reason to play it. Goblin Biker Big Gabonga down to 10. Grand Entrance down to 15. Officiator of Doom Samuel going from 10 to 0. I have never seen this guy in my life. I don't know what that means. Thunder Crash Snarecrow going from 10 to 0. Yep, that's where it should have been. Purely Happy Memory going from 0 to 2. Per Lily going from 7 to 5. Okay, small switch up here. Winda going to 100. Yeah, thank God. App Cologne down to 1. Lev Shaddoll down to 3. Shaddoll Fusion up to 3 though. Schism down to 1. Pot of Desires down to 10. That's a good card. And Raigeki from 4 to 2. And that's it for this update. Okay. You know what? You can argue about some of the individual decisions being made here. Like, is it enough for the Blitz click? Do you like Snow down to 10? Overall, I gotta say, this feels appropriate. I think this is good. I think everything is moving in the right direction. We're pointing cards that need to have some points. We're hitting stuff appropriately. We're making some interesting stuff cheaper. Where am I? Dragon Ruler. We need more Dragon Ruler reductions. Hello? Can I get more Dragon Ruler reductions, please? No, it's a good update, I think. It's a good update. I vibe with it. I like it. And from what I've experienced in Genesys format, it seems very appropriate. So, W. All right, let's discuss about the current state of Genesys format a little bit with Mr. Genesys himself, Peeps yugioh. Let's do that, shall we? Let me set this up. Discord. Hello.
Oh, hello, gamer. How are you?
I am good. How are you? How early is it for you?
It's like 10 a.m. normal time.
Alright, it's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah. What time is it? Are we like 5 or 6 hours apart? I can't remember.
It is 4 p.m. right now, so
Okay,
it should be
yeah.
6 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
My
that full-time
state is-
content creator Peeps yugioh?
I know, dude. I know. Oh man, that's that's an interesting development. Turns out when you hate your job enough, it makes you do some pretty risky things.
Okay.
But yeah, yeah, man, this is super fun. I'm super happy to jump on and talk about this because even when Genesys started, I knew I was going to enjoy the format, but I didn't think it was going to be like a full pivot for me. But after playing it for so long, it's just, dude, it's so fun. I just love this format so much.
Have you full pivoted or do you still follow Advanced Constructed?
I still follow Advanced Constructed. I still play it, of course, because the job that I'm currently in for the time being requires a lot of work hours throughout the week. I don't have a lot of time to like play advanced and master duel as much as I would like to, but that's gonna change soon.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how long you've been around, since it's 10 a.m. right now for you, so you probably haven't watched the entire stream. But basically, we've been going over my locals footage that I did go to with Paleo this week, and just in general, I wanted to bring up some of the pros and cons maybe of Genesys format, or at least a lot of the things that people are saying about Genesys, and maybe challenge you on that a little bit. Because I am caught a little bit in the middle, because I do see some of the criticism, and for some of it I think it's fair enough, and for some of it I think it isn't, and I do enjoy Genesys whenever I play it, but I find it hard to, some of the stuff that people say I think is valid, but I think I still wanted to discuss it and just see, what are the things that people are saying for and against Genesys format, which of that is valid and which of that isn't, and then maybe reach like some sort of conclusion on that kind of stuff. And also, like I said earlier, I have compiled some data to compare Advanced and Genesys, because of course one of the things that people are saying is it's not different enough from Genesys, from Advanced constructed gameplay, which I personally think is not true, and I want to talk about why that is.
Yeah, definitely. Even though, like, I don't know, this is something that I do my best to really communicate whenever I talk about how much I like this format, is that there are really salient criticisms of Genesys that I think do need to be taken into account, and I do think need to be resolved by the people in charge of it. But my big argument is that those criticisms are still not enough to warrant you not playing the format, even though those criticisms do exist. Like, I don't think those criticisms are a detriment to the overall health and gameplay of the format,
right?
As much as some people say that they are. But I'm sure, you're going to bring those up when we get there. So we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I mean, because this is one of the things I guess I wanted to get out there before we even get into the details, but I do feel like, and I wonder if you feel the same way about it, I feel like people hold Genesys to a very
incredibly high standard.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is something that bothers me, because it's like, on the one hand, I get it. It's like if they present it as this kind of like new way to play the game, you kind of want it to be, well, good and convincing. At the same time, it's like sometimes it feels like people expect this thing to be literally perfect right out of the gate, and I don't know if they're ever going to be happy with what it could ever be.
If I could try and figure out where that comes from via empathy, I think a lot of people have wanted an alternate way to play Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time, to play modern Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time, right? Like, the alternate versions of Yu-Gi-Oh have been retro formats or games that aren't Yu-Gi-Oh, like Speed Duel, So people have really wanted, like, to use like a smog on Pokemon term, like Yu-Gi-Oh, like underused or rarely used Yu-Gi-Oh, but Genesys comes out, and then there is this fundamental rule change that makes it so it's still different than Yu-Gi-Oh. You can't play Link Monsters, can't play Pendulums. And it's just, people have wanted something that makes Yu-Gi-Oh whatever they want it to be, and Genesys isn't exactly that, so it gets held to a high standard. And I do, like, I absolutely empathize with that, because when you have a favorite pet deck, perfect example is Valmonica, a place for Valmonica to see play. And Genesys comes out, which could have been that, but it isn't. That makes people very frustrated, and then people get. I do empathize with that. I disagree. I still think people should try it, but it's definitely still held to that very high standard.
Yeah, because what I'm thinking about when you mention these points is, like, I think it is this place for everyone who has a pet deck that isn't specifically Pendulum or Link related.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's something that, to me, it comes down to how do I phrase this? I feel like they promised Genesys to be something that it isn't. What they gave us is still something that's really fun, but they said it was something else, basically, is what I'm trying to say. because in the beginning they made it sound like it was gonna play like retro Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I mean, the
definitely.
memed phrase of like friggin' yesterday's gameplay with today's cards is not what it is, right?
Mhm.
Like this
Mhm.
is it is very much to me. If I had to explain someone what Genesys is, this is what modern Yu-Gi-Oh would look like if they balanced it properly. Like if they never
Yeah.
made mechanics that shouldn't have been made, maybe at the power level that they are, or stuff like that, or if the combo decks didn't make the overwhelming amount of like negates and stuff like that, or interactions. Like this to me, a lot of the times when I play Genesys, I feel like this is what modern Yu-Gi-Oh could be
Yeah.
if they balanced it better.
Yep.
And to me, this is something that had they advertised it as such, I think it would have been received a lot better. On the other hand, I do also understand why they don't advertise it as such, because that makes the advanced constructed format look pretty bad. Like they can't just say, oh, here's a format that's just, we solve all the problems that advanced format has. But
Here's
we're
a
not going
format
to
where we
solve them in
listen to the
advanced format. You get what I'm
complaints that you all
saying? Like, I feel like that's what it wants to be, but they can't say that it wants to be that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I 100%, you know, and there was a time where after the NAGC or after Minneapolis, when Joseph, Doug, and I were out at the bar, we were,
Yeah.
I don't know if you
remember
saw
that.
this, but we were making all the stupid memes
Well,
about.
what do you mean if I saw this? Everyone saw it. It was everywhere.
Dude, it was the best. Oh, we were in stitches, man, just crying over our food, laughing. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
But like I do respect them for making that phrase, because like you know, using that quote, because it is good advertising if it's something that you can achieve.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that they are fully moving away from trying to achieve it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they still want these modern decks to be playable.
Yeah.
The modern decks had never really have a chance to shine in advanced, and I think that is a great goal for them to have. And I think they are still trying to emulate older gameplay styles being playable in the format. I think a big, like just with the new points up change, the new points update, a big philosophy change that they showed in this is that they're willing to change their mind on consistency cards, right?
Yeah.
Like all those consistency spells went down, and I think that was like a big criticism I had, is that you shouldn't hit consistency cards this much, because the stronger engines are going to be newer decks.
Yes.
Because a lot of new engine cards are, you know, they supplement consistency just in a bunch of different tools. Like a lot of monsters will search different cards and stuff like that, where older decks don't have that. So if you hit consistency spells that are generic, the only decks you're hitting are older decks, right? Obviously there's probably nuance to that, and
yeah, obviously, but it's one of the things that
yeah.
I said every single time as well.
Yes.
Like, I don't understand why a card like Reinforcement of the Army is 33 freaking points, making it basically unplayable, when all that card does is add consistency to your deck. And so what they should worry about is, what is it that you can consistently do? And if there's like an older warrior archetype, an older warrior deck that doesn't do anything crazy, why shouldn't it have access to 3 copies of that
100%.
card? And so these cards, they can never be free, I don't think, because then even the modern decks can just use it for free. But they need to be like less. They need to be for me, we just talked about this when we talked about the update. I think 10 is like a sweet spot, maybe.
Sure.
Where it feels like a very old, let's just say a weak deck that has like no points on its engine can easily play like 3 Rhodas and still have some point for non-engine. But like a meta archetype where the engine will cost you 70, 80, or even more points, they just can't play Rhoda. And I think that is the sweet spot for these cards, and we're getting closer to that. I mean, someone like Rhoda is already down to 18. Something like Emergency Teleport, which is obviously a better card than just searching, is like 25 still. But like for some of these, they are starting to get to a point where they will be playable eventually.
Yeah, and this is where we get back to Genesys being held to the extremely high standard that it is by the community, right? Because they are ironing a lot of this stuff out, because a lot of this, like developing a living format is super challenging to make sure that things stay balanced in a way that you're trying to achieve your goals. And now that we're having like big events, they're able to actually implement philosophy changes in their points list. And this is something I had been saying at the start of this, is like, yeah, I know, you might have umbrage with things in the format right now, but this format's like less than a year old. Like, look, can we give it some time? Can we give them but I do still empathize with a lot of the frustrations that people had, but I think this right here is a perfect example of, now that this format is really breaking in its shoes, they're able to make these more sweeping philosophy changes that will align themselves closer to the goals that they have.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's a very good point, because this specific section here is the one that helps rogue decks the most.
Yep.
This is something that if they keep doing this, I would argue they need to do a little bit more of it, but if they keep doing stuff like this is something where freaking terraforming for 10 points, that old decks with a field spell, they're going to have a great time with that. And newer decks still won't be able to afford 10 points for a terraforming, because as much as you can say, as much as you can make fun of for the new decks being the best decks in the format, they have points. They do point them. They might not point them enough right from the get-go, and we'll talk about that in a second as well. But the new stuff does have points.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure. I mean, I still feel like it's a little bit of a, because when they said this is the very first Genesys article when they introduced it, and they were saying things like what's it, the whole thing of duelists who've always had a favorite deck and want their favorite deck to be a little more competitive. This is stuff that it does achieve, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
And I feel like people are not genuine when they say this isn't the case, because I don't know how you feel about this, but I know you are tinkering with, basically, you never play meta decks.
Never.
And it's the way I experience this format is I can actually play decks that I just enjoy. Like I've been playing and winning. Well, it wasn't big tournaments, but I've been doing well at stuff like locals I've won locals with Necros, I've won locals with Dragon Ruler, I've won locals with Paleo. And it's something that I could never do that in Advanced Constructed. It is not possible. So like there's a difference between decks to be a little bit more competitive or decks to be like, who's expecting their deck to be the best in the format all of a sudden?
I don't know. Like I think people need to be realistic when they see that phrase, or like see them talking about older decks being playable or quote unquote pet decks being playable. Because that is true, it might not be specifically your pet deck. Like Dark Scorpion Turbo is not going to be playable. I don't know. I don't think anybody plays that, but obviously there's a cutoff of certain decks being more viable. But when I go to, like, in the giant card at the WCQ, round 2 in the giant card, I played against Branded, right? I make it to game 3 against Branded in Genesys format. He sets up like Retribution, Fallen of Albaz with Rinbrumming Grave, Mirror Jade, and like Mercurium in hand. And I play through this with like the Fire King cards and play through all the interruption. And the last card in hand is Dark Flare Swordsman, like a Flame Swordsman card. And I go, Dark Flare Swordsman effect. He goes, what? And it's just like, I just reads the card and then I like do the Flame Swordsman combo, whatever that is, and go one card into the Ultimate Flare Swordsman and swing for the 8,400, for game. And it's like, I can't do that kind of stuff in Advanced, like I'm able to leverage these like super unknown cards that happen to have synergistic engines with other decks. And it's super fun to play that way. So I don't know. It's, the way I would describe it is, I feel like in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, and this is mostly Advanced Constructed, I think cards and decks have gotten so powerful that most of the time, if the player going first resolves their combo, the power of the cards closes any skill gap that there might be between the two players. At least to me, it feels like this. Like this is something I notice more nowadays than I noticed it back in the day. Is I will play against someone and I will see that they are not playing optimally. Like I will spot things that they will constantly mess up, or things that they like that they're just not doing like carefully enough. And I very often can't exploit it because their deck or their cards are so good that it's almost impossible to throw hard enough. It still happens, of course. Like I'm not saying like
and this is once again, I want to emphasize that I don't hate modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't hate Advanced Constructed. I still think it's a wonderful game, but there is definitely some critique to be made about it. There will be a lot of games where your opponents will mess up and they will still end on a very strong board and they will throw their interruptions at the wrong times, but then still have like a Droll behind their board or Ash behind their board, and it just doesn't matter. And this is something that happens. This is something that used to not happen as much. As someone who's been playing this game for a very long time, there used to be times where mistakes mattered more than they do in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, especially in Advanced Constructed. And this is something I experience all the time in Genesys format, and in that sense, it does remind me of gameplay back in the day, because I do feel like if my opponents make mistakes, they are easier to punish in this format.
Right. That is, obviously I'm not the best player in the world, right? I've never been like the greatest advanced player of all time. I consider myself a decent player, but I've never been topping YCSs or anything in advanced. So speaking on like the exploiting mistakes, I can't speak on that too much, but I will say like the power level of decks is so crazy and sets up boards that are, they just stop gameplay regardless. Like I remember Yummy Azamina Dmod Turbo, like obviously that deck wasn't the best deck in the room really ever, but it just like you can see the opponent do the Yummy combo in such a way where it's like, okay, the line they're doing here opens the field spell up to Ghost Ogre, and that would really punish them, but it just doesn't matter. Like, even if I did have Ogre there, they just do the Dia Bellstar combo and set up Dmod into Dragoon. I was like, Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of examples like this. It doesn't even have to be. It doesn't even have to be just that one deck that wasn't even the best deck in the format. And I would even argue the fact that some of these decks weren't the best decks in the format doesn't matter, because that makes it even more like problematic in a way, because it keeps happening even in decks that aren't even considered to be good. They're just toxic, if you want to like say it like that. Like this. It's and this is one of the things that I guess in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it feels like the engine that people play doesn't, a lot of the time it doesn't matter, because everything is like competent enough to the point where it can win. And then what ends up deciding the games is who goes first or which non-engine do you draw. In a lot of cases, not every single time, of course. There's nuance to this, but in a lot of cases in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, the thing that makes it feel like modern Yu-Gi-Oh is the non-engine. What like, okay, I'm playing against a Yami board and they have a Droll behind it, or I'm playing against a Mitsurugi board and they have Droll behind it, or whatever, and it just doesn't really meaningfully. The reason you're losing is because there's some board plus Droll, or some board plus Ash, or some board plus Impulse. Worst case, multiple of those. So it's something that, even if in Genesys format there are best decks, and there is a metagame, which honestly it's unreasonable to expect that there wouldn't be a metagame. Like what's it called? The way it feels to play against those decks is still different, because the way they interact is different and the non-engine that they have is different.
Yeah, I guess that's actually something I wanted to make a separate point of this, but since you brought it up now, I think it's a really good. This is one of my biggest like advertisements of Genesys. Like I'm not sponsored by Konami to talk well about Genesys. I just like the format, The biggest thing I say whenever people ask me why do you enjoy the format so much is that there is so much less they do full combo plus have non-engine in hand, right?
Yeah.
Like sure, decks like Fairy Tail might do their combo and have a super poly set or something, which is still strong, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it is so much less. They had one starter, one extender, and then they also drew 3 uniquely activatable hand traps that you have to play through too. Like that just doesn't happen in this format. I think the last time I played into a board where it was like a board that had a hand trap was when I was playing against Radiant Typhoon. They set up their board, and then the one hand trap they had was like a Skullmeister,
Yeah.
But it's not like you have to play through Astral Nib plus full combo. That's just not in the format, and that feels so great to not have to deal with that.
Because a lot of the times, I noticed that what you see when your opponent has made a board is what you get. Like this is what you have to beat, right? You can figure out, okay, these are my interactions. Find a way through it. And in advanced format, it's always like I very, very frequently I look at boards and I'm like, yeah, I can beat this, but my opponent's deck has 20 non-engine on average. They're gonna have 2 in hand at least. And whether it's Stroll or whether it's Ash or whether it's Imperm plus Veiler or whatever, the boards, it's never what you see is what you have to beat. It's what you see, and if you get unlucky, it's 3 hand traps. If you get lucky, it's only 1. And yeah, so this is something I did just so we could actually back this up with some data. I looked at the top cuts for the NAWCQ and the EUWCQ for both Genesys and Advanced Constructed, and we're going to talk about deck diversity in a second, but what I did, even to look past deck diversity itself, is I looked at some of the more popular non-engine cards that people were playing, and to kind of just, because non-engine in Advanced Constructed makes up about 50% of decks. So like half of a deck is non-engine. So the non-engine you play against heavily dictates how it feels to play the game. And in Advanced format, I looked at all the deck lists from the top 8 from both of these tournaments, and I wrote down some of the numbers on what we have. So there was, in Advanced format, there was legitimately one deck that didn't play Droll and Lockbird. I said it was all of them earlier, but it was only 15 now that I'm looking at the numbers. So Droll and Lockbird was the most popular card next to Multrami Fualos in Advanced Constructed format. They both had a play rate of 15 out of 16 decks in between the top 16, the two top 8s, which I'm just going to refer to it as top 16 from both tournaments. So we have 15 out of 16 Drolls, we have 15 out of 16 Fuwas, we have 15 out of 16 Called Bys, we have 14 out of 16 Ash Blossoms, the only exception being Branded. The 2 Branded players did not play Ash Blossom in Europe. And we have 12 out of 16 Perulias. And compare that to Genesys. We had 0 Drolls in 16 decks. We had 0 Ash in 16 decks. We had 0 Called By in 16 decks. We had Fuwalos in 5 out of 16 decks. We had Perulia in 5 out of 16 decks.
Yep. That sounds about right.
There's no none of these cards that are completely dominating Advanced Constructed format in way over 80-90% of decks. None of those cards is more represented in Genesys format than 5 out of 16. And most of them are just not played at all. So you are legitimately not playing against any of those cards ever. And I can't say how much of a difference that makes when I go to Genesys Locals and I go second and I draw a freaking Trap Tantalizing Tune in my Paleozoic deck from 9 years ago. And I know it's not getting ashed. And it's just such a big difference that I find it hard to even justify or understand why people are saying it feels the same to play both formats personally. And I even looked at some other numbers as well. I have another thing that's more so a thing that bothers me personally is the amount of counter traps that people are siding in for going first. Whether it's Solemns or searchable counter traps like Vanadium Reframing, which in the TCG out of those 16 decks, 12 did. 12 decks had searchable Vanadium Reframing or Solemns that they would side in, whether it's Accusation or Warning or Judgment. And in Genesys, it was 2 decks that were doing that. And it was 2 decks that were specifically also searching Vanadium Reframing. Just the 2 synchro, like it was some Crystron deck and some other, I don't remember. This Crystron deck cited Reframing for going first, and it was one other deck that also cited Reframing. I forgot what it was. Nothing in these, which was a synchro deck here.
That's another huge thing is when we talk about the non-engine that is played in both formats, I think like people can be critical of the decks, you know, certain decks being like what am I trying to say? Like if some decks are playable in Advanced, they're also playable in Genesys, that people can say that that's a criticism. And I guess in some ways it could be. Yeah. But the thing that really sticks out to me in terms of gameplay differences is that your cards resolve more. Like the composition of non-engine is not Ash, Dominus cards, Solemns, and counter traps. It's like Final Bringer of the End Times, Super Poly, Fua. And if you do get hit with a Fua, what are they drawing into, right? Are they drawing into Veiler, Dominus, Ash? Like, no, they're drawing into engine pieces that they're going to try to use next turn. It's like, Oh man, it's so frustrating to just
Yeah.
sit down for an advanced constructed tournament after coming back from a big Genesys tournament, and then I activate 3 cards. They all get hit with a negation hand trap in some way, and then it's like it's cool. I guess the hand traps are stopping me going first, I guess, but like, am I having fun? Like, is either playing having fun? It's just it's just like not. It's just so. Bleh. I don't know.
It wasn't actually. It wasn't 2 reframings. I just counted the unbreakable XYZ barrier in the Teller Knight deck because that's basically a solemn when you go first.
Yeah.
So I counted that.
Yeah.
There's one thing I found when I was comparing what kind of cards they play in both formats. I also counted the number of floodgates. And this is where the 2 are the closest to each other.
Yes.
So in Advanced Constructed, I counted 8 out of 16 decks who were maining or siding a floodgate. And I excluded Droll and Lockbird from that or whatever. Like I didn't count like that because I was already doing that in the other. But I counted stuff like Anti-Spell Fragrance or branded decks tutoring out Christia and stuff like that. I counted that sort of stuff. So 8 out of 16 decks in Advanced Constructed were doing floodgates. In Genesys, that was still 6 out of 16. We still have a lot of side deck floodgates. They are more niche than something like Anti-Spell or Christia, because those are hit in Genesys format quite significantly. But if you look at the winning deck list from North America, for example, it was still siding 9 floodgates for different matchups, which is something that is a little bit less of a problem in Genesys, but it still exists. Right, like this is. I don't want to say like, and this is what I mean. Like, I'm not saying Genesys doesn't have any problems, but it's still something that, you know, in comparison to the Advanced Constructed format, this still looks better because they are way more specific floodgates. They're not going to ruin every single matchup like an Anti-Spell would, but the job's not done essentially for Genesys format.
This is. There are 2 points of major criticism I still have with Genesys format, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, there is a reluctance to call out these kinds of cards.
Yeah.
And like Konami still, from what I understand, have not used the term floodgate in any capacity.
Yeah.
Now I understand floodgate is a term that is a community colloquialism. I'm not saying that they're wrong for not using it or whatever, but they're not like categorizing these kinds of cards and addressing them, right? There is a laundry list of these cards that still exist that their whole design is to stop a specific game mechanic. And this would behoove them a lot to say the point of Genesys format is to make your favorite deck playable. These cards make it so if they do see play, your favorite deck might not be playable, so we are putting them at 100 points. And that includes Non-Fusion Area, Stygian Dirge, Eye of Truth, Soundproof Discord, Mask of Restrict, Magic Deflector. Like I think there's like 8 or 9 of them that if they
I saw people play. I think Different Dimension Ground probably even has some points, but the Labyrinth players still played them in the side deck. I think it has points.
Even I played Different Dimension Ground as a main deck thrust target in the Mimigul deck that I got 10th place with at Columbus. But even Different Dimension Ground having 10 points is still better than Soundproofed having 0. You know? I think that just it would be a solely positive thing for these cards to leave the format, right? And what bothers me is that they are seeing notable play as well. The reluctance to address Gravity Collapse is another one of them. Thank you, Chatter. The thing that is bothering me is that there is a clear philosophy for cards like this to get hit, right? You know, we have cards, I reference it all the time, and the Band Played On is a perfect example of a card that is very deliberately, it would be sided in to stop Exceed strategies, you know? So we know that they see cards like this. We know that they don't like the impact that they have on the game, but some of them are still okay, you know? And I got hit with Soundproofed at the Minneapolis. Lucky enough, I was still able to win that game. Obviously, that's the quality of these cards is much lower than other floodgates on there. But regardless, any game that is won via the effect of these cards is a game where somebody's favorite deck was less playable, which is just totally antithetical to what the format is trying to be.
Mhm.
So they need to just 100-point him, that nobody would care. It would just solely be a positive thing.
Yeah. I mean, I find it interesting because like this deck even won the event, right? Like this guy, which is once again nothing against the player. Like players will just optimize their deck list in order to win the event. That's completely fine. But Hanko won this tournament with 9 floodgates in the side deck. 9 out of 15 cards in the side deck were floodgates. And I can't fathom looking at this result and being like, yeah, we're gonna put Thunderclap Monk to 9 points because the winner played 3 copies of it. And then just completely ignore what's going on in the side deck over there.
Yeah, the ignoring of these cards is what I dislike.
Yeah, it's the same thing with how long did we have to fight and scream over Dimensional Fissure?
Yeah, I know. That is, I'm an advocate of points by play rate at this point. This is, I know people. There are absolutely criticisms of points by play rate. Like, I think Dimensional Shifter is a good example of why points by play rate is a flawed system. Because if you view Dimension Shifter solely by its play rate, then you'll never point it adequately because it will never be a card that sees a sufficient percentage of play because that's in its design, right? But the philosophy has to align in order for points by play rate to be a positive factor. So if a card like Non-Fusion Area has a low play rate, it might be because players assess that there aren't enough fusion decks in the format. Right. Does that mean that Non-Fusion Area resolving is still positive for the format? Absolutely not. You know?
But that doesn't that speak against points by play rate?
So where I like points by play rate is cards like DD Crow.
Right.
So cards that we consider to be fair, because they are fair cards.
Yeah.
Does that mean that they should never have balance applied to them? A card like DD Crow being at 0 points made it so every deck that was weak to DD Crow was less viable in the format. I think Pump King is a perfect example. Even though Pump King still is not seeing a lot of success, Pump King was hit a lot by DD Crow. So if the metagame never changes, DD Crow will always be played. Therefore, decks that are weak to it will have that that detriment applied to them. So that's why I like the philosophy of points by play rate, because it shifts the non-engine and composition of the metagame in small incremental ways that can apply incremental percentages to the viability of other decks.
I mean, you are always trying to balance 2 philosophies at the same time, no matter what you do, right? The one thing is you want to quote unquote punish decks for being successful or too strong, which is the point by play rate, point by success rate kind of thing. But then you're also always have to juggle this philosophy of what do you want the gameplay in this format to be like. And this is something that I'm personally a little bit disappointed by, because in the beginning I was like, okay, they obviously understand what's going on with floodgates in advanced constructed format, and for whatever reason they can't put them all on the ban list, wherever they can't. So they're giving them all 100 points in Genesys format. And they came out swinging with like all of these floodgates on the list, all 100 points. And to me, the natural like continuation of that would have been to, if there's still floodgates left that now see play, we will follow up on those. And that's just something that hasn't really happened from what I'm seeing.
Yep. Yeah.
Because like,
and that's where
took forever for Dimensional Fissure, took forever to get rid of Rongo. And like a lot of these cards that are being played right now are also all being ignored.
Yeah. And like I said, as somebody that avidly loves this format and avidly plays the format, that is continuing my this is probably my biggest criticism of the format. This is my biggest criticism of the format, is the inability to, or not inability, the I don't know, the stubbornness, or maybe they're not able to, I don't know, just not getting rid of these cards.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine that it's not being able to, because they were able to do it with all the other ones.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
And the fact that they don't talk about them is the thing that also really bothers me. If there is a genuine reasoning
Mhm.
for these cards to be in the format, I
Yeah.
would probably disagree with it, but I would at
Yeah.
least appreciate a communicated reason, you know?
Mhm.
But they just don't talk about them. Like that is something I am very frustrated by.
Yeah. How do you personally view? Let's move from non-engine. Let's move from non-engine and floodgates. Let's move to the actual decks that people are playing and the actual decks that people are have success with. How do you feel about the argument of the fact that 7 out of 8 top 8 decks at the NAWCQ were Blitzclick is a very bad look on the format, and it makes people like, of course, they see in the advanced constructed main event it was 7 out of 8 cool tune. What's like, is it understandable to you that people seeing the same level of dominance on a surface level in Genesys format, is this something that should scare people off, or like how do you feel about them dealing with new decks or best decks in the format?
That's like, to address the surface level point, like, yeah, it is surface level because I think Blitzclick being 7 out of the 8 decks, Blitzclick is an awesome best deck to have in the format.
Yeah.
The positive effect that Blitzclick has on shaping the metagame in Genesys was amazing, dude. Like, nobody was playing Shifter. The people's like, I mean, I still like them all Charmies as cards, but like Charmies weren't as represented in people's main decks because like Fua is genuinely a dead card versus Blitz. It totally diversified the non-engine. It made Chalice a banger of a card because you can Chalice the Whisker when it comes out in the middle of your turn. Like, there's just so many cool things that playing against Blitzclick allows you to do. I had a fun match that I lost against Blitzclick. And I think that's an important thing to realize too, is that you can have fun games where you lose. Like, I set up full Angeliki Crystron board with like 7 interactions, had the knight down. My Blitzclick opponent got down to 1,000 life points, and then they were able to just eke out the win still through all the interruptions I had because they like lava golem 2 of my interruptions. On a later turn, they were able to whisker for a hugely positive amount, and they still won the game. And that's fun. We had a fun game even though I wasn't able to win. And the play style that Blitzclick has is super grindy, allows for important decision making that can influence the match result. I just think that it has, I don't know, the consequence of Blitzclick being the best deck is really positive.
Yeah.
Is it too unbalanced to the rest of the field? Yeah, for sure. And I hope that the points that it just got addresses that. I think they will. But the experience of having Blitzclick as the most powerful deck was an awesome one. I really enjoyed it. And also, it's like the engines that are in this format as the best decks, that's what you're playing against most of the time, right? Is the engine. Even though lower pointed decks have more non-engine, it's not Ash, Droll, Bell, Dominus cards. Like, it's not all of these negation cards that are just unfun to play against. So I don't know. I speak very highly of Blitzclick because I really enjoy playing against it.
And I think that's fair. It still is something that is going to, of course, change. Like, this could have been, what if Blitzclick was just coincidentally a deck that you didn't enjoy playing against, right? Like, it could have been a problem regardless. So I personally think that there is a middle ground. I agree with what you're saying. Playing against the best decks in Genesys format does not feel the same as playing against the best decks in Advanced Constructed for various reasons, but still, there are top tier decks in Advanced Constructed that I think are fun to play against, something like Branded. And there are decks that are fun to play against in Genesys format. It could be the other way around. And so one of the things that I feel like is important for this format is I think they need to find a middle ground where I understand that they want to use Genesys as like an outlet for their decks that don't quite make it into Advanced Constructed, right? Like, I mean, I'm not delusional. As much as I do like Genesys format, I don't think their incentive is to just have us play all the retro decks. Like, they do want us to be able to play those new decks. And I think that's where I think there is a valid criticism to be made that they're not like openly saying that they like advertised it as like yesterday's gameplay. Well, they did say yesterday's gameplay with today's cards, to be fair, I guess. But something like it feels a little bit forced if these decks are not good in advanced constructed or not good enough, and then like here's a secondary format where you can play all the other stuff that you otherwise wouldn't buy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It is on the surface level. It is a bad look. I mean, I will defend it if we go past the surface level. That's where I will defend Blitzclick being as represented and successful as it was. But there is a point to be made. I hope what this event did is it showed them that they can be a little harsher on points with new decks, and those new decks will still be playable.
That's what I was trying to get to, because I had the same feeling when I was prepping for Euros. When I looked at some of the decks and their points, I didn't spend that much time for Genesis prep because I was more focused on the one where you can actually qualify for Worlds. But I did feel like, you know, there's no way that Blitzclick is a deck that deserves to have like, what was it, 40 points on its entire engine. And I was like, okay, this deck is still good if it has 60 or 80 or whatever points on the thing. We don't have to talk about the exact amount it needs, but like just in general, like that deck was definitely going to be good enough even with higher points. And I personally think if they want to get rid of this stigma, like if they want to get rid of this thing that gives this format a bad look, is I think they should start with higher points and then move their way down.
I totally agree, and if you don't mind, I'll use this as a jumping off point to talk about my second criticism of the format. Is point distribution on eras of decks, right? And what I mean by that is like new decks right now, with the way that they are being released, are underpointed to the point where they are going to be the most successful. Like just by numbers, they are going to be the most successful things in the format. I still am a staunch advocate that older decks are still viable. I think decks with high pointed engine are extremely playable in the format. A big mission I have is to show people that if your deck has a highly pointed engine, that doesn't mean it's not viable, right? I mean, a perfect example is I got top 32 in Richmond, investing 100 points in 2 cards in the Testina deck, the Tearlament deck. And then I got the top 64 in the NAGC with the Crystron deck that had like 20 points on Inclusion, 20 points on Dawn Dragster, and 33 points on a copy of Witness. You know, like your high engine pointed decks are still viable. But all that to say, I do still think that they need to adjust their point philosophies on older decks, not like retro decks, but decks that came out in like 2021 to 2024 or 2023, you know, talking your Flu, your, what's another good example? I mean, you know, Swap Frog and Ronin Totem are not.
Dude, Swap Frog has 33 points, man.
Yeah, like that really, to make it more clear what my actual criticism is, some of these cards that are so highly pointed, it's very clear that they do not deserve it. You know, like Swap Frog being 33 and Ronin Totem being as high as it is, that we need to allow these older decks to prove if they are a problem or not. You know? I think Flu is a perfect example because Flu is 33 points on Rabina and 33 points on Advent of Adventure. Why? In what world?
I mean, I think I've been talking about this recently about Flu in general. I think Flu was always overhated because of all the floodgates it was played with. Like I think if they never made Featherstorm or the barrier statue a thing, I think people would actually don't hate Flu as much. I think
like
a lot
chat,
of it
the
is
person in chat saying, nah, keep Flu banned, not Flu. Why? But that's like, I want to
people just hate it. Let me tell you, as someone who's been trying to defend Runics for a long time, people just hate decks that have traumatized them with floodgates.
I agree. Like Flu does nothing different than what any interactive deck would do. You know, it's like, it summons, you know, activates a trap that normal summons guys during your turn and summons Ryza, you know? And what is M-Pen? You know, M-Pen floodgates attack position monsters. There's no links in this
at its
format.
least relevant in Genesis format.
It's exactly, you know?
Yeah.
I think allowing, and even if you don't want
Guys,
M-Pen
right
to
now,
be
you
the
guys are
card that
saying
keeps
Empen is a
play-
floodgate. If you are seriously trying to tell me that you hate Flu because of Empen, I think you're not being honest. I think if you seriously believe that you hated Flu because of Empen, you guys are just not being honest to yourself.
Yeah, there's
That's
no way.
crazy.
That's
The
crazy.
reason why everyone hated Flu were Shifter, Barrier Statue, Featherstorm, maybe Apex Avion because Omni Negate.
Yeah.
And Shifter
can't
is a card
floodgate
that
you
should be higher in Genesis as well, absolutely, but that's not a Flu problem. And dude, you guys have got me defending Flu right now. That's crazy.
Yeah, I like genuinely the hatred against this deck is just, and okay, I will even be more clear.
Yeah.
Even if you don't like the deck, saying Flu deserves 66 points for one copy of Rabina and one copy of Advent.
Yeah, it's insane.
Advent being higher than the entire Blitz engine is
That's
just
insane.
crazy. Like,
It's
that's
insane,
crazy.
yeah.
There's no justifiable reason in which that's
and
the
that's
case.
where I think that's where it comes from. I think that's where the impression comes from, that they only want to sell you new decks that aren't quite good enough for advanced format, right? When if you actually play the format, it's not actually just that, but that's extremely what it looks like.
Yeah. Even if, regardless of an individual hatred of Flu, Zoo is another example. Zodiac is pointed insanely high. Like, Zodiac cards are crazy high.
Yeah.
I would prefer that we look at these modern, like older modern decks, right? The 2021s to the 2020 to, I don't know, even later than that, whatever. Older modern decks is what I'm getting at, that have these high points on them, and just lower point them, allow people to play with them, and if they become a problem, then you can repoint them. But that is a huge criticism. Like, let me relate it back to the points list, right? Phantom Knight. If we look at Phantom Knight, they had some initial points on those cards. It was proven to not be that big of a deal. Phantom Knight has not performed since its release out of the newest set.
Yeah.
So they were lowering the points on Phantom Knight cards.
Yeah.
Why does a new deck that does still have a strong engine, it just isn't performing well, why does the new deck get grace of point reductions where decks that have, in their whole time in Genesis format, since release, done absolutely nothing competitively, still have super high points? It just goes against their philosophy. I don't know, the term I've used for it is set it and forget it cards.
Yeah.
That I feel that some of the decks and some of these cards have, where they set the points and they said, that's it, and they just forget it.
And the reason it's frustrating to me is because it isn't even necessary. Like, if they actually, I don't know if it's a matter of they don't understand it or they just want to make sure, but I'm gonna be honest with you, none of these decks would be better than Blitzclick even if they were almost 0 points.
Yep. Totally agree.
So it's just something, it makes the format look worse for people. It makes the format look less attractive for people, even if, like, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't do anything. Like, Flu would be playable with almost no points on the cards. But it wouldn't be better than Blitzclick. Like, who are we kidding right now?
Yeah.
And that's
the balance aspect of it, right? The whole idea is to make it so your favorite deck exists in an environment that is balanced across the other decks of the format. And when newer decks get released, sure, they might misevaluate how good they are and not apply a lot of points to them. I give a lot of grace for this set. Like Sacred Beast, I had no idea Sacred Beast was going to be as good as it was. No clue. I did not think it was going to be that good. Didn't perform in the OCG advanced format. And obviously that's a different environment because it's advanced. But regardless, I just did not expect Sacred Beast to be as good and as playable as it was. But it happens. The design team and R&D, they're going to misevaluate how good decks or how bad decks are going to be in this format. I get it. I will happily apply grace to them for that. But just applying, offering these high the points values with such fear of these older decks that are clearly not gonna perform at a rate that's unhealthy or high percentage wise in the format, like Swap Frog, or Flu or Zoo or something like that. Like, I think just give them a chance to prove themselves as broken and then reapply points to them.
Yeah. And I feel like a lot of these things, what we're doing right now is we are criticizing Genesys format. And guys, let me tell you something. You can criticize something and still find it good overall, right? I think that's what it's all about. I mean, I do this all the time with Advanced Constructed too. Like, I have criticisms of Advanced Constructed. But what I feel like is happening specifically with Genesys format more so than Advanced Constructed is people will take these things and use them as a reason to essentially, what's the word? Completely dismiss the format as a whole. I feel like is what's happening a lot of the times.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is they're like, oh, Genesys also has some floodgates, or Genesys also has a best deck that's from the newest pack. As a result, I will not play it. Instead, I will play the Advanced Constructed format, which is the exact same thing at the very minimum, right? Which is weird to me. I don't know. It's weird. It does make some sense as well. Like, I mean, if you see that something, if it feels on a surface level, if it doesn't feel meaningfully different, then why would you spend your time and energy on it? And so I feel like that's what they need to work on a little bit, is because here's the thing, the NAWCQ is always used as a very negative example right now. The EUWCQ, for example, doesn't look quite as bad. This is also true for the Advanced Constructed main event, to be fair. There's also only 3 cool tunes here. But here we only had 3 Blitzkrieg in top 8. And the interesting thing is, if you scroll past top 8, you actually start seeing a lot of different kind of stuff. You know, we see Fairy Tales, we see Predaplants, we see Red Dragon Archfiend, we see Clown Crew, we see Magnet Warriors, we see some Invoked.
Yeah, that's one thing I find is super weird, is now all of a sudden, because top 8 is like top cut, people have totally changed their definition of what a tier 0 format is. Like, we didn't call formats tier 0 formats when there were 7 in top 8 out of the top 32 before. Now, because top cut is only 8, it's like, now this is qualifying as a tier 0 format. Like, why did it change this? Why did we, like, I don't know, our object permanence just totally disappeared?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? This is something, in all fairness, this also happens when you scroll down in Advanced Constructed. You also have more decks entering the ring, but less. Yes. I looked at this morning as well. There is a higher deck diversity within the top 32 for all the Genesys events. The website here only goes to top 32 on both of these. But the NAWCQ for Genesys has the same amount of different decks in top 32 as the main event has in top 64.
Yeah.
So there is more, and the data is even incomplete for a lot of it. For NA, it's complete because they posted the list, but for EU, there's a lot of decks missing.
Yeah.
So there is more diversity in the realm of top 32 in Genesys format than there is in Advanced Constructed format.
Yeah, and there are decks that are like highly pointed decks that are represent. Like, there was a voiceless voice. I can't remember if it was voiceless voice for Genesys, but there was like a voiceless voice deck.
Yeah, I saw it just now. There was a voiceless voice in top 16.
Yeah, I would appreciate a little bit more.
Voiceless voice, Sacred Beast, Hecka Hands, Super Quantum Heroes, another Sacred Beast, Draco Tail, Archmage, Mimighoul, Constellar, branded in Genesys format. There's a lot of different stuff going on.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot of different play styles. There's heavy engine pointed, like engine focused decks. There's decks that have a sufficient amount of non-engine. You know, it's just the play styles are so different. And this is where I'm gonna, do my Genesys advocacy here, because I am very critical of those 2 points I discussed before. But even with those 2 macro level points that I speak very harshly about, I've never had this much fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Ever in my life. Like, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! For, more than a decade. I have never had this as much fun as I've had in Genesys now. Just, it is a blast, dude. Your cards resolve. The decks that you can play are super diverse. Like, I have good results with super old decks, right? I mean, I shouldn't even have to point to Testina. Like, obviously, that deck has done nothing in advanced, and getting a top 32 with that is crazy. And with tier limit cards, 100 points on its engine, like, that's nuts. The Mimighoul, that's a deck from years ago. Crystron and BES, like, I guess BES, you could argue, is a modern deck because of the new cards.
Come on, man.
Like, I know. But like still, the stuff you can do in this format is so much more fun. I shouldn't say more fun. It is fun because you can be really creative in deck building, and because your cards resolve more. It's just like, I don't know. It's a blast to play, man. I just love it so much.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I wouldn't say it's the most fun I've ever had with Yu-Gi-Oh, but it does really, to me, it feels like a lot of the things that I constantly criticize about advanced constructed format, which I criticize because I love the game, are things that are already happening in Genesys format, and whenever I play Genesys format, I notice the difference. So for me, it's hard to understand why people say there isn't a meaningful difference. And I feel like a lot of it is just surface level analysis without actually playing the format, which is understandable, but also frustrating. You know what I mean? It's like, I understand that if something doesn't look appealing on the surface, you have a hard time actually giving it a chance. But at the same time, it's frustrating because people really should. And it's something that if Genesys had the same level of competitive environment, because I'm a very competitive player, so I care about that. Like if there's worlds points to be gained at a YCS, or if there's a world championship in general to be had, then I am going to care more about advanced constructed format, because that is something that is important to me. But raw gameplay wise, at the moment, I think Genesys is very, very promising to me, and something I definitely want to be in the game, and something that I would, if I was choosing just by raw gameplay experience, I think I would choose Genesys format at the moment.
Yep. Totally agree.
And that is something that makes me it's interesting, because it has me conflicted a little bit, right? Because on the one hand, I want to compete at the highest level possible, and there is higher levels for advanced constructed than there are for Genesys. The tournaments are bigger, there are worlds points, there's a world championship and all that kind of stuff. But if I'm talking just raw enjoyment, I'm always looking forward to like the once a month Genesys locals that I can go to, because I know I can play something that I will really, really enjoy. And it's not like that doesn't happen in TCG either, in advanced constructed, to be fair. Like there are decks that I really enjoy. The difference is the decks that I'm playing against are usually not decks that I enjoy playing against. You know, if I go to advanced constructed locals, I will play against Elf Notes, I will play against Archmage, I will play against all that kind of stuff that if I'm honest, I don't really enjoy going up against that. You know, if advanced format was like branded and Sky Striker and branded chaos ritual light and darkness stuff all the time, then I wouldn't be making these arguments right now, because then the format I would also have a blast in. But there are just outliers that are more common in advanced format that I can play a deck I love as much as I want, but if my opponent's deck FTKs me, then, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think I was super wrong about where the direction of this format was going. Because if you would have talked to me about what I think the format was going to be like before Minneapolis in the WCQ Genesys events, I was dooming. I was super dooming that, like, you know, Constellar, Mjolnir Lock, and Cosmo Neos were like the only things that were worth playing.
Yeah.
But I just, you know, the composition of the format and how it is, and because engines are weaker by nature, like it actually is harder to make decks like that more consistently viable, you know? And that's just, I don't know. I've just had a great experience. I keep seeing all the time a lot of complaints about like how certain decks are dead, and then here we're looking at Labyrinth that made it to top 8, right? Like, oh man, people will constantly tell you that Labyrinth is unplayable in this format, and then Labyrinth makes top 8. You know, like you gotta try. Like you can't. Eventually, you have to stop complaining and try. Like that's like where I feel with a lot of the community. I do. You even heard me on this stream chat. I have very harsh complaints about the format, but some of these complaints I see is just like, you're not even going to try. You're going to try to make Mermail playable. Mermail made it to day 2 of YCS Columbus. It didn't get reported on because it didn't make top 32, but like it made it, you know? You got to try. Try to have fun. Try to make something work, you know? I'm trying to prove it to people all the time. It can happen. You can have a blast in this format. Just try.
Yeah, to be fair though, you put Angelica cards into a Paleo deck, so I don't know how reliable of a source you are. When it comes
Hey,
to
that deck cooks. I'm sorry. You can Morella Disturbance and search the field spell and listed's a 2. Like, come on, that's crazy.
Okay.
All right, you're not a believer. It's fine.
No, I think it's just hard because on the one hand, I feel like they've made a lot of mistakes with it, because this is the way the game is right now, the way that Genesys format is right now. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I think it has constantly improved over its lifespan. I don't even know when they published it, like a year ago at this point, probably around a little bit less.
So I believe the official start date of Genesys was September of last year.
Okay, so a little bit less than a year. And I think, especially early on, a lot of the mistakes that they made, they still hurt them to this day. And it's the small things that end up having a big impact on it. Like, for example, the first time I played Genesys was at YCS Bologna on the Friday, where they offered it as a public event, and I got wrongoed by well, I don't know what the deck was at the time. It wasn't Teller Knights yet. It was Onomat, yes. And it's just like an oversight like this. And I said this at the time, like, you know, all of a sudden you have a format where there's still a bunch of FTK decks, but your non-engine is heavily pointed. So how are you gonna, you know?
Yep.
And this is something you need to be careful with, stuff like that. And that's why I'm always saying, like, just be more aggressive with the points. Just be more aggressive. No one is going to complain if you put a bunch of floodgates to 100. No one was going to complain about Genesys format if Rongo started out as a 100-point card. And you do need to make a distinct difference between advanced format and Genesys format, and that distinct difference is not yesterday's gameplay. That the difference, it's supposed to be today's gameplay, but what it should be.
Yeah.
Sorry
to interrupt, but that is something that I think a lot of the complaints of Genesys format are still like existing from, is that people tried it when it came out.
Yes.
And look, I will be totally honest. Genesys format sucked on release. Like, sorry, Konami. I know I'm your biggest fan with Genesys format here, but when it first came out, it was buns, bro. It was terrible. Like, Runic, Radiant Typhoon was the least fun deck to play against ever. When they dropped Droll to 5, I genuinely wanted to... I thought it was dead. Like, literally, when I played in the format, when Droll and Lockbird was at 5 points, I was like, this is going to die within the year. Like, the format was absolutely awful to play. But they saw the feedback and they fixed it, and I've had an amazing time.
Somewhat, right? They fixed it somewhat, because like Di-Fi, how long did Di-Fi take?
Yeah, that was... Oh my god.
What was it? It was like Droll and Lockbird was freaking... It was like -5 points. You gained 15 points if you put Droll into your deck or some shit. Like, it was... Come on, man. Like, if you're trying to give us an alternative, make it feel different, man.
Yeah, it truly...
Like, I got drolled every game, bro. I got wrongoed. People made Nat Beast. People played Di-Fi. Like, come on, man. And that's the thing, right? That's the impression that people had in the beginning, and I get it. Like, if that was your first like experience with the format, like, yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah. What, you didn't like Generator VFD Turbo? Aw, Josh.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's hard because they have come a long way from that. Like, here's the thing, right? Let's look at it from this perspective, right? They had those problems in Genesys, and they have not completely gotten rid of them, but they've done a lot about those in less than a year, right? The amount of movement that Genesys format has, developments that are being made in that direction, is crazy compared to advanced constructed format, where every 4 months they'll give us a ban list and they'll be like, yeah, sorry, we're not banning Ripper, we're banning Noroi actually. And we're putting Cupsy Yummy Way to 1.
Yeah.
And it's like, there is more stuff happening in Genesys, and I just like every time I return to it because it's not my main game, I feel the improvements.
Yep.
It's not like because I tried playing Paleo a year ago in this format already. Like it was one of the first things I did, or play Dragon Ruler. And when I come back to it now, it doesn't feel like my deck has gotten worse compared to what's going on. And maybe that's also something worth noting. It's like it doesn't feel like my deck is aging poorly.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel
Totally
like my Dragon Ruler deck that I enjoyed half a year ago. It feels like I could still play that now, and it'd be fine. They even reduced the points on Dragon Rulers, to be fair. It could probably even make it better.
Yeah, I want to harken back to this points list again and what I said before about the evidence of changes in philosophy. I think it is super promising to see like Rongo go to 100 and Winda go to 100 and lowering the points on the other Shadal like engine cards. I think it's really cool to see how they are working on like changing point distribution across engines, like with Fairy Tail. They're lowering the points on Snow because it's not necessarily an engine piece, it's more of an interruption, but they're distributing points across the rest of the Fairy Tail cards to make it so the engine takes up more points and space and lowers the points on like available non-engine. Fire King is another example. Like they're giving the Xyz a couple points and then lowering the points on
Fire King has got to be crazy. Like
it is. I'm telling you, the deck that I have been playing, I made it to top 16 of the Giant card. I'm super mad about how I lost the top 16, but whatever. I play the Flame Swords and Fire King deck I play is broken. Like the fact that you can pop Mirage Swordsman and bridge into the other engine, like the Fire King cards are broken, and you don't have to play.
When I said Fire King, I didn't mean Fire King, but okay, go on.
Yeah, I know you don't have to play my Chungus anime build, but like the deck is so fun. It's very good. Fire King struggled a lot because of Di-Fi. And their Fire King is going to see a lot of play moving forward. I think Fire King is it's just a great engine. It's a great engine. You can bridge it with other fire decks. I'm telling y'all, you got to try them. Whatever. I'm not going to advocate for my stupid deck again, but still, like it's I don't know. I'm just a big fan of this point list because of the changes in philosophy that I see on it. And oh my God, Tachyon, please. Thank God hitting Tachyon. That card is so... I was super frustrated to see that card at 0 for the longest time. I'm so happy.
I think it's particularly because like the thing is with Tachyon, the logic applies that we said for the other searchers. I don't think 7th Tachyon is like an outrageous card that should have a lot of points. But especially if you put all the other like Rhodas at like 30 plus points, having that card at 0 feels like one of the most forced things. Of like, you're not actually doing this because you care about the balance of the format. You care about people picking up this card or playing specific decks, right? Like you're not making, this feels like a very marketing driven decision when obviously every other searcher in the game has these points. And then the newest one that supports some current decks just isn't hit, right?
I definitely can see that. I feel that 7th Tachyon was actually a misinterpretation of its philosophy, right? Because the stated philosophy of 7th Tachyon was that it has a cost, it locks you, it takes extra deck space up, right? The thing is, like, that evaluation is incorrect because it doesn't actually have a cost. It has, during its resolution, you put a card back, and that is not an insignificant difference, right?
Yeah.
If I'm sitting across from 7th Tachyon and they activate it on me, am I really going to negate 7th Tachyon because they didn't pay a cost to activate it, you know?
Well, you're not going to negate it because you're playing Genesys.
Well, fair point. Hey, I might have a Therian King Regulus that I search in my first turn now.
Yeah, fair enough.
But like if I negate 7th Tachyon, that has much less return on investment than if they activated, like, I don't know, Signet Mining. Any card that you're not going to play that card, but any card that has like a discard cost.
Yeah.
Like the fact that Fire Formation Tenki and 7th Tachyon are the same points, I still think is a misevaluation in philosophy because Fire Formation Tenki is so much worse than 7th Tachyon because it's a continuous spell, right? 7th Tachyon is not a continuous spell. The only card, like negation, is the only way that thing's not going to resolve. Yeah. Fire Formation Tenki is going to lose to the MST that Radiant Typhoon searched, you know? So these are the kind of things that I think they need to apply a little bit more nuance to those points. But again, we see that happening.
Honestly, I disagree. I think
Really?
I think there's no nuance needed. I think all of these cards can be boiled down to this is a consistency piece with individual pros and cons. And you could
Okay,
slap
fair.
a price tag that is almost the same on all of these. I think something like 10 for all of them is fine.
I don't know if I agree with you on that one.
I don't know. I'm just using an overarching philosophy of the individual quality of like consistency doesn't really matter that much. I think consistency should cost something, but it should be cheap so that only the quote unquote weaker decks have access to it. I don't care if you make Tanky 10 and 7 Tachyon 12. I mean, they can, but I don't care.
Sure, I agree with you in some way, but like Fossil Dig and Tenki being the same points, like I don't know about that, bro. I don't know.
Why not?
Because like Fossil Dig isn't once per turn. You have to evaluate its points across cards like Misk. Like the Fossil Dig is on. I don't know. I think that there are.
I mean, okay, Fossil Dig is a much more. I think I don't know if Fossil Dig is the greatest one because that I feel like even though it's technically a generic searcher, there's not that many different Dino decks. So it's more like the card is
okay. I see what you're saying.
Tied to a deck, I think.
Yeah. So okay. So you're saying if the more generic a card is, the more generic a search spell is, the more it should fit into just blanket consistency tool point values of like 10 or whatever the value is.
I mean, even here, like if someone is doing crazy shit with Fossil Dig into Misk, I don't think Fossil Dig is the problem.
You think Misk is the problem?
Yes, and I don't think it matters if Fossil Dig is 10 or 15 or 20 points. Like if someone is activating Fossil Dig, grabbing Misk, and doing crazy shit with it, then put points on that.
Let me stew on that one.
Because like
I know it falls into your philosophy.
Like a random, I don't know, random for hire deck to have Fossil Dig. I mean, for hire is a bad example because it's a link, mostly a link deck. But why wouldn't a random deck that isn't good that just happens to have like a dinosaur? Why wouldn't that have access to 3 Fossil Dig? Just because it's not once per turn, or because it could search miscellaneous source in another deck? Like, why does that matter?
Okay, all right, you're bringing me over to your side a little bit, but I'm still gonna stew on that. I agree with your broader philosophy. Is it's never the consistency of the problem; it's the problem itself. Like I agree with you on that.
Yeah,
I just don't know if for consistency search spells, I 100% agree. But again, I'll think about that a little bit in practice.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they should never be free because then the broken stuff, the broken decks have access to it for free. But I think the sweet spot is definitely not 18 to 20. Like that's not happening. Like
I'll agree with you on there.
A non-meta deck that has warriors in it is not going to play 3 Rhodas for 54 points. That's outrageous.
Yeah. When has Deep Sea Aria ever seen play, by the way?
Never. Mermail sometimes played it to search Neptibus.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. I think the direction here is good. I mean, we don't have to argue about the nuance on whether Tenki should have 12 and 7 Tachyon should have 10, but I think somewhere around 10 is the sweet spot for me for searchers. If you want to make like a slightly better one because of less downsides, if you want to make it slightly more expensive or less expensive because it has downsides like Tenki, I think that's fine. But I ultimately think it doesn't matter in the greater scheme of like whether Fossil Dig is 18 or 15 or whatever.
Sure, that's fair.
Yeah, I like the things that are happening on this points update. I was very positive about it. I think we're doing a lot of the right things. We're as usual not doing quite enough of what I would do because I always think like the more stuff you do, the more exciting it is and the better for the format. Like we talked about already, like probably like 5 different decks that can definitely be way reduced in points in order to actually fulfill the promise of you can play your favorite deck and there's a smaller gap between it and the best decks of the format. I don't think it's reasonable to expect your deck to always beat the newest decks in the game because I think that's like there's always going to be a meta game in Genesys format.
Yep.
Just like in advanced, like it's a competitive setting. And in a competitive setting, people are going to try to optimize and they're going to find something that's the best. And newer decks do have a tendency to be stronger because there's power creep happening in advanced constructed format and they're making the cards primary for that format. But I do think there should be just a little bit more leeway on older cards and just a little bit more points on newer cards.
Yep. I think if I had to summarize my overall feelings of this format, it's that there are two macro level criticisms, which are the reluctance to call out and point the floodgate style cards that are in the side deck, and the tepidness of removing points on older modern decks. I think those are like the two biggest downfalls. And those are absolutely valid criticisms that we as a community should continue to be vocal about, right? Totally agree. However, I love this format. I've had an absolute blast. I've seen a lot of success in this format, playing stupid archetype piles that I enjoy. It is extremely fun. It's gotten so much better since it started. Those two criticisms and your initial experience of the format should not stop you from jumping back in and trying again. I think it is in a great spot. It's continuing to get better, as evidenced by this point list. And just try it again if you can. If you have if you have a locals around you that has Genesys, you'd be one of the lucky few, sure. If you are going to a tier 3 event and you are able to join this format, give it a shot. Then just try it again. I absolutely empathize with people's criticisms of the format that they had initially, and that, those 2 points I mentioned before. But have fun, deck build. If you think a deck is too outpointed, try, just experiment. It really is a great format, and it's in a good spot. So that's my overall
I have one last question for you, because someone just raised it in the chat again, and I was going to ask it earlier, but then I forgot. Because of all the pet deck things we talked about earlier, do you think it was a mistake to ban Link and Pend?
Gosh, that's a very good question that I'm still trying to find an answer to.
Yeah.
Because I think banning links does have what I, at this point now, would call a positive impact on the format.
Yes.
Because if you have link monsters in the format, like you do in Advance, every single monster card has additional text on it.
Yes,
right?
I've been saying this too. It makes it so much more complex. It makes the knowledge you need so much bigger.
Because every single effect monster in the game says you can send this card and one other effect monster to the graveyard to special summon SP Little Knight from your extra deck. Every card has that. Every effect monster has that text on it. Now, do I think links are a net negative for Yu-Gi-Oh? No. I mean, I still play Advance. I still enjoy it. No, they're fun. But the inability to play them in Genesys absolutely has a measurable impact on the format. The fact that you can't use an extra deck monster's effect and then use it as a link material. I remember when Genesys format was announced, people were like, oh, I'm going to play Adamancipator. Adamancipator's crazy, and I can summon Gallant Granite and search. And then the fact that you couldn't do anything with the Gallant Granite was a massive detriment to that deck. Even though it seems like something that shouldn't have much of an impact, it was hugely impactful on what Adamancipator was able to do. And Adamancipator has not performed, I feel, because of that aspect, right? So I think it is good that there are no link monsters in that sense. I understand the frustration of certain decks not being playable due to the lack of their link monster.
Yes.
I disagree with the number of decks that are unplayable. I even think decks like Plunder Patrol I have a Plunder Patrol list that I've been testing that I feel is very good. I might even take it to an event. I think the viability of decks without their link monster is higher than people give credit for, is what I will say.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I know this is still the case for something like Valmonica. I'll never be able to make Valmonica playable. Nobody will. It's just the sad reality of the format. But the lower complexity and the lower ceiling that no links and pens offers to the format, I have decided through my time playing it is a net positive.
Yes, and I agree with that. I do think, and this is this one is a 100% subjective thing, I feel like, where for me personally, I don't really miss links or pendulums for any of my pet decks. I mean, okay, maybe the closest one is like Salamangrate or something like that, where I would love a balanced version of Salamangrate in Genesys format. I think a playstyle like that would be perfect for that format. But I can live without it, and I think gameplay-wise, all the positives of not having those cards absolutely outweighs the negatives for me.
Yep.
Absolutely. And by a landslide. However, I do not like how it does like kind of invalidate, not entirely, but it does invalidate a little bit this. If you have a favorite deck, you can have it be a little bit more competitive over here. Not for me personally, but it invalidates it for other people, right? And it's like, I think if you want to make an alternative format, you want to make it as like inclusive as possible. And I do think that, you know, with a lot of effort, they could have made sure that both of those mechanics can exist in the format and are just like very heavily balanced.
Yeah,
like they would just, it would take a lot of work to make Pendulum and Link exist within Genesys format, because you want to make sure that decks are not doing too much. And if every single deck has the option to summon Link monsters, it becomes very easy for decks to suddenly do too much. So from a balancing perspective, the format is better off without them. And I think the same can be said about Advanced Constructed. I think from a balancing perspective, both of those mechanics have been a net negative for Yu-Gi-Oh! But if you want to make a format where people can play their pet decks, if that's really your goal, then they did exclude like a couple of people who just happen to have a Link or Pendulum deck as their pet decks. And you know, as an old head, this is hard to accept, but those are 11 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point, right? That they are basically excluding decks from.
Yeah, that is, I think people are right when they say that this, you know, removing Links and Pens and your favorite deck can be playable. Those are statements that are just naturally at odds with each other. You know, that is an unfortunate reality of that.
Yep.
I'm with you that I think the balancing aspect does outweigh that. And if they were going to introduce Links and Pens into the format, I think they would have to have, I don't know how they would do it. But they would have to like.
I think at some point it's just, you got to say it's too late. Like they made this thing, they worked on it for a very long time, and now you're starting to build a fan base for it, and that's what's happening right now. The format isn't coming right out the gate swinging, but it's like a slow build up. And the more people try it, the more people I see try it, the more people like it. And like, I think fundamentally changing it now, I think is kind of gonna ruin their progress. I think if they did it from the beginning, I think it would have been completely fine. I think no one would have questioned it. If they just said like, hey, we're going to try a different balancing model, a point system, it's going to be a separate format. I think that would have been fine. No one would have been asking about them to remove Pendulum and Links, but because they made it like that, I think it's too late to go back.
Yeah, it would be like, they aren't going to do this. North do I think they should, but like speculating on it, I think you could only allow archetypes to play their respective Links and Pendulum monsters. I don't know how you address that. I don't know how you have to play this certain number of cards. There's just no way. Like I don't know. Maybe they do, but again, they're not going to do that. Nor do I think they should. And the fact that Links and Pens are in the format,
there's a lot of fun thought experiments to be had. Like you could have a Link monster have a points value. That's probably too complicated, but what I was thinking is like you have your Link monster has like an absurd point value, but it gets lower the more cards of the archetype you play. Like you have like Electromite gets
that's
cheaper.
Actually
Electromite gets cheaper the more Metal Foes you play, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that is an interesting. There's plenty of thought experiments we would have about it, but at the end of the day,
but then people just play combo slot Pendulum decks and they side 15 Metal Foes so they can play Electromite for free.
I think that would suck ass.
Yeah. No, people would do that. You know they would.
Yeah, that's true. They would. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No. Anyways, I think there's a lot of fun thought experiments to be had. But for me personally, if I had to all like narrow it down, or like a conclusion that I'm getting to is, I think Genesys format has come a long way. And if I had to describe it, like I said earlier, to me, it feels like a lot of the things that frustrate me the most about Advanced Constructed are almost fixed in Genesys format. And I say almost because I'm aware that the format isn't perfect. It's not perfect. It has flaws. There still is some floodgates. There still is some stuff going on where decks are sometimes too strong. This is just something that happens in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But the gap between the decks that I enjoy to play and the decks that I'm going up against is much smaller. The way it feels to play against these decks is very different to me. And I just really hope that they keep working on the little flaws that they have left. And I really hope that people give it a fair chance. and don't just form their opinion based on very surface level observations that they make or that other people make online without actually having properly played the format. Because whenever I play it so far, whenever I play this format, I have a very, very different experience than what people describe it as online when they post their negative like takes on it.
Yeah. I don't know. Like there was not a single hand trap in the deck that I made top 64 with. And in day one, I lost 6 out of my 8 die rolls at Minneapolis. You know, like I get that that's anecdotal, but like I don't know what to tell you. My experience with going second in this format
to
with
an extent, it's something that's also fair enough because there are at the moment, and this is hopefully about to change, but there aren't enough ways for people to play Genesis format, I suppose, right? Like how are people going to form their opinion if they don't have a locals for it and there aren't no regionals yet? And the one event that they get to do is like a YCS maybe, where the YCS, you could argue, is like the worst place to actually get into the format because that's where people are going to be the most tryhard naturally, right? Like you're going to experience more diversity and more stuff at every other level of tournament than a YCS, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And I mean, even at a YCS, like for maybe if you are experienced with the format and you understand how it goes and you understand all the decks, then maybe you can cook up something to shake up the metagame at a YCS that isn't currently a top meta, or maybe you can build your pet deck in the best possible way to deal with the meta decks. But if you're just getting started and you're trying out the format for the first time, and then you're sitting across from people who try hard at a YCS, obviously it's going to seem like, I don't know, Blitzclick way too strong.
Yeah.
Because they've optimized their deck. They've optimized their Blitzclick strategy, and you're just out there experimenting for the very first time with the format. Like, yeah, of course, it's doomed to not work. It's like when you tell someone to try Advanced Constructed, you also don't tell them to go play a YCS.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the local, I think, when the regional scene starts up, that's going to be a huge benefit to the format.
Yeah.
Huge benefit. Just more places to play. Like, that's really what the format will need.
And I'm honestly, I'm shocked to hear sometimes how little locals are actually doing, because I can only speak from my experience, and I kind of feel lucky in that sense now that I'm hearing all these other people talk about it. But my locals very naturally started Genesys immediately when the format came out, because there was a lot of other people who were very excited about it, and so we started doing it. And it's not putting up the same numbers as Advanced Constructed, but it's very solid. Like, we get 10 plus players every week on a Wednesday night to play Genesys, which is not bad.
Yeah. When the regional scene kicks up and people are traveling to more regionals, I think that'll get more people interested in like starting locals for the format. I think that's like, because like the regional scene is super important. I know a lot of people will like scoff at regional results or whatever in comparison to YCSs, but like the regional scene is super important for the game, and sometimes a regional is a player's like biggest event, right?
Yeah.
In NA, our regionals will consistently get to like 300 to 500 people, you know?
Yeah.
And people will make the travel time to go to a regional, but will never go to a YCS. And I think that with Genesys being having that regional circuit, that's going to help the format grow.
I'm a little worried about the YCS Genesys events personally, because, and I noticed this myself, I bought a ticket for YCS Paris last week. And I was like, because I was very positively surprised by the Genesys event at the EUWCQ having like, I think 350 players. I thought that was pretty cool. And then when I bought the ticket for YCS Paris, I realized, oh, they're doing this Friday and Sunday, so you could technically play both, but you do have to pay $45 now to play it.
I think they need to address that.
Yeah.
They have to do something about that, because you have to pay $45 for both, and then if you choose not to do day 2, you just like if you make day 2 for both, which is possible and people do.
Yeah.
And then you just like lost $45 for one. I think that
I feel like it should just be $45 for like a ticket to the YCS, and you get both in that. But you only get your entry pack once. You only get your like coin once. but you get to play both events. I feel like is how it should be.
Yeah, or they do like a bundle, right? So it's like you can pay $45 to enter one event, or if you enter both, you pay
like 60.
I don't know, 60. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, because I was like, it was the same thing for me. Because like at the European Championship, it was like I was obviously going to play Genesys. I knew that because it was free. I was like, I'll just play it. Why not? But I noticed that I didn't have enough time to properly prep for it because I was so focused on like the European Championship main event that in hindsight, I was like, yeah, I didn't really have a chance here. Like I just wasn't well prepared. I just brought a deck with no testing. But it was whatever, because why not? It was the Friday, who cares? And when I bought my ticket for YCS Paris, I was like, you know what? I'm actually going to hold off on buying this Genesys ticket because I don't know yet if I'm going to have the time to properly prepare for it. And $45 is that's a decent commitment. I don't know if I want to do that. And I don't think I'm alone with that. I don't think I'm alone with that, especially when you, like you said, you have to choose which day 2 you play. So even if you do well in one of them, or if you do well in both, you have to choose one of them. You don't get the full experience, quote unquote, on both of them. And so I feel like maybe we should treat YCS as more as like an overall convention for all formats and just have like one ticket that gets you into both tournaments. Because I feel like, especially with Genesys, I think they want people to try this. I hope, right? They want people to mess around with this format. So I don't think. I mean, the pricing is the same as the main event, so on you can make arguments for it. But at the same time, if you want to advertise this format, if you want people to experience it, I think creating this barrier to entry is not the right way to do it.
I think, they need to be real with themselves. Community sentiment is not there yet for people to justify paying $45 to enter Genesys and Advanced. Like, I can do all the advocacy for the format I want, but right now, community sentiment is in backing of the format just isn't there. I think they need to be real with themselves on that and understand people aren't gonna make that financial investment to play the format yet.
Yeah.
And honestly, the financial structure around it should be changed in general, because playing in Genesys means you have to get an extra day of lodging most of the time, and your travel time change. Like it just makes it more expensive to play in both tournaments outside of getting tickets for both. So the cost structure absolutely need to change, especially in the EU, because in EU it's 45 to enter. In NA it's still 25.
I would argue it's 25 is better than 45. Yeah, I didn't know that, but I would argue in EU the extra day doesn't matter that much because the venue is open anyways on Friday. It was always open.
I'm talking about for the players, right? For players to like get a hotel if they need to.
Yeah, I know, but like European YCSs always have events on Fridays.
Oh, right. Sorry, America brained. We didn't have that.
Because that's what I mean. Like, I mean, of course, the Friday wasn't mandatory for people who were just trying to attend the main event. You could arrive on Friday and it was no problem. But there are a lot of side events on Friday already. So the normal thing in Europe is to like travel there on the Thursday already.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that in that sense, it's not that big of a change. The only difference is you have to be there by like 9 in the morning if you want to be doing Genesys in the EU. And some people would like arrive like Friday morning usually. So they would have to
in order to check in. In order to check in for Genesys now, you do have to be there on Thursday though.
Wait, for NA?
Dude,
I don't know why you guys are doing check-ins. That's crazy.
Dude, oh my god, I don't understand. I really don't understand. It's this is a total different thing that I could spend another whole hour complaining about. But the way administrative stuff is handled for NA YCS is like mind-boggling. It's like I'm in the 1940s. I have to like, I'm gonna go get my paper and then show up to check in person for my event. Like yeah, see, like I oh my god, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's a whole nother topic. Wait, you have to be there on Thursday to check in for Genesys? Is insane.
Yes. Why? I mean, if we just had Neuron and we just checked in with Neuron, I'm gonna stop myself because I'm gonna take another hour of your stream. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, well, I mean, I enjoyed this a lot. I had a fun time at Genesys Locals, and I really wanted to talk about it. So thank you for coming on.
Absolutely.
And I'll set you free now. You go live your day, and I will go finish my day because we are approaching dinner time over here. So thanks for the discussion. It was a good talk. I hope you enjoyed it too.
Yep, I absolutely did. I love talking about this format. I'm gonna say it again, chat. I'm not sponsored to talk about it. I just make content about it. I like it a lot, and I think it absolutely has improved from its initial state, regardless of the current criticisms I still have. If you can, please try it out. If you can try to get like a scene together to run the tournaments, please do what you can to do it, because it is super fun. Still needs improvements, but it is in a great spot. So okay, there you go. That's my last spiel.
All right, and when you
Peace out, everybody.
now that you're a full-time content creator, if you ever want to do like a Genesys collab, then feel free to hit me up. Later next month I have to build BA for Genesys Locals, because Farfa challenged me to win Genesys Locals with BA, and I said that is 100% possible. That doesn't even seem that difficult. BA seems
it's not that difficult with tour guide at 0 now. Oh, we're in. Like
I don't know if we need tour guide, dude. It's not a purple card.
That. You know, oh, I forgot who I was talking to. My bad.
Ooh,
we're doing,
we're copying Fire Lake with rollback. What do you mean?
Okay. Never mind. All right, you have a good stream.
All right, peace.
Bye.
BA is easier than Paleo. 100%, dude. BA is probably better than Paleo. There's not a debate about that. I don't think there's really a question about that. But yeah, anyways. All right, gamers. It was a fun stream today. I hope you enjoyed the stream as well. I will go now. I hope you had a good time. We were on for a little bit longer than anticipated, but I did really enjoy the Genesys talk. I hope you enjoyed it too. I wish you all a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful start into your weekend. Thank you everyone for following. Thank you everyone to subscribing. Don't forget to check out Ice Sleeves, !ice. I'll throw it in the chat one more time. Very excited for a new sponsor on the channel. Make sure to check them out. You will hear more from them and from me in the upcoming weeks as we kick off the sponsorship. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Let me find someone to raid real quick. Let me see if Mr. Farfa is online or someone who's live. Who is live in the Yu-Gi-Oh space? We find someone. Bronas is live. All right, I'll send you guys over to Bronas. Who's also a very, very avid Genesys enjoyer. So you can tell Bronas all the things that we just discussed in this stream about Genesys format and ask him on his opinion. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you. I was planning a stream either on Saturday or on Sunday. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do yet, but I will let you know if that's happening over on the Discord channel. So there is probably a stream tomorrow or on Sunday. I don't know exactly yet. I'll need some time to prepare it. But yeah, I'll see you guys then. In the case that there isn't one, I'll see you all on Monday. So yeah, thank you all for watching. Bye bye, everybody. Have a wonderful start to your weekend. Peace.